Chapter 1507. Ling Xiao's nose was not that of a dog's, but it was much more sensitive than that of a dog's. After all, for someone at his level, all of his senses were extremely perfect, and his perception was extremely strong. He looked around vigilantly and saw that there seemed to be some movement in the grassy forest. Just as he was about to attack in a certain direction, he found that the bit of blood qi had disappeared. Ling Xiao thought to himself, could it be that they have nothing to worry about when I retracted my heavenly fire just now? Looks like I'll have to use myself as bait to lure them to me. Ling Xiao retracted his heavenly fire and walked on foot in the wilderness. He had already expanded all of his divine thoughts to the maximum. If there was any movement, he would definitely destroy the demon that was entangled with him with the force of a thunderbolt. However, although his divine thoughts were extremely powerful, there were times when he was not so perceptive. He saw that under his feet, a blood-red color was silently spreading and surging towards him. Ling Xiao only felt that there was something strange under his feet. He looked down and found that 2 flesh tubes had wrapped around his feet and immediately turned into 2 bloody mouths that were biting down on Ling Xiao's legs. These were the bloody mouths of the fierce blood demon, which were also its 2 heads. It was lurking not far behind Ling Xiao. This kind of trick is really hard to defend against, but it's useless against me. Ling Xiao sneered. Flames automatically appeared under his feet and instantly burned the 2 bloody mouths. The flames continued to spread along the 2 flesh tubes. However, the ferocious blood demon was always able to quickly determine that the burning tube was not going to spread to its body. This time Ling Xiao would not let it escape. He instantly grabbed in that direction with his dragon claw. The fleshy bright red demon was grabbed by Ling Xiao's powerful energy. Its flesh tubes swayed, looking extremely hideous and disgusting. It actually used those flesh tubes to pounce on Ling Xiao. Explode! Ling Xiao shouted as he clenched his fist and crushed the fierce blood demon into pieces. Bang! The fierce blood demon instantly turned into a pool of blood that splashed in all directions. However, Ling Xiao was wrong. After the fierce blood demon was destroyed, the blood turned into smaller fierce blood demons that gathered together and reformed their bodies. Then they quickly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. However, a few of the smaller fierce blood demons shot towards Ling Xiao's face. Sure enough, I forgot that this thing can come back to life. No wonder so many holy beasts and experts are terrified of it. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as a fiery light appeared in front of him. The small fierce blood beasts were immediately incinerated into nothingness the moment they came into contact with it. I can't go on like this. I have to find the blood pool as soon as possible so that I can meet up with Big Brother and the others. Ling Xiao said as he shot towards the direction where the blood qi was the thickest. As Ling Xiao went all out, the powerful fierce blood demons in the nearby mountains began to gather together. They absolutely would not allow any creature to get close to the center of their territory. Bloody shadows floated and human figures appeared. A few human silhouettes actually appeared before Ling Xiao. They were already corpses without any signs of life. What was left was only a thick corrosive aura of death, as well as a strange demonic aura. Their eyes shone with an intense baleful aura and a blood-red light. These human figures split into several directions and attacked Ling Xiao. The weapons in their hands were ancient divine weapons and the power they brought was no less than the power of a low-level supreme master. What's going on? Ling Xiao was puzzled as he retreated quite a distance. He did not understand what was controlling these human figures. He suspected that it was the fierce blood demons, but how could they make their corpses display such powerful combat power after sucking the blood of humans dry? Could it be that these fierce blood demons were intelligent enough to control all of this? Ling Xiao was right. The reason why the fierce blood demons were called demons was because they already had their own demonic spirits. When they reached a higher level, they could also control dead objects and use them as their fighting bodies. They could also replace the souls of those people and receive their memories from when they were alive so that they could fight. However, they could not reproduce the attributes of those people when they were alive. They could only use the surging power of their blood qi to fight. When they attacked at the same time, balls of blood-red light appeared with a strong evil qi. It was incomparably stinky and disgusting. Puppets were puppets after all. They used the combat skills of those experts when they were alive, but they only had the form but not the spirit. They could not pose any threat to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered and pointed 2 fingers on his left and right. Several flaming finger lights directly bombarded the fierce blood demons. As soon as the flames started burning, the fierce blood demons immediately let out strange cries and escaped from the corpses one after another. On the other hand, Ling Xiao collected all the divine artifacts and spatial rings on the corpses. It seems that with the heavenly fire, these fierce blood demons are really not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao smiled and continued forward. However, the real giant blood dire beast had just appeared, and there were many more dire beasts coming at him from all directions. It was a real fierce blood demon, an existence that had reached the peak of the mid-11th rank. It actually had hundreds of heads that looked like bloody mouths, and those heads were constantly shrinking and roaring. Waves of terrifying blood chi were constantly surging, and its body was also as large as a mountain. Everywhere it went, there would be thick and dazzling scarlet blood stains, as if it had blood that would never dry up. It was extremely strange. There were hundreds of fierce blood demons appearing on its left and right sides, and it seemed that the number was still increasing. Anyone who saw such a disgusting monster would be so scared that their legs would turn to jelly and they would faint. Even if Ling Xiao was skilled and courageous, he still felt extremely disgusted and wanted to vomit. Good, let's kill them all in one go. Ling Xiao shouted and punched out with the Nine Suns Heaven-burning fist. A series of fiery fists with monstrous fist intent blasted toward the largest fierce blood demon. Ling Xiao felt that with the power of his heavenly fire, he would definitely be able to kill them in one blow. He was extremely confident. However, something unexpected happened this time. Just as his fiery fists were about to land on the fierce blood demon, a bloody light suddenly appeared and directly suppressed his fists. It was as if a tidal wave of blood had fallen. The bloody light was incomparably dazzling and stinky. Sizzle, sizzle. Ling Xiao's powerful fiery fists were completely extinguished by this bloody light. What? Ling Xiao exclaimed with an extremely horrified look on his face. The heavenly fire could burn anything. Unless it was something of a higher rank than it or something that was its nemesis, it would not be able to do anything about it. The blood in front of him actually had the strange magical effect of extinguishing the heavenly fire. This was really unexpected. While Ling Xiao was still in a daze, the Colossus Blood ferocious demon unleashed its might once again. Its hundreds of bloody mouths spat out mouthfuls of bright red blood towards Ling Xiao and enveloped him. Its strength was even greater than Ling Xiao's, and the speed at which it sprayed out was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived above Ling Xiao's head. How could Ling Xiao just sit and wait for death? He immediately exploded with all his strength. The Nine Suns Heaven-burning fist continuously blasted upwards in an attempt to evaporate the strange blood. Boom, boom, boom. The blood waves were indeed dispersed, but not all of them were evaporated. The drops of blood turned into countless small fierce blood demons that attached themselves to his body. They were like hungry parasites trying their best to devour Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's flames surged, but they were still unable to incinerate these small fierce blood demons. He couldn't help but be alarmed. Could it be that this is formed from extremely dense essence blood? Just as he increased his firepower, the fierce blood demon sprayed out another wave of blood. This scared Ling Xiao so much that he had no choice but to retreat. However, it was too late for him to retreat now. The surrounding fierce blood demons all extended their blood vessels to surround Ling Xiao, forcefully blocking all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. When Ling Xiao wanted to kill his way out, the blood waves were already pressing down on him, directly smashing him to the ground. The impact of this blood wave was extremely strong, and it also carried an incomparably dense aura of death. This was the existence that extinguished his flames. Right now, his entire body was wrapped in blood, and at the same time, layers of death aura were suppressing the flames. This caused him to be stuck to the ground, unable to escape. Just as he used all of his strength to fly more than 10 meters high, another wave of blood came crashing down. The blood waves turned into countless fierce blood demons and sucked him in. At the same time, Ling Xiao felt a bloody mouth biting his flesh and sucking his blood. Not good. Ling Xiao shouted. The heavenly fire bead quickly operated, and the powerful firepower incinerated the fierce blood demons. The innate chilling wind bead finally played its role, sweeping away the dense aura of death within the blood, causing them to be unable to suppress the heavenly fire. At the same time, it strengthened the innate chilling wind bead. Ping pong. The purple scarlet flames started burning the sky and the sea. With Ling Xiao as the center, the blood and the fierce blood demons were all incinerated. The colossal bloodline ferocious demon let out a strange cry. Its flesh tubes finally wrapped around Ling Xiao, and its bloody mouths were trying to swallow Ling Xiao's head. This colossal bloodline ferocious demon was a mid-level 11th grade king, and its strength and flesh were not something an ordinary fierce blood demon could compare to. The flames were unable to make it retreat. One of the flesh tubes wrapped around Ling Xiao's body, and the other was trying to swallow Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao wanted to struggle and escape, but he was temporarily unable to do so. Just like that, he was captured by the colossal bloodline ferocious demon. Chapter 1508. Ling Xiao felt extremely uncomfortable being tied up, and there was a bloody hole on top of his head. A disgusting smell made his stomach churn several times. But before he threw up, he had to think of a way to deal with the crisis in front of him. This giant ferocious demon was too powerful. No wonder so many supreme experts were killed when they came here. Their blood waves could even extinguish fire, so what other power could restrain them? Ling Xiao couldn't just sit and wait for death. He had to fight back immediately or he would die. The meat tube that was strangling him was already biting his body and sucking out his essence blood. However, the wound on his head still had the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop which bounced him up, preventing him from suffocating completely. Fortunately, his heaven fire bead had advanced and could even burn a supreme incipient god realm expert into ashes. The innate Yin wind bead could suck out the murderous aura. First, the innate Yin wind bead sucked out the murderous aura of the giant ferocious demon. Then, the heaven fire bead started burning and turned into a flaming bird that flew towards the surrounding ferocious blood demons. The flaming feathers burned all of them into ashes. And Ling Xiao's divine soul clone also appeared at this moment. This was not the time to hide his strength. If he was careless, he could be sucked dry of blood and die. The giant ferocious demon, under the power of the two jewels, quickly broke free from the restraint on Ling Xiao, but it was still unwilling to give up. It spat out blood waves at Ling Xiao, determined to suck this human's blood dry. When Ling Xiao was able to break free, the 9 sun-burning sky fists smashed towards the lower-level ferocious blood demons, creating a bloody path. He couldn't let the giant ferocious blood demon entangle him anymore. At this time, his divine soul clone finally started to attack. The fourth move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art, Burning Sun, directly landed on the body of the giant ferocious blood demon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao was so angry that he almost puked out all of his internal organs from this disgusting thing. His divine soul clone immediately unleashed its strongest battle prowess, which was close to the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist. Coupled with the Emperor Dragon Heaven destroying art to attack the giant blood ferocious demon, its power was terrifying. The mountains in this part of the world were all destroyed, and the colossal blood ferocious demon was blasted into pieces in an instant. Countless traces of blood splattered, and a bottomless pit was revealed on the ground. Countless flames splattered in all directions, burning this place into a sea of fire. The surrounding ferocious blood demons were also burned to death. Only a few took the opportunity to escape. Ling Xiao had also sensed the direction in which they had escaped. The faint aura of demonic blood they had left behind was still lingering. The giant blood ferocious demon didn't die in this one move. It just turned into countless giant blood ferocious demons and fled, its strength greatly reduced. Ling Xiao did not give chase immediately. He had to think of a way to deal with it. He could not afford to be caught off guard like before. Seems like ferocious blood demons that have reached the 11th level and above are really dangerous. If not for the 2 rare pearls, I would definitely be dead today. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He paused for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. He slapped his forehead and said, "How could I forget about that guy?" As his voice fell, a figure appeared beside Ling Xiao. Wasn't this the prodigal? Who was he? "Boss, you finally let me out for some fresh air," the prodigal said excitedly. Obviously he was bored in the medicine cauldron. The prodigal's Qilin divine fire was also very powerful. With its help he could solve some small problems. Sometimes it could even play a complementary role. "I didn't let you out for some fresh air. We still have to help boss destroy some ferocious beasts later. Don't get killed by them," Ling Xiao reminded. The prodigal looked around and said, There's an evil aura here. But my Fire Qilin clan is least afraid of these things. With me here, you don't have to worry." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I hope you don't make me worry later." Then Ling Xiao summoned some immortals' corpses. He had brought these immortals' corpses from the chaotic burial space. There were dozens of them, and each of them had the strength of a peak low-level divine king. Some of them had even reached the half-incipient god realm. They were already corpses without any life energy, so he didn't have to worry about being devoured by the ferocious blood demons. It was best to use them to deal with the fierce blood demons that were everywhere. After all, they still had a very strong battle strength. Ling Xiao didn't expect them to help him kill all the ferocious blood demons. He just wanted them to distract a lot of ferocious blood demons so that he could deal with the stronger ones. At the same time, he wanted to use them to explore the way ahead. Under Ling Xiao's command, the 8 immortals' corpses flew in the direction that the ferocious blood demons had retreated to. Ling Xiao and the prodigal followed them closely. They had to find the blood pond as soon as possible. On the way, Ling Xiao found many strange flowers and plants that were made from the essence of blood. They were divine items that could replenish blood, so he collected them one by one. During this time, there weren't any stronger ferocious blood demons. Only some small demons wanted to mix in with the blood, but they were all burned to death by the prodigal's flames. The immortals' corpses were entangled by some ferocious blood demons. However, they found that these immortals' corpses didn't have any blood for them to devour. Instead, the immortals' corpses bombarded them and turned them into drops of blood. Their powers were greatly reduced. Is there only one strong ferocious blood demon? It's impossible. Ling Xiao was skeptical. On his way here, he didn't encounter any strong ferocious blood demons. In fact, the ferocious blood demons he had encountered before were strong enough to kill any incipient God Realm expert. The fact that Shi Yan could come here made the ferocious blood demons afraid of him. However, this was the territory of the ferocious blood demons. They wouldn't give up on killing Ling Xiao just because of some misgivings. They were already waiting for Ling Xiao's arrival in full force. 2 days later, Ling Xiao finally arrived at the place with the thickest blood qi. This place was surrounded by mountains, and there were countless exotic flowers and herbs that nourished blood growing in the hinterland. They weren't the slightest bit inferior to divine herbs, and there were even many that had reached the divine rank. It was truly a rare sacred ground. Ling Xiao's eyes reddened when he saw these holy grasses and plants. They were the best materials to refine healing pellets. He wanted to put them all into his cauldron. He could let the low-level ones grow in there while he could use the high-level ones to refine pellets. Moreover, there was a pool that flickered with a wisp of a devilish and scarlet-red pool before these strange flowers and herbs, and strands of dense blood energy floated within it. It was truly an extremely shocking sight. Surprisingly, it was the legendary blood pond. Ling Xiao could see the pool from afar. A smear of blood-red light constantly flickered and swayed. The thick blood qi soared into the sky, causing the blood in his body to flow along with it. This kind of divine pond was unique in this world. It was the dream of all people. They wanted to go there and soak in it. Ling Xiao also had a feeling that he couldn't wait. However, he knew that the real danger had only just begun. Many fierce blood demons finally appeared again. They surrounded him and the prodigal in layers. The disgusting smell kept spreading and permeated the mountain where Ling Xiao was. There were at least thousands of these fierce blood demons, and there were more than 10 of them that had reached the 11th level. One of them even had a head with thousands of bloody mouths and flesh tubes. They kept swaying in and out looking very scary. It should be the king of these fierce blood demons. Its huge body and thick blood qi exuded a bloodthirsty aura. This fierce blood demon king was quite domineering. It didn't attack by itself but let its subordinates attack Ling Xiao and the prodigal. Zizai, watch out. Don't let them swallow you alive. Ling Xiao already had the ice and fire sword in his hand. His divine soul doppelganger was also secretly making its move. The prodigal was not afraid at all. He instantly transformed into his original form and said, "Boss, don't worry. I'll tear them apart." The prodigal roared and swallowed a mouthful of flames, which directly attacked the fierce blood demon king. However, before the flames could reach the ferocious blood demon king, a wave of blood came crashing down and instantly extinguished the flames. This time, the prodigal was even more motivated to fight. He was about to fly up and pounce on them. However, countless bloody hands suddenly appeared under his and Ling Xiao's feet. They were like ghosts from a blood prison and looked extremely terrifying. Endless death qi accompanied these bloody hands and grabbed at them. Ling Xiao reacted quickly. The ice and fire sword in his hand immediately slashed out countless waves of fire and completely cut them off. However, these bloody hands seemed to be endless and could stretch out continuously. They quickly pulled Ling Xiao and the prodigal and quickly wrapped them into a blood cocoon, trying to trap them to death. The celestial corpses and demons suffered the same fate. They were not strong enough to escape from the bloody hands and were tightly bound. Ling Xiao used the flames to defend his last line of defense, continuously evaporating the blood that was covering him. The innate Yin wind bead also began to play its role, sucking away all the baleful death qi on the blood. The Khanate cold wind bead was obviously very excited. The demon heavenly fire bead had already left it far behind. It did not want to be weaker than it at all. Now that there was a large amount of death qi for it to absorb and strengthen, it was naturally more than happy. Without the death qi in the blood, they could not suppress the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire bead was completely burned up. Ling Xiao waved the ice and fire sword. One sword cut open the blood, and the other sword completely froze the blood on the other side. With the help of the level 11 heavenly fire and the Khanate cold wind bead, it was enough for Ling Xiao to temporarily not lose. Chapter 1509. If it were any other supreme being, they would definitely die. After all, the blood could turn into ferocious blood demons and suck their blood essence at any time. Ling Xiao's aura surged. He first went over to save the prodigal. Luckily, his divine fire could protect him from any harm. It was just that he was still lacking in strength and could only be used in aerial battles. Ling Xiao and the prodigal escaped into the air, but the 11th level ferocious blood demons attacked again. Their flesh tubes extended towards them, trying to suck them down completely. Their flesh tubes were like a spider's web, intertwining with each other and trapping Ling Xiao and the prodigal. Their bloody mouths kept attacking their vitals. Ling Xiao was no longer courteous. His ice and fire swords rose and fell, cutting their flesh tubes into pieces. Their blood wanted to turn into fierce blood demons and absorb them to his body, but he casually slapped them with a flame and completely burned and evaporated them. On the other side, the prodigal's flames were also burning so much that the flesh tubes kept breaking. However, his strength was only at the advanced 10th level. He was still beaten by the flesh tubes until he was dizzy and disoriented. Only now did he realize that these demons were extremely powerful and not something he could not deal with. Previously he had vowed to help Ling Xiao. Now he had become Ling Xiao's burden. Soon he was swallowed by those bloody mouths that could expand infinitely. He finally started hissing non-stop, sending a signal to Ling Xiao for help. Ling Xiao had no choice but to turn around and attack the prodigal. The flesh tubes were all destroyed by him, and the bloody mouths kept shrinking as they were burned by his flames. Get lost. Ling Xiao's figure surged and his sword swept across, cutting off the flesh tubes that were swallowing the prodigal. Luckily, these ferocious blood demons' bodies were not very strong. If their flesh tubes were as tough as ancient divine weapons, the prodigal would definitely be dead. Damn monster, look at the light of my holy flame. After the prodigal broke free, he was finally infuriated. The single horn on his forehead finally unleashed its strongest source energy. Swoosh. The prodigal's horn source energy was definitely its strongest existence, and the flames were also abnormally terrifying. They directly hit those flesh tubes, causing them to break apart. The ferocious blood demons didn't dare to get close to the prodigal, but the prodigal didn't want to let them go. His fire went straight for their real bodies. The ferocious blood demons spat out a large amount of blood from their mouths, forcefully blocking the flames. After all, the prodigal's strength was limited. Even if it used its origin energy, it could only incinerate the blood waves. It was unable to reach the fierce blood demon's body. Ling Xiao shouted at the prodigal, "Zizai, come back first." Ling Xiao knew that the prodigal was unable to deal with these ferocious blood demons. There was no need to let it continue. The prodigal didn't dare to show off anymore. He could only listen to Ling Xiao's call and return to the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao didn't care anymore. He raised the ice and fire sword and slashed out an extremely fierce sword force towards the ferocious blood demons. Today he was going to kill this ferocious blood demon king and take the blood pool for himself. However, he had underestimated these ferocious blood demons. They no longer used the blood waves to attack. Instead, they all released a strong suction force, trying to absorb all of Ling Xiao's blood through the air. Ling Xiao felt that the blood in his body was surging uncontrollably, trying to burst out of his blood vessels. The swelling pain almost made him fall from the sky. At this moment, the divine soul doppelganger that had been hiding for a long time finally showed its power. He had already closed in on the ferocious blood demons, and the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying art's fiery fist force bombarded the 11th level ferocious blood demons. Boom boom boom. The ferocious blood demons didn't know what was going on. They were directly destroyed by Ling Xiao's devastating bombardment. Ling Xiao's real body suction force was greatly reduced. He immediately got rid of that feeling. He raised his sword and slashed it down, creating several tens of thousands of meters long spatial cracks. Countless flaming meteorites fell from the sky and bombarded the ferocious blood demons. Even if he couldn't exterminate all of them, he would at least make them flee for their lives. Both the real body and the doppelganger gave their all. The fire raged and burned. Most of the low-level ferocious blood demons were completely burned to death. Many of them fled as far as they could. Only those who had reached the 11th level could use the blood waves to extinguish the flames. However, the ferocious blood demons were already defeated. They were in chaos, and the advantage was back to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao had a doppelganger that could conceal his aura. This kind of sudden attack would definitely have an unexpected effect. This was also the biggest reason why Ling Xiao was able to catch these ferocious blood demons off guard. However, it was impossible for him to kill these ferocious blood demons just like that. The advanced 11th level ferocious blood demon king was finally angry. It let out a strange cry and the thousands of mouths finally moved at the same time. The pillar-like flesh tubes ignored the flames and directly rushed towards Ling Xiao. The enlarged mouths carried a strong smell of blood, and looked extremely hideous and disgusting. Ling Xiao dodged left and right trying to avoid these attacks. However, there were too many of these flesh tubes, and they tightly trapped him in a narrow space. It was impossible for him to dodge even if he wanted to. Ling Xiao used all his strength to cut off these flesh tubes. However, his ice and fire swords could only leave shallow sword marks on the flesh tubes, and could not cut them off. For the first time Ling Xiao felt powerless. This ferocious blood demon king was indeed terrifying. In just a few moments, these meat tubes intertwined with each other and tightly tied Ling Xiao up into a dead knot, strangling him to death. Ling Xiao only felt that his body was about to break. The binding force was too strong. At this time, his doppelganger could no longer care about killing the other ferocious blood demons. Instead, it directly attacked the ferocious blood demon king. Imperial Dragon Heaven Slaying Technique 6th Form Double Dragon Wind. Ling Xiao's doppelganger immediately attacked. Even though this was an advanced 11th level ferocious blood demon king, it could not withstand this world's most powerful destructive force. This is when the terrifying finger radiance landed on the ferocious blood demon king's body, the force instantly made the ferocious blood demon king roar wildly. The flesh tubes that were strangling Ling Xiao's real body quickly contracted. Ling Xiao's real body and doppelganger once again used the same move, intending to kill this ferocious blood demon king once and for all. However, this triggered the ferocious blood demon king's most powerful force. Towering waves of blood came crashing down from the sky. The advanced 11th level ferocious blood demon king was not easy to deal with. It was terrifying when it went all out. This part of the world seemed to have been dyed into a curtain of blood. Blood rolled down like waves and it was truly terrifying to the extreme. It was impossible for Ling Xiao and his doppelganger to escape. They were both sent flying by the waves of blood. Their entire bodies felt like their bones were broken. The power was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao's physical body was comparable to a low-grade ancient celestial weapon, but he could not withstand it. His divine body began to crack, and the ferocious blood demon king rapidly absorbed his blood essence. His divine soul doppelganger could not hide even if it wanted to. The blood had already smeared his divine soul, and at the same time, it was being attacked by the ferocious blood demon king. Ling Xiao's situation was critical. At this moment, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger immediately turned invisible and quickly submerged into his knowledge sea. He was able to preserve a large amount of soul power, so that he would not completely collapse and the ferocious blood demon king would not be able to absorb his flesh and blood. However, the small ferocious blood demons were also brought into his knowledge sea. However, they died even faster here. The heavenly fire pearl quickly destroyed them. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body wanted to repair its divine body and retreat at the same time. The flesh tubes of the ferocious blood demon king once again wrapped around Ling Xiao. Its bloody mouth bit him, and a strong suction force instantly sucked the blood essence out of his body. Ling Xiao felt his life force rapidly diminishing, and his blood essence was flowing out. It was just like when his ancestor had sucked his blood essence out of him in the past. The blood essence that he had painstakingly regained over the years was now more than half being sucked out. If this continued, he would definitely die. Ling Xiao desperately tried to suppress it, and he also pushed the power of the heavenly fire to the limit. A flaming bird rushed out and directly burned the flesh tube. However, the flesh tube of the ferocious blood demon king was incomparably tough. Even though it was being burned and twisted, it did not shrink back. It was as if it was determined to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao became more and more anxious. Suddenly he thought of a way to save the ferocious blood demon king. His divine soul doppelganger appeared again, and at the same time the divine Bodhi bow appeared in his hands. In an instant, he knocked an arrow and shot towards the ferocious blood demon king. Shio. This time the arrow he shot out was a true divine Bodhi arrow, fully displaying the might of the divine Bodhi bow. A green light illuminated half the sky, and its power was incomparably ferocious, as if it could even shoot down the sun. The ferocious blood demon king's intellect was extremely high. It recognized the terrifying power of this arrow, and it planned to use its flesh tube to send it flying. However, this arrow was too fast. Even a high-level supreme expert would have a hard time dodging it. Boom. The ferocious blood demon king was finally hit. It let out a shocking explosion and blood splashed everywhere. Ling Xiao, who had lost half of his blood essence, finally managed to burn the flesh tube with the help of the heaven flame. He could finally exhale in relief. His current appearance was incomparably disheveled. His complexion was incomparably pale, and his aura had become quite unstable. It was obvious that losing these blood essences was a great loss to Ling Xiao. If he could not replenish it, it would be almost impossible for him to reach the incipient god realm. Ferocious blood demon, I will kill you all today. Ling Xiao roared angrily. Chapter 15:10. Ling Xiao was infuriated like never before. In the past, even if he was severely wounded, he could recover completely. However, blood essence was the hardest to recover. Especially now that he had reached the incipient god realm, each drop of blood essence was the most important. When his ancestor had taken his blood essence in the Shenling continent, he had at least received a lot of primordial energy as compensation. This helped him increase his cultivation base, allowing him to recover some of his blood essence. Later on, he had consumed many divine items to recover most of his lost blood essence. Now, this blood ferocity beast king had taken more than half of his blood essence. This was no different from shaking his foundation. He couldn't help but be enraged. He knew that his divine Bodhi arrow could only injure this blood ferocity beast king a little. It was impossible to make it disappear. Moreover, the nearby blood ferocity beasts had not completely disappeared yet. Indeed, the blood ferocity beast king was only wounded physically. Very quickly, it gathered the scattered blood essence and reformed its body. It became even more furious. It used one of its flesh tubes to suck the divine Bodhi arrow that Ling Xiao's clone was about to retrieve, breaking the divine Bodhi bow in half. Ling Xiao felt his heart ache. One of the 3 divine Bodhi arrows he had obtained from the ancient palaces on the god sealing altar was destroyed just like that. Now there were only 2 left. These were divine Bodhi arrows that were hard to obtain even with billions of crystals. Die. All of you die for me. Ling Xiao was enraged to the extreme. He finally used his killing move. The spatial ring in his hand turned into the shape of a cauldron. It grew larger and larger until it was as huge as a mountain. The blood ferocity beast king didn't know what Ling Xiao was up to, but it didn't want Ling Xiao to attack again. The arrow just now had already made it feel extremely uncomfortable. All of its thousands of flesh tubes opened their mouths at the same time, and countless waves of blood sprayed towards Ling Xiao. Once again, a blood-red curtain of energy shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already prepared. He had already used his fastest speed to escape to the other side of the sky. At this moment he was facing Fierce Blood Demon King, and the mouth of his cauldron was controlled by him to face Fierce Blood Demon King. What happened next was terrifying. Ping pong. The cauldron emitted a muffled sound like a cannon, and an incomparably terrifying purple-black flame sprayed out from the mouth of the cauldron. Weren't these intense purplish-black flames the flames that Ling Xiao had collected in the Nirvana space? This purple flame was much more terrifying than his demon heaven flame. It was the flame nurtured by the Genesis Stone. Even a high-level incipient god realm expert couldn't endure this kind of flame. This piece of land was filled with demons and evil beings, and this kind of high-grade flame was the greatest weapon to restrain them. These purplish-black flames fell from the sky like countless meteors, rushing towards the Blood Dire Beast King below. The Blood Dire Beast King seemed to have sensed the threatening aura, and his face became stern. Nearly 1,000 bloody mouths spurted out a large amount of blood, trying to resist the purplish-black flames. However, its usually successful fire-extinguishing technique was no longer of any use. The purplish-black flames even evaporated its blood waves, and countless purplish-black flames continued to charge downwards. The Blood Dire Beast King screamed continuously. There were more than 3,000 to 4,000 fierce blood demons around him, and Ling Xiao had only killed less than 1/3 of them. They all spurted out blood waves towards the purplish-black flames, trying to extinguish the flames that were about to destroy their territory. Otherwise they would all be buried here. Swoosh! Countless columns of blood spurted out, and the scene looked incomparably strange, disgusting, and horrifying. Ling Xiao was afraid that these purplish-black flames weren't enough, so he produced more. At the same time he summoned the Heaven Fire Bead, which turned into a firebird and flew towards the fierce blood demons below to burn them. They had to destroy all of the fierce blood demons here. Sizzle. The purplish-black flames were indeed the most powerful flames in the world. No matter how the blood waves rushed up, they could not withstand the terrifying burning power of the flames, and were immediately evaporated upon contact. The purplish-black flames finally landed in front of the Blood-Dire Beast King, and the Blood-Dire Beast King panicked. It wanted to escape as fast as possible, or it would definitely die if it was touched by the purplish-black flames. However, it had underestimated the power of the purplish-black flames. This place was filled with the aura of death, and there were countless demonic aura and trees, which made the purplish-black flames a catalyst for the explosion. When the purplish-black flame touched the ground, it instantly exploded. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the flames turned into a prairie fire that spread in all directions. The fierce blood demons were immediately faced with the biggest disaster in their history. The surrounding tens of thousands of miles immediately turned into a sea of fire. The terrifying purplish-black fire grew fiercer and fiercer, and the nearby ferocious blood demons were incinerated into nothingness by the purplish-black fire. The ferocious blood demon king was no exception. It wanted to escape, but it was still caught by the purplish-black fire. It was impossible for it to extinguish the fire. It screamed and writhed as its body writhed. Its flesh tubes shrank and blood spurted out. However, it could not escape the fate of being incinerated to death. Ling Xiao heaved a heavy sigh of relief as he watched this scene. "I finally killed all of you, damn it." But at this time, Ling Xiao glanced in the direction of the blood pool and realized that the purplish-black flames were spreading towards it. "Holy sh**t. You can't destroy my penis." Ling Xiao cried out in shock. He carried the cauldron and rushed towards the blood pool as fast as he could. At the same time, he put away the purplish-black flames that were spreading towards the blood pool. He also ordered the heavenly fire pearl to start expelling the nearby fierce blood demons. He could not let them escape. Ling Xiao landed next to the blood pool and smelled the thick blood scent. He really wanted to dive into the pool and soak himself in it to recover the blood essence he had lost. But before that, he had to put all the holy herbs and divine materials near the blood pool into the cauldron. "These good things are all mine, haha." Ling Xiao laughed wildly as he put them all away. However, after collecting a little, he stopped and murmured, "The growth of the holy grass and divine materials here is so good, it must have benefited from the help of the blood pool. This blood pool should have changed the surrounding area into fertile land. If we dig up the entire land and cultivate it well in the future, I believe that we will be able to produce more blood-replenishing materials." Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's mind became active. He looked at this piece of land, looked at this pool of blood, and was excited to the extreme. He was actually going to dig up all the divine objects here together with the land. Even if it was the blood pool, he planned to take it all away. He didn't want to leave any of it behind. It had to be said that this guy's appetite was really big. There was no other way. This blood pool was something that any ancient race would covet. As a person between the Kim people and the Soul race, this blood pool was definitely especially important to him. If he could get it back, this trip would definitely not be in vain. Ling Xiao did what he said. He first found a blood demon flower king among the divine herbs and swallowed it. It was a supreme divine material with a powerful blood-nourishing effect. It could replenish a lot of the blood essence he had lost just now. At this time, Ling Xiao looked towards the burning mountain and discovered that the tens of thousands of miles of land was already barren. Countless blood-fierce demons had already been buried in the sea of fire. However, Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the fire was spreading even further away. After all, this was the most primitive forest. There were many trees and weeds, and this purple-black flame was the most terrifying flame in the world. In this environment, it was absolutely not difficult to burn these trees and weeds. If the wind was a little stronger, this place would probably become a real sea of fire purgatory. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He couldn't let the purple flames destroy the forest that was the most perfectly preserved of all. There were still countless spirit beasts living in other territories. If this place was completely destroyed, what he did would be against the heavens. He also realized that the blood-fierce demons should have all been destroyed. Now was the time to take back the purple-black fire. After a shudder, Ling Xiao flew into the air with the medicine cauldron and shouted, "Take it back." The medicine cauldron took back all the purple-black fire. Although the medicine cauldron was not a top-grade ancient godly weapon, it had many magical uses. As long as it was used properly, it was still a terrifying killing weapon. If the ancestors who had obtained the divine obsidian cauldron knew that Ling Xiao had actually used this godly weapon for alchemy as a killing weapon, they wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. After the purplish-black flames were completely withdrawn, the surrounding mountains were scorched black to the point of being incomparably scorched black, and it seemed extremely desolate. It was also because of this fire that there was one less evil monster in the demon forest. Ling Xiao returned to the bottom of the blood pool and summoned the prodigal again. The prodigal looked around and asked with a puzzled expression, "Boss, where are the demons?" "Boss has taken care of them. Look around and see if there are any left. Don't let any of them go," Ling Xiao instructed. The blood-fierce demons were really terrifying demons. It would definitely be a good thing if they could be eliminated. "Yes, boss," the prodigal responded. His nose twitched and he left Ling Xiao to look for the blood-fierce demons that were still alive. Ling Xiao looked at the blood pool and the divine herbs around it. He started to think of a way to get them away. But before that, he wanted to enjoy the true power of the blood pool. He wanted to see if it could improve the power of his bloodline and replenish his blood essence. Chapter 15:11. Before entering the pool, Ling Xiao had to carefully observe whether there were any more fierce blood demons in the pool. He let an Immortal's Corpse demon dive into the pool to test the situation. When the Immortal's Corpse demon fell into the blood pool, nothing happened. Ling Xiao observed for a while and said, "It seems like there won't be any more fierce blood demons here." Indeed, the fierce blood demons would not stay in the blood pool any longer. The blood pool could be said to be formed by the excess blood they excreted. Why would they stay here and absorb the excess blood? Moreover, this kind of blood was useless to them. What they needed was the blood of that kind of creature. Ling Xiao put away the Immortal's Corpse demon and jumped into the blood pool. This blood pool had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. It was hundreds of meters wide and deep. He was immediately submerged when he jumped in. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt that the blood pores on his body immediately became smooth and the blood around him began to change. He saw that the blood around him seemed to be boiling. Blood bubbles kept surging, and a lot of blood essence went into the blood pores on his body. Ling Xiao felt that his blood was boiling as well. The intense temperature almost steamed him, making him unbearably hot. It should be working. I need to relax my body and mind. I can't reject it. Ling Xiao muttered in his heart, and then began to circulate the ancient emperor divine art blood refinement, causing his blood vessels to become smoother, and his mind to become relaxed, ignoring the impulsive heat. Quietly, Ling Xiao seemed to have fallen asleep. He allowed his blood to connect with the blood in the pool outside. The blood he had lost was gradually being replenished, and his blood qi had reached a more vigorous level. At the same time, the Kim people's blood in Ling Xiao's veins seemed to turn into golden dragons, and these golden dragons showed signs of strengthening and evolving. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao felt an indescribable feeling of suffocation, as if there was a kind of stuffiness that could not be released. He couldn't endure it anymore, directly jumping out of the blood pool. Brr! An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded. A golden dragon that looked like a real dragon transformed into 100,000 feet tall. It roared and soared high up in the sky, appearing extremely mighty and valiant. The power of this sound wave wasn't much different from the roar of a divine dragon at low level of level 11. A low-level supreme expert at incipient god realm would be hurt badly if he got hit by this sound wave. Ling Xiao's power was so horrible. Was he stronger than he was in the past? There was no doubt about it. Although his realm hadn't changed, the power of his Kim people's bloodline had reached the perfect realm. It could be said that Ling Xiao's bloodline power was the strongest among the Kim people. With his ancient emperor's divine technique, his fighting competence had increased from 55 times to 70 times, which was almost 100 times the power of a divine dragon. Not only that, but his body and god soul were also enhanced. It was the heavy soul Tenbin of the Soul Clan, which made his sea of consciousness more spacious. It could hold more god souls, which gave him more space to advance. His soul energy attacks were much stronger. At his god soul at the peak of peak supreme realm, he just needed a little bit more soul energy to reach the mid-level incipient god realm. It was the magical feature of the blood pool. Ling Xiao was so thrilled. He had the dragon blood to activate his bloodline power. He used to have the thickest and most excellent bloodline in his clan. Today, with the enhancement of the blood pool, it had reached the perfect level. Although his realm didn't increase, his fighting competence was the same. With his original competence, it wasn't a problem for him to fight against a low-level peak great master. With the increase of 10 times, he could directly kill a low-level peak great master. Moreover, he would have the power to protect himself when facing a mid-level incipient god realm expert. When he reached the peak of low level, he would have the ability to fight against a middle-level incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao could feel the surging energy in his body. He wanted to find an opponent at a higher realm than him to practice. However, he couldn't be complacent now. He had to dig up the blood pool and the spiritual fields around and collect them first. He had to find Ling Qin Yang Hai and Pang Tongqua as soon as possible. At this moment, Ling Xiao opened his palm. There were 2 blood-red beads on his palm, which emitted thick blood chi. These were the god blood beads condensed in the blood pool. He had picked them up when he rushed out of the pool. This kind of god blood bead was very useful to King God Realm experts and incipient God Realm experts. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, if Forefather can absorb these god blood beads, he can prolong his blood chi for thousands of years. Maybe he can recover to his peak state? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao scooped up many god blood beads from the bottom of the blood pool. He left most of them to nurture the blood pool. He was afraid that if he collected all these god blood beads he would destroy the power of the blood pool. At this time Wastrel came to Ling Xiao and said, "Boss, I found some small monsters. I burned them to death." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "That's good. If they escaped it would be troublesome." After that he didn't care about Wastrel anymore. He held the ice and fire sword and started to dig up the blood pool and the surrounding area. The ice and fire sword in his hand turned into a huge sword and directly pierced into the ground. He immediately flew around the area and forcefully drew a circle around the surrounding 10,000 meters of land. Then he stretched out his dragon claw and shouted, "Rise!" A powerful dragon claw clawed at the area he had carved out, and an abnormally powerful force pulled the area up. A supreme incipient God Realm expert could break the stars with one punch and break the sun and moon with one palm. It was nothing for Ling Xiao to grab this piece of land with one claw. Rumble. Rumble. That piece of land was pulled up, causing the surrounding area to shake as if an earthquake was coming. The earth shook and the mountains shook. After a while this piece of land was finally dug out by Ling Xiao. The blood pool and many holy herbs and divine materials were still safely on that piece of land. They weren't damaged at all. Ling Xiao put them into the top layer of the cauldron, where the rich origin energy was nourishing them. They would only grow better and there wouldn't be any problems. Looking at the huge pit that he had dug out and the black and barren mountain ridge not far away, he laughed bitterly. I've helped the beasts get rid of the evil. I believe that in another 1,000 years, this place will regain its vitality. After saying that, he called out to the prodigal and dragon fifth. They continued to rush in the direction of the ghost tree demon. However, at this time he took out the sound transmission stone and heard Yang Hai's cry for help. "Master Alchemy God, come and save me." Ling Xiao's heart tightened. He immediately asked the sound transmission stone, "Elder Yang, where are you? Tell me, I'll go find you immediately." Yang Hai seemed to be very nervous. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a scream from Yang Hai. Then there was nothing else. "Elder Yang? Elder Yang, please reply. Where are they?" Ling Xiao asked a few times but no one replied. Ling Xiao's expression was extremely ugly. If something happened to them, it meant that Ling Chen's situation was also very bad. If that was really the case, he didn't know how to explain it to his sister-in-law, Xiao Jinsai. Ling Xiao was at a loss. It wasn't easy to find a few people in this dense forest. After all, the desolate chi here was too heavy. There were also all kinds of obstacles created by giant mountains and ancient trees, as well as the chaotic auras of many holy beasts. It was not easy to find them just by sensing. However, he couldn't care less now. He put away the prodigal son and let Dragon Fifth transform back into his true form. He flew up into the sky and began to scan the area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles to see if he could find them. Where the hell are Big Brother and the others? Damn it. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. At this time Dragon Fifth suddenly said, "I feel a familiar aura over there. I don't know if it's someone who came with us." Humans could use their spiritual will to find others, but beasts also had a special ability to determine the direction of what they were looking for. Ling Xiao didn't care whether Dragon Fifth was telling the truth or not. He immediately shouted at it, "I don't care anymore. Bring me over to take a look." Following his order, Dragon Fifth's body swayed and turned into a golden bolt of lightning, shooting into the distance. In a dark and cold stone forest, Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga were facing an unprecedented crisis. After they separated from Ling Xiao, they were chased by many holy beasts. Originally, with Yang Hai, a forest expert, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. However, Ling Chen always wanted to test his fighting power and have a good fight. It was also because of Ling Chen's reckless behavior that Yang Hai and Pang Tonga were in a passive position. They had attracted more holy beasts to chase after them. They had been sneaking all the way, almost running away in a panic. Pang Tonga was the strongest. In order to cover for Ling Chen and Yang Hai, he had to move forward. This made their situation even worse. In the end, they had accidentally entered the soul-chasing demon's territory without knowing it. The soul-chasing demon was an invisible monster. It was a strange existence that could attack any soul. Although the three of them were at the incipient god realm, they could still resist all the attacks of the soul-chasing demon. However, when they encountered those terrifying and powerful soul-chasing demons, they could only run away at the sight of the wind. Unfortunately, it was easy for them to break in, but it wasn't easy for them to escape. The three of them were being chased by the soul-chasing demon. At any moment, their god souls could be devoured and they would die. Chapter 15:12. Rumor had it that not many people had seen the soul-chasing demon. Some people said that it was just a mass of soul power and did not have a physical shape. It could change into all kinds of shapes. Some people said that it was very small, like a mouse beast. It had the divine power of invisibility and could attack all living creatures with souls. Some people said that it looked like a human. In short, those who had seen the appearance of the soul-chasing demon were all dead. After all, this kind of strange attacking demon was absolutely impossible to guard against, and one would easily die a violent death. Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tongga were all at incipient god realm. Their god souls had strong attacking and defensive abilities. Those who had not reached the peak of level 10 could not threaten them. On their way in, they had suffered many soul attacks from the soul-chasing demon, but they could resolve them. It was just that they had underestimated the terrifying power of the soul-chasing demon, which made people tremble with fear at the sound of its name. Those old demons that had lived for tens of thousands of years had endless soul energy. They still had level 11 existences. It was not difficult to attack their god souls. Fortunately, among the three of them, Ling Qin cultivated the ancient emperor's divine technique. His sea of consciousness was extremely strong and he could deal with it. Also, before he came in, he had prepared to give Yang Hai and Pang Tongga helmets that could defend against soul energy attacks. This kind of special divine weapon was rare in Dragon Gate. Ling Qin had taken it out to give one to him and one to Ling Xiao. However, before they came in, Ling Xiao had refused and he had not used it. Now, at the most critical moment, Ling Qin felt guilty for Yang Hai and Pang Tongga because of his impulsiveness, so he gave them the two helmets. This was also the reason why they could survive in the soul-chasing demon's territory until now. Just as Yang Hai was about to contact Ling Xiao, his helmet couldn't withstand the soul-chasing demon's attack, and it cracked. His god soul was attacked, so he could not help but scream. However, they were not dead yet. The soul-chasing demon's attack could not kill them in one hit. Unless it was a soul-chasing demon at the middle or high level of level 11, it could have such a powerful attack. Bring out your divine soul and fight them to the death. Yang Hai couldn't help but shout. However, Ling Qin shouted, "We can't see them. Once the divine soul appears, we will only be attacked by more soul-chasing demons. Hurry up and run, I can't take it anymore." Pang Tongga kept attacking in all directions, but his soul was constantly being pricked by needles. It was driving him crazy. Yang Hai's situation was not much better. His eyes were bloodshot, but he couldn't find a target to counterattack. He looked very aggrieved. On the other hand, Ling Qin might not be able to hold on for much longer. His defense wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The three sacred beasts by their side were safe and sound, but it was impossible for them to take them away. Because every time they wanted to leave, they would be restrained by something and forcefully pulled back to the surface. They could sense that they were like clouds and mist. They wanted to destroy them, but they were powerless to do so. After all, this power was traceless and couldn't be grasped. Furthermore, they were constantly being attacked by their divine souls. They were already overwhelmed. Ling Qin became more and more agitated. He kept attacking in all directions, wanting to completely destroy this place. Every time this happened, there would always be an invisible black hole that would forcefully absorb their power. This caused them to seem even more powerless, and their spirits were on the verge of collapsing. Yang Hai had already fallen to the ground, clutching his head as he screamed in pain. Immediately after, Pang Tongga couldn't take it anymore. His facial features started to overflow with blood, and he fell to the ground in pain. Ling Qin wanted to help but was powerless. He suddenly regretted impulsively coming to the Thousand Demon Forest to search for the wood-type Genesis Stone. In the end, even his sea of consciousness was broken. Countless needles pricked his divine soul, causing him unbearable pain. Fortunately, the soul power attacks of these soul-chasing demons weren't like Ling Xiao's destructive consolidated attacks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Their divine souls already possessed powerful defenses, so they could still withstand it. However, if this continued, all defenses would be useless. In the end, they would definitely be killed by these soul-chasing demons. "Quick! You guys quickly rush to the sky and ask Brother Xiao for help. Ling Qin shouted at his peak 10th level golden flood dragon while maintaining his last bit of consciousness. Yang Hai and Pang Tonga could still hear Ling Chen's words. They knew that Ling Chen's method might be useful. They also summoned their holy beasts to rush to the sky and make some noise so that Ling Xiao would know where they were. Because these soul-chasing demons were most afraid of the heavenly fire. As long as Ling Xiao was here, they believed that he could save them. It would be great if their holy beasts could bring them away. Unfortunately, there was always an unknown force that pulled them down, preventing them from leaving this place. However, they didn't know if their holy beasts could leave alone. They knew that the situation was critical. With a roar, they flew up into the sky. This time, they didn't encounter any obstruction and directly rushed out of this mountain range. Brr, brr. They didn't care if they alerted the nearby holy beasts and roared as hard as they could. Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth, who were rushing over from afar, sensed the commotion and rushed in this direction as fast as they could. Whoosh! Big brother, you must be all right. Dragon Fifth, hurry up. Ling Xiao was extremely nervous. He kept urging Dragon Fifth to speed up. Dragon Fifth's speed could be described as lightning. He crossed that distance in the blink of an eye. Those holy beasts that wanted to stop them were all left behind by Dragon Fifth. Finally, after a while, Ling Xiao arrived at the territory of the soul-chasing demons. He saw Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga's 3 holy beasts being surrounded and attacked by other holy beasts. Ling Xiao was so worried. He shouted at Dragon Fifth, "Dragon Fifth, you help them. I'm going down to check." When he arrived, Ling Xiao could already feel the feeble auras of Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga. He didn't care much and jumped down from Dragon Fifth's back. Just as he was about to land, he felt his sea of consciousness tighten as a sudden sense of danger descended upon him. His body seemed to be out of his control as he was forcefully pulled down by a powerful suction force towards the thicket. A supreme incipient God realm expert's mind was so strong. However, he couldn't bear the restraint of this force. He fell hard on the ground. At the same time, flows of soul power came from all directions, trying to enter his sea of consciousness. Is this the territory of the soul-chasing demons? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and screamed in his mind. The attacking soul power wanted to attack Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness but was blocked by Ling Xiao's Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. Moreover, it was absorbed and stored. It didn't harm Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao landed on the ground. He saw Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga not far from him. They were tortured inhumanly. They looked like they were about to go crazy. The soul power of the soul-chasing demons couldn't kill them all. However, it had tortured them to this extent. In the end, they would suck out their god souls. Ling Xiao rushed over and shouted, "Big brother, listen to my instructions, relax your body and mind and follow my will." Ling Xiao's voice shook the trees nearby. It also shook Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga, who were rolling on the ground for a short while. They followed Ling Xiao's instructions and didn't think about anything else. The moment they relaxed, they were all taken into the cauldron by Ling Xiao's thoughts. As long as they could avoid the invisible soul-chasing demons' attacks, they wouldn't be in danger for the time being. He would think of a way to help them recover later. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally calmed down. He sneered. "I even killed the fierce blood demon. What can the soul-chasing demons do to me? They're perfect for me to advance." Ling Xiao's god soul had reached the peak of low level. Moreover, his sea of consciousness had expanded once again. His soul power attacks had increased greatly. As long as he could absorb more soul power, his god soul would break through to the power of mid-level supreme incipient god realm. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid even if he had to face a mid-level supreme incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao stood where he was. At first he received a lot of soul power attacks, but after that he didn't do anything else. This made him feel quite depressed. The Ling Xiao muttered to herself, "Could it be that you're hiding because you know how powerful I am?" Then Ling Xiao's green eyes flashed. All the invisible and tangible things appeared in front of him. At this moment his face changed. What did he see that shocked him so much? He saw many shadows that looked like demons swimming around him. They didn't have a physical form. They were like mist with strange facial features. They didn't have a physical body. They looked like the remnant souls of dead humans. They swam unceasingly. Most of them were circling around him, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They looked especially ferocious. What shocked Ling Xiao wasn't their appearance. It was their terrifying number. However, there were at least tens of thousands of them around him. They were like wandering ghosts, constantly flying around here, causing people's hair to stand on end. As for the high-grade soul-chasing demons, they were relatively large in size and could transform into all types of shapes. The soul power fluctuations they possessed were extremely powerful, and 2 or 3 of them were currently shooting soul needles at him, stabbing toward his mind. With the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, Ling Xiao was almost immune to these attacks. At the same time, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop could absorb the soul power of these attacks. It was the best tonic. Ling Xiao looked very excited. If he could absorb all the soul-chasing demons here, it would be easy for him to reach the god soul of a mid-level supreme expert. Chapter 15:13. When Ling Xiao thought of this, he immediately wanted to take care of all these soul-chasing demons. He circulated the soul-controlling art, and the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop flashed with divine light. A powerful suction force was produced, sucking all the nearby soul-chasing demons into his spiritual sea. These soul-chasing demons weren't very high-leveled, so it was a piece of cake for Ling Xiao to deal with them. The number of soul-chasing demons instantly decreased by 3,000 to 4,000. Other than knowing how to use soul power to attack, they had almost no defensive power. They were simply too easy to deal with. However, they weren't too powerful. With Ling Xiao's current rank, he might only be able to break through if he sucked them all dry. However, just as he was about to increase the power of the sucking, the soul-chasing demons fled in all directions in fear. Looks like they also know that I'm not to be trifled with. They've actually all fled. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He wasn't worried that these soul-chasing demons would escape and he wouldn't be able to attract them. This was their territory, and he could sense that there was an extremely powerful soul power existence nearby. It was precisely that powerful existence that could pull him down from the sky. Meanwhile, Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga were also suppressed by that terrifying soul power and were tormented by those small demons. If he could take down a soul-chasing demon of that level, Ling Xiao's soul power would definitely increase greatly. Ling Xiao walked in that direction. He hadn't even taken a few steps when he discovered that there were quite a few high-grade soul-type spirit herbs growing nearby. There were even quite a few that had reached the sage rank. Soul-type spirit herbs were extremely rare outside, and it wasn't easy to buy them even with divine crystals. However, there were quite a few of these spirit herbs in this soul-chasing demon's territory, which delighted Ling Xiao greatly. He couldn't use them now, but to the descendants of the soul race, they were definitely very good high-grade spirit herbs for cultivation. Ling Xiao never found these things prickly. He transplanted all the low-grade ones into the medicinal cauldron, while he separated the high-grade ones and prepared to bring them back to the soul race to assist in their cultivation. Right at this moment, there was a commotion in front of him. A life form with dense soul power was approaching him. Ling Xiao sensed the extraordinariness of the qi and immediately became vigilant. When he saw the creature in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This? Could this be the legendary ghost beast?" It was a translucent holy beast that looked like a horse. Its entire body was pitch black, and its black fur was incomparably shiny. There was a hard horn on its forehead, and its eyes flickered with a strange look as it constantly let out a whooshing sound. A person with poor eyesight would think that it was a mutated black horse, but in fact, it was a real ghost beast. The reason why it was called a ghost beast was that it had the ability to become semi-invisible, and its speed was extremely fast when it ran. It was as hard to catch as a ghost, and its horn could attack with soul power, so it was called a ghost beast. Back then, it was rumored that the ancestral land of the soul race was the resting place of the ghost beast, so it had always been called the Ghost Mountain Range. However, no one had seen a ghost beast for many years, and Ling Xiao didn't have the mood to investigate. Now, a ghost beast had appeared in front of him, and it wasn't an ordinary ghost beast, but an existence that had reached the middle stage of the 10th rank. If it was a few decades ago, Ling Xiao would have taken this ghost beast for himself no matter what. This was a unique mount that the Soul Race's army had in ancient times. It was called the Ghost Battle Squad, and it dominated the heavenly domain. No one could match it. If not for the many ancient races joining forces, this Ghost Battle Squad would definitely be able to dominate the universe. However, with the passage of time, the Ghost Battle Squad had long been wiped out, and all the ghost beasts had been killed by those who discovered them. This caused everyone to think that the ghost beast might have gone extinct, or that it existed in an unknown ancient mountain range and would never appear again. Now, in front of Ling Xiao, a ghost beast that wasn't of a low rank had appeared, which really made Ling Xiao very happy. It was a pity that with his current strength, this rank was still a little low. It would be great if it could reach the 11th rank and above. However, Ling Xiao also planned to try and see if he could subdue it. When the time came, it would be good to give it to his disciple Yin Tian as a gift. This ghost beast stared at Ling Xiao, and its nostrils kept snorting, its eyes filled with a strong hostility. It cried out in shock and ran towards Ling Xiao. moving like the wind as fast as lightning. This was the best way to describe the ghost beast's speed. Although it only had the strength of the middle stage of the 10th rank, its speed was not inferior to the speed of a high-level 10th rank holy beast. It was a pity that although it was fast, it was still not worth mentioning in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao spread out his palm and a wave of spatial energy pressed down on it, forcefully trapping it in place. Whoosh! The ghost beast struggled and screamed, as if it had not expected that the human in front of it would be so strong. "Stop screaming, surrender and I'll spare your life," Ling Xiao said faintly and pressed down with his palm, smashing the ghost beast to the ground. Bang! A cloud of dust rose from the ground, and the ghost beast was smashed into the ground. It was not light. Ling Xiao had signed a contract with the Golden Wolf King long ago, but he had terminated the contract when he became the Sinjin of Goguryeo. His goal was not to find a new holy beast to be his protective spiritual beast, but because he and the Golden Wolf King had known each other for a long time, and they already had a friendship. Even if the contract was terminated, the Golden Wolf King would still be his protective holy beast, and would not have any intention of betraying him. And the main reason why Ling Xiao did this was so that if he was in danger again he would not implicate the Golden Wolf King and die with him. Today he wanted this ghost beast to surrender to him, but he didn't want to sign a contract with it. He wanted to use force to force it to surrender willingly. It wasn't easy to tame the holy beasts that were wild and hard to tame. Most of the time, they wouldn't surrender even if they died, unless the warrior could use the power of the origin to entice them. Ling Xiao was an expert cultivating soul power, so it wasn't hard for him to release the power of the origin to this ghost beast. Moreover, he had the mighty dragon's prestige, which could make many holy beasts surrender to him. Just as he was about to forcefully suppress the ghost soul beast, the ghost soul beast shot out a powerful soul power from its horn. Swoosh! This soul attack wasn't ordinary at all. Even a peak god king couldn't resist it, and even a half-incipient god realm expert had to avoid it. However, to Ling Xiao it was nothing. The dragon phoenix divine hoop easily absorbed it. "Don't struggle. Your soul power can't hurt me," Ling Xiao chuckled. The moment Ling Xiao wanted to use his soul power to force the ghost beast to surrender, he heard the sound of wind breaking behind his head. Ling Xiao didn't know what it was, but he just backhandedly thrust his palm. Boom! A massive rock was smashed into smithereens by Shi Yan. However, it was just the beginning. Many withered rocks around seemed to move at the same time. They seemed to be restrained by something as they crazily stormed towards Ling Xiao. These attacks were like turbulent currents that came out of the void, and their power was extremely fierce and powerful. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and turned around. His legs swept out violently, sweeping away all the dead trees and rocks. At this moment the ghost beast was freed. It bounced up from the ground and ran away in the direction it came from. Ling Xiao had already caught a glimpse of it, but he didn't stop it. As long as the ghost beast was still around, it would never escape from his palm. Now Shi Yan had to subdue the soul-chasing demons around first. They were at the peak of level 10, which was very close to level 11. To him they were good supplements. They knew how to manipulate objects to deal with him. They did have some tricks up their sleeves. If it were an ordinary half-incipient god realm expert here, he would have been smashed to death. Unfortunately, they weren't strong enough to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's palms continued to stretch out, pulling out the soul-chasing demons that were hiding in the surroundings. As they struggled, Ling Xiao sucked them into his sea of consciousness, temporarily storing them. When he calmed down he would refine them in one fell swoop. Do these soul-chasing demons only have this many tricks? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and mumbled to himself. If it was true he could do whatever he wanted in this place. Just as he finished speaking, another restless sound came from another direction. The commotion was so great that it caused the surrounding area to sway. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were attacking. It was another ghost beast. However, this time it wasn't just one. There were 5 ghost beasts and they were all at level 11. One of them was at the intermediate level of level 11, which made them strangely intimidating. Ling Xiao looked at the 5 ghost beasts, his eyes greedy. These were the holy beasts that he couldn't resist. Their handsome and mighty appearances weren't worse than the true dragon or the Qilin. They were similar to the dragon horse that Ling Xiao had gotten. He liked them a lot. It was a pity that he had advanced too quickly all these years, leaving the few holy beasts that he had taken in behind. Other than the current dragon 5th, even the prodigal could rarely help him. If he could have such a ghost beast, of course it would be like adding wings to a tiger. After all, this kind of holy beast could use soul power to attack just like him. It was exactly what he wanted. However, before he could subdue them, Ling Xiao had to pull himself together and fight with them. Bring it on. I will let you know how powerful this king is. Ling Xiao waved at the ghost beasts disdainfully and smiled. Before he could finish his words, 4 ghost beasts were already moving. They all stormed towards him, their hooves stomping on him. Their power wasn't any less than the attack of a low-level incipient God realm expert. Space cracks and turbulent flows appeared in the space. Chapter 15-14. The 4 ghost beasts stomped down with their 8 hooves. By the time Ling Xiao reacted, their hooves were already in front of him. Ling Xiao's reaction was astonishing. He threw his head back and roared at them. Brr. The powerful sound wave dissipated the power of their stomps and sent them flying. At the same time he moved like a ghost. His palms were like the wind, and his strength was like the sky. He was not afraid of killing them directly. His dragon-subduing palms slapped at them fiercely. Bang bang. Ling Xiao's palms landed and blasted them away. However, they did not suffer much damage and quickly stabilized themselves. Their bodies were definitely much stronger than the ferocious blood demons. After they stabilized themselves, they immediately turned around and stomped at Ling Xiao again. They split up to the left and right. They would not be satisfied until they killed Ling Xiao. They did not use their soul power attacks. They seemed to know that Ling Xiao was immune to soul power attacks, so they directly used their bodies to resist. It was already a gift from the heavens that they could use soul power to attack Tenbin. They also had the speed of the wind attribute, which was an absolute advantage. Therefore they did not have any elemental attack abilities. They could only use these advantages to kill their enemies. Originally, with these advantages, no matter what kind of human powerhouse they encountered, they would have the ability to kill above their own level. But they had encountered a freak like Ling Xiao. Not only did he have the soul power of Tenbin, but he also had the speed of the wind attribute. He also had an insanely strong body and various elemental powers that they did not have. It could be said that he was superior to them in all aspects. If they wanted to deal with Ling Xiao, it would be almost impossible for them to do so unless they were far more powerful than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shuttled back and forth among them like a dragon. One by one he blasted out his golden dragon palms and sent them flying again. But this time Ling Xiao didn't just stop there. His body moved at full speed, creating several doppelgangers and bombarding them in a frenzy. Whoosh. These ghost beasts were beaten into a bloody mess by Ling Xiao, and they screamed incessantly. As for the mid-level 11 ghost soul beast, it looked on coldly and didn't launch any attacks, as if it felt that Ling Xiao wasn't worth it. It was only when Ling Xiao had beaten up a few of its companions to the point of almost ripping them off that a hint of anger flashed past its eyes. However, it still maintained its patience and was not anxious at all, because it knew that its companion would not be defeated so easily. Sure enough, after they were dealt with by Ling Xiao, they retreated one after another. However, this didn't mean that they wouldn't attack. Instead, they planned to use their strongest attack to counterattack. Soul power attacks were their strongest attacks. Regardless of whether they were effective or not, they had to fight to the death. Swoosh. Several powerful soul powers transformed into soul-chasing needles that filled the sky and rushed towards Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. With so many terrifying soul power attacks, it was enough to completely destroy the divine spirit of a mid-level supreme martial artist. Ling Xiao could sense the direction of the soul power attacks, and he could also sense how terrifying they were. Even with the defense of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he became extremely nervous. What if he lost the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop? Wasn't his soul going to scatter and scatter? Fortunately, before all the soul power attacks hit his Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop still unleashed its powerful defense and miraculous abilities. Most of the soul power attacks were completely blocked by the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop before they could enter his sea of consciousness. A portion of them was converted into usable soul power and absorbed into his sea of consciousness for him to refine in the future. Come on, I can still take a few more attacks. Ling Xiao smiled at them. The ghost beasts were obedient, and perhaps they were unwilling to give up. They launched a new round of attacks, but it was a pity that they were all useless. In ancient times, Hun Feng was a top-notch sovereign, and one of the most powerful people in the heaven region. His Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop was one of the top-notch ancient god artifacts that he had personally forged. It was nothing much for it to block the soul power attacks of these low-leveled 11th rank ghost beasts. Even those who had reached the high-leveled 11th rank could block it. Only those who had reached the peak of the 11th rank could break through this defense. The ghost beasts were doing some useless things, and the mid-leveled 11th rank ghost beast that was sitting at the back finally roared a few times impatiently. The injured ghost spirit beasts unwillingly retreated, but they still stared at Ling Xiao with unwillingness in their eyes. They didn't understand. Didn't humans have souls? Why weren't they affected by their soul power? After all, in their eyes, only beasts wouldn't have souls and wouldn't be affected by their soul power. The mid-leveled 11th rank ghost beast slowly walked forward and raised its arrogant head. Its sharp horn was slightly longer than the others, and it flickered with a strong soul power that others couldn't see. "Hey human, you trespassed into our territory, you deserve to die. However, since this is your first offense, this prince will spare your life. Hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise this prince will trample you to death. I believe you are not my opponent." The ghost beast spat out a mouthful of air and shook its front hooves as it spoke in human language. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the ghost beast, which was known for being cold-blooded, to be so kind as to let him go. In the eyes of humans, ghost beasts were much more terrifying than other holy beasts. They could kill people without a trace, but other holy beasts didn't have this ability. Therefore, their vicious reputation had long spread far and wide. The ghost beast naturally also wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but after observing for so long, it knew that this human was very strange. The soul-chasing demon and their companions couldn't do anything to him, so it understood that it was almost impossible to keep this human here. Moreover, it already knew that there was a terrifying true dragon divine beast circling above their territory, and it came together with this human. If it used all its strength to kill this human, then the true dragon divine beast would definitely come down to fight with them. Their soul power was unable to kill the true dragon divine beast, so it took a step back and let this human retreat. Ling Xiao looked at the ghost beast and muttered to himself for a moment, then said with a faint smile, "If you are willing to submit to me, I will leave, how about it?" The ghost beast roared angrily, and its front hooves stomped on the ground, creating 2 deep pits in front of it. It then said, "Hey humans, say it again. I am a noble prince, how can I submit to you? I specialize in taking in princes. Look at that true dragon mythological beast up there. If he's the younger brother of the dragon king of the dragon race, he'll still follow me. It's your honor to be able to follow me, ghost beast prince." Ling Xiao pointed at Dragon Fifth, who was soaring in the sky, and sneered. Dragon Fifth had already saved Ling Chen and the other two's holy beasts and killed all the holy beasts in the vicinity. He didn't come down but instead stayed high in the sky to provide support at any time. The ghost beast prince was completely infuriated by Ling Xiao's words. It roared and no longer talked nonsense with Ling Xiao and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao, and its forehead fiercely smashed into Ling Xiao's chest. Even though Ling Xiao was already prepared before his battle prowess increased, his speed couldn't compare to this middle stage 11th stage ghost beast. Bang! Ling Xiao only felt a pain in his chest, and his whole body was instantly sent flying far away. His chest caved in and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The ghost beast prince didn't want to give up just like that. It continued to chase after Ling Xiao. The flashing shadows were dazzling, and before Ling Xiao could stabilize himself, the ghost beast prince's front hoof was already stomping down on him. Ling Xiao's body had already lost its balance, but he still counterattacked at this critical moment, and a dragon's roar escaped from his mouth. Roar! The terrifying power of the sound wave directly shook the nearby mountains and earth, and countless trees were smashed into pieces. The ghost beast prince that was about to step on Ling Xiao was hit by this powerful force, and its ears felt like they were about to be torn off. His body also stopped moving. Ling Xiao took advantage of this moment to reverse the situation, and erupted with 70 times his battle prowess. The injuries on his body were quickly healed, and at the same time, a series of leg shadows swept towards the ghost beast prince. Wind God's Kick was still Ling Xiao's favorite flashy move, and the leg shadows carried a strong yin chi of death, and directly attacked the ghost beast prince. The ghost beast prince was first affected by the dragon's roar attack, and the moment it stopped moving, it was immediately hit by Ling Xiao's storm-like attack, and it really couldn't take it anymore. It completely didn't expect this human to explode with such a powerful force in an instant, and it was actually not much weaker than itself. Ling Xiao also had to thank for strengthening his bloodline Tenbin in the blood pool, which increased his battle prowess. It already allowed him to have the battle prowess of a middle-level supreme being, and he had enough confidence to face the ghost beast prince. However, the ghost beast prince's strength was still higher than Ling Xiao's, and it was already not bad for Ling Xiao to be able to have a slight advantage over him. It was really not easy to use this to seriously injure the ghost beast prince. The ghost beast prince was sent flying far away, and the yin chi of death lingered around its body, making it feel a little annoyed, but this was not enough to kill it. It roared and once again rushed towards Ling Xiao. Its beast hooves were like the most powerful attack weapons, and it kicked out a terrifying force and clashed with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao clashed with it with his feet, and directly hit it high up in the sky. In terms of pure strength, Ling Xiao was slightly inferior, and Ling Xiao's advantage was that his attacks were flexible and varied, making it difficult for the Ghost Beast Prince to defend, but its speed was also able to dodge many of Ling Xiao's attacks. For a moment, one man and one beast fought in the sky. Dragon Fifth and the other 3 holy beasts watched the battle from afar, and there were also several ghost beasts below, watching the battle closely, waiting for the outcome of the battle to be decided. And there were 2 powerful auras surging from time to time below, and even Dragon Fifth had to be somewhat afraid of their power. Chapter 15:15. In the territory of the soul-chasing demons, there was a huge cave where gray fog was constantly surging. Waves of ghostly wails and cries could be heard, causing one's hair to stand on end. There were countless invisible soul-chasing demons floating around nearby. They were guarding this place like guards, and at the same time, there were dozens of ghost beasts resting nearby. Everyone only knew about the existence of the soul-chasing demons, but they didn't know that these soul-chasing demons and ghost beasts were existences that lived in the same domain. There was some kind of divine object that was rather useful for soul power nearby, and this divine object was also in this huge cave. It was quite beneficial to these 2 creatures. However, there were the most powerful soul-chasing demons and the most powerful ghost beasts guarding it, and not anyone could approach it. They were also the most powerful existences here, and could control anything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Previously, Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga were pulled down by them and forced to stay here. As for the few holy beasts of Ling Chen and the others, they could make them stay if they wanted to, but they didn't pay attention to them. Now that Ling Xiao was fighting the Ghost Beast Prince, they were all paying attention to it. Ling Xiao was naturally unaware. With his strength, he still couldn't detect existences of that level. He was currently fighting the Ghost Beast Prince and he was having a great time. Other than being fast and having a strong physical body, the Ghost Beast Prince didn't have any elemental attacks, so the danger it posed to him was much lower. Furthermore, its soul power attacks didn't have any effect on him, which allowed Ling Xiao to deal with it. His combat strength had increased by 70 times, and the power he unleashed was extremely terrifying, close to that of a mid-stage supremacy. The more Ling Xiao fought, the more excited he became, while the Ghost Beast Prince became less and less confident. As Ling Xiao's powerful moves became more and more difficult to deal with, it also felt a strange power corroding its life force, making it extremely uncomfortable. Whoosh! It let out a cry and made a feint toward Ling Xiao. It actually stopped fighting with Ling Xiao and directly rushed down the mountain below. Ling Xiao shouted, "You want to escape? No way." Ling Xiao displayed the power of the origin of the universe. Various types of attacks enveloped the Ghost Beast Prince, wreaking havoc on its body. Even if its body was incomparably sturdy, it would still suffer greatly under all these attacks. When the Ghost Beasts saw that their prince was injured, they all screamed and rushed towards Ling Xiao. At this moment, Dragon Fifth, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, immediately joined the fray. He displayed the might of an overlord as a beast king. With a shake of his dragon body, the ghost beasts were smashed into pieces. The Ghost Beast Prince didn't have anyone to help him, so he was completely overwhelmed by Ling Xiao. His body was bleeding profusely. It screamed and screamed. It seemed to be in great pain. "Submit to me," Ling Xiao said to the Ghost Beast Prince faintly. Compared to holy beasts of the same level, the Ghost Beast Prince's combat strength was not too strong, but its speed was enough to make up for everything. Moreover, its soul power attack was what Ling Xiao was interested in. It was the best choice to deal with his enemy. "Hey you! Don't even think about it, human!" The Ghost Beast Prince roared. It kept struggling, wanting to break free from Ling Xiao's origin of the universe, but it was not that easy. "Looks like you want to die." Ling Xiao laughed coldly and continued to increase his attack power. At this moment, in the dark cave under the mountain, an extremely terrifying giant hoof appeared. This giant hoof was an invisible existence. It was condensed from soul power, and ordinary people could not detect it at all. It was as if it had stepped down from the sky, possessing an unparalleled terrifying power. By the time Ling Xiao sensed it, it was already too late. Bang! Ling Xiao was smashed down from the sky by the giant hoof that seemed to be smashing down from the sky. The Ghost Beast Prince got rid of it and quickly fled down, not daring to challenge Ling Xiao again. On the other side, Dragon Fifth was also bound by another powerful invisible force, making it impossible for him to kill the other ghost beasts. Dragon Fifth was completely agitated and stimulated his hundredfold combat power. The terrifying power directly broke free from this powerful binding force. His dragon body tumbled high in the sky, causing spatial turbulence to appear and flash constantly. Many golden rays of energy flattened the mountains below. At the same time he quickly rushed towards the place where Ling Xiao fell. He could not let anything happen to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was trampled on and smashed into a mountain, his body fiercely collapsing most of the mountain. His body was deeply embedded into the mountain, and his divine body cracked. He had turned into a golden-blooded man. Ling Xiao endured the pain of this cracking and smiled bitterly, murmuring, There really is an even more powerful existence in here, otherwise no one would have dared to set foot here for so many years. When Ling Xiao arrived at this place he could sense a very strong soul power fluctuation in this place. Today his god body was smashed, which proved his assumption was correct. Soul power attacks could not only attack the knowledge sea of others, but they could also be condensed to make various attacks. Those low-level soul-chasing demons only knew how to use a single soul-chasing needle attack, while those high-level soul-chasing demons and ghost beasts could make different kinds of condensed attacks. That shadowless giant hoof just now was obviously a soul power attack from a stronger ghost beast. It should have the strength of a high-rank 11th rank, otherwise it was absolutely impossible for it to use such a powerful soul power attack. This was something he could deduce from his earlier battle with the Ghost Beast Prince. The Ghost Beast Prince's soul energy consolidated form attack was something he could still withstand. Ling Xiao quickly repaired his body, and at the same time he was thinking about how to deal with the next situation. The hidden powerful existence was so terrifying, it would not be easy for him to challenge the other party. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop could only make him immortal, but it would not be easy for it to deal with such a powerful existence. Fortunately he still had Dragon Fifth on his side. If Dragon Fifth used his source power he believed it would be enough to wreak havoc here. But what kind of peace would he gain by doing so? At this time Dragon Fifth had forcibly destroyed the nearby mountains, and he came in front of Ling Xiao and asked, "You won't die, right?" Dragon Fifth was the royal uncle of the Dragon Clan after all. He treated Ling Xiao as an equal, but he was always a little arrogant. He wasn't like the 13th prince who called Ling Xiao boss. Ling Xiao smiled and he recovered the last bit of his injuries, walked out and shook his head. "I can still take it." In the end, soul power attacks weren't as strong as tangible attacks. The only reason he was injured was because he had collided with the mountain. If not for the mountain's momentum, his divine body wouldn't have exploded. Soul power attacks and elemental attacks had their own advantages, and they could not be discussed as one. "That's good. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to my brother," Dragon Fifth replied. Ling Xiao smiled and did not reply, but he sensed that there were many soul-chasing demons rushing towards him. Perhaps they thought that Ling Xiao had been trampled to death, and wanted to take the opportunity to scrape off Ling Xiao's divine soul. However, they were destined to come back shorn, and Ling Xiao did not hesitate to absorb them. Unfortunately, there were no soul-chasing demons that were strong enough. Otherwise, he could have tried to increase his god soul, which would have given him more confidence and protection. When Ling Xiao had absorbed less than 100 low-level soul-chasing demons, a flow of powerful soul power appeared again, and another giant hoof stomped on him. Nobody could see this hoof. Even incipient God Realm experts couldn't sense it. Only warriors like Ling Xiao, who cultivated soul power, could sense it through the fluctuation of soul power. Just like Dragon Fifth, a god beast of this level was unable to sense the descent of this terrifying soul force. Ling Xiao called Dragon Fifth anxiously, "Dragon Fifth, run! Those attacks are coming again." Then he took the initiative to run away. Dragon Fifth didn't know what was going on, so he had to run away with Ling Xiao. However, this giant hoof chased after Ling Xiao as if it wouldn't be satisfied until Ling Xiao was trampled to death. After running for a while, Ling Xiao shouted, "Don't think that I can't do anything to you. Take this." Ling Xiao finally counterattacked. He shot out fiery fists that were as bright as the sun, attacking the giant hoof. The heavenly fire was the nemesis of monsters, and it was also the nemesis of souls. This kind of soul power attack could penetrate all kinds of attacks, but Ling Xiao could sense its existence, and the heavenly fire could completely incinerate this soul power. Rumble. The powerful fiery attack completely destroyed the shadowless soul power. Ling Xiao's attack succeeded and he was thrilled. He knew that the heaven flame had helped him get out of danger one more time. If it were another kind of attack, even if he could sense the existence of the soul power, he couldn't destroy it. Ling Xiao stopped and sneered, "Dragon Fifth, why don't you come with me to raid their nest?" After that, he jumped on Dragon Fifth's back and once again returned to the territory of the soul-chasing demon and the ghost beast. Since the opponent's soul power couldn't hurt him, of course he wanted to challenge them and absorb more soul power to advance his god soul. As for the ghost beast, it would depend on the situation. However, before Ling Xiao could come close, two flows of powerful soul power gushed out. One was the giant hoof attack, which was much stronger than the previous one. The other was a palm-sized soul attack, which shrouded Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth at the same time. Ling Xiao felt his hair stand on end when he saw the two flows of formidable soul power. These two flows of formidable soul power could kill a mid-level incipient God Realm expert in a second. Even a high-level incipient God Realm expert wouldn't be able to resist them. Ling Xiao had to use all of his power to resist these two terrifying attacks. Chapter 15-16. In order to deal with these two soul power attacks, Ling Xiao could only use a two-pronged approach. He was afraid that the attack of heavenly fire alone would not be able to deal with these powers. A powerful suction force erupted from Ling Xiao's divine soul. He wanted to absorb these soul power attacks into the divine Dragon Phoenix hoop so that he could benefit from it. He wanted to weaken these soul power attacks so that his fiery fists could destroy them all. The Dragon Phoenix divine hoop was worthy of being a top ancient divine artifact. Under the command of Ling Xiao's divine soul, the powerful suction it burst out was really powerful. In an instant, most of the power of these soul power attacks was drawn out, and the rest was blown up by Ling Xiao's Nine Suns heaven-burning fist. "What kind of power is this? Even I can't sense it," Dragon Fifth said with a very sullen tone. He was the dignified royal uncle of the dragons, one of the most powerful mythological beast clans in the world. Unexpectedly, he couldn't know the existence of those attacks and couldn't help Ling Xiao in any way. Naturally, he was very angry. The crisis had been resolved, but Ling Xiao had returned to the territory of the soul-chasing demon again, and directly fell towards the place where the soul power fluctuations were. He didn't dare to go to the place where the soul power fluctuations were the strongest. He knew that it was the most dangerous place and he had to think carefully. He felt that he should first absorb these hiding soul-chasing demons in the periphery, and then find a place to refine them. These soul-chasing demons were hiding in some rocks, trees and bushes, and ordinary people basically couldn't find them. Ling Xiao had green pupils and could sense the soul power fluctuations. Naturally, he could find them one by one. Ling Xiao seemed to have become ruthless. He did not care about the powerful existence in the depths, and happily devoured all of the thousands of soul-chasing demoness in the vicinity. Those soul-type holy grass and divine grass were all harvested by him. Ling Xiao only felt that the storage in his sea of consciousness was getting thicker and thicker. The soul power was already a lot, but he always felt that it was not enough. More, I have to find more. Ling Xiao was like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, constantly wandering around the nearby mountains, looking for more soul-chasing demons to absorb. However, the soul-chasing demons seemed to have received some sort of summons, and all of them actually flew towards the area with the densest soul power undulations, allowing Ling Xiao to capture a portion of the low-grade soul-chasing demons. Ling Xiao couldn't catch much now even if he wanted to, which made him quite depressed. If he wanted to refine that bit of soul power that he had saved up, even though it might allow him to advance, it definitely wouldn't give him a feeling of absolute certainty. Ling Xiao had no choice but to carefully consider whether he should continue forward and head towards the place with the densest soul power undulations. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop couldn't eliminate all soul power. If there was an even more powerful existence in that place, he would be dead if his defenses were breached. But his goal for coming here was to obtain more soul power. As long as he accumulated a little more, he could leave satisfied and no longer be entangled here. Damn it, what's there to be afraid of? At worst, I'll burn the soul-chasing demons and ghost beasts again. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and prepared to continue forward. This was related to the advancement of his divine soul. He absolutely couldn't shrink back. However, he hadn't taken a few steps when two shadows appeared in front of him. These were impressively two ghost beasts. One of them Ling Xiao recognized. It was the ghost beast prince that he had fought with before. There was a black hair on its neck that was burned off by him. The other ghost beast appeared to be much stronger, and the soul power on its horn was constantly revolving, appearing incomparably dense and powerful. The ghost beast prince was half a body behind it, and it also didn't seem to have the lofty status of the other ghost beast. This ghost spirit beast was the true king of this place, a powerful existence of the 11th step. And previously, when Ling Xiao was repeatedly trampled by the giant hoof prince, it was also the masterpiece of this ghost beast king. Dragon Fifth glared at the ghost beast king, then said to Ling Xiao, It's very strong, come behind me. Don't worry, I don't think they're disgusting. Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. The two ghost beasts came to a distance of 500 meters from Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth, and the ghost beast king said faintly, "Human, we've already allowed you to leave. What else do you want? Just now you stomped on them to your heart's content, and now you're saying that we're allowed to leave? You guys make it sound so easy." Ling Xiao refuted with a faint smile. They appeared here but did not immediately launch an attack, presumably because they had their own considerations. No matter what their intentions were, Ling Xiao had to properly deal with them and see what benefits he could reap. Before the Ghost Beast King could speak, the Ghost Beast Prince screamed, "Do you think we're afraid of you? As long as our king gives the order, our army will flatten you immediately." As soon as it finished speaking, many ghost beasts appeared in the surroundings. Several of them had reached the 11th rank, while the rest were between the 10th and 9th rank. There were hundreds of them. At the same time, there were many soul-chasing demons surrounding them. Some of them were at level 11 and their soul power was tremendous. This made Ling Xiao's eyes redden. This kind of soul-chasing demon was enough to kill any incipient God Realm expert in a second. Even if they couldn't kill them instantly, they could swallow their god souls. However, Ling Xiao could feel that the strongest soul-chasing demon wasn't here. It should still be in the area with the strong energy fluctuations. Do you want to scare us? Before Ling Xiao could speak, Dragon Fifth shouted in fear. His powerful dragon power sparkled with a dazzling gold light, which made all the beasts fear and submit to it. The ghost beasts around them were no exception. They almost wanted to kneel down. Only the ghost beasts at level 11 and above could not be affected by the dragon power. The Ghost Beast King roared, telling his people that they didn't need to be afraid of the true dragon's power. After all, it was the king of beasts here. "Dragon King, this is our territory. Don't even think about showing off." The Ghost Beast King stomped its front hooves, angrily staring at Dragon Fifth. It was stronger than Dragon Fifth, so it wasn't afraid of him. However, it knew that the true dragon clan couldn't be judged by common sense. If they fought, it wasn't sure that it would have the upper hand. However, in front of its people, it couldn't afford to be weak. As soon as it finished speaking, the nearby ghost beasts all roared in unison, as if they wanted to defend their king's dignity. Dragon Fifth roared again. He couldn't stand these low-level races provoking his dragon power. He wanted to teach them a lesson. At this time Ling Xiao said, "Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because this is your territory? Then I'll completely destroy this place. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant." After saying that, he summoned the heavenly fire pearl and made it turn into a firebird that circled in the sky and screeched. A level 11 firebird's flame power was terrifying. It was the nemesis of these soul beasts and soul beasts. Previously, the blood-fierce demon could use the incomparably dense baleful death chi to suppress the heavenly fire, but how could these ghost beasts and soul-chasing demons suppress such a high-level heavenly fire? Bang bang. The firebird circled around and the area within a radius of several thousand meters immediately burst into flames. The flames illuminated the area red, and the temperature instantly rose. Those ghost beasts were shocked and immediately fled far away. Those high-level soul-chasing demon beasts were the fastest to escape. Some of the low-level soul-chasing demon beasts were touched by the fire and were immediately incinerated. The Ghost Soul Beast King and the Ghost Soul Beast Prince both leapt into the air, hissing non-stop, but there was nothing they could do. How could their soul power extinguish the fire? They didn't have any elemental power to use, and it was difficult to use the black hole created by their soul power to transfer the fire away. Ling Xiao also knew that enough was enough. He let the firebird return to his side. He really didn't want this place to be destroyed. "If I want to leave this place, I can do it at any time. If I want to destroy this place, I can do it at any time. What do you think?" Ling Xiao leapt up and looked at them with a wicked expression. The Ghost Beast King finally revealed a change in expression. If it were any other human, it could use soul power to kill them or use brute force to trample them to death. However, the human in front of it not only had the true dragon protection, but could also defend against soul power attacks. He also had the heavenly fire that could restrain them. It was simply helpless. "What do you want?" the Ghost Beast King roared angrily. "Hee, I don't want to do anything. Let the prince beside you accompany me to walk around. Also, find me some divine items that can increase my soul power and we'll leave immediately. How about it?" Ling Xiao laughed. From the looks of it, he had grasped the weakness of these ghost beasts. He could take advantage of this opportunity to reap some benefits. "Impossible. How can our prince follow you?" The Ghost Beast King shouted angrily. This prince was the future successor of their race. How could they let him follow this human? I'll bring him around. It'll be beneficial for his growth. In the future I can also let him return here. Look at Uncle Dragon, isn't he also following by my side? This way he can increase his experience and knowledge. What's the use of always staying in one place? Ling Xiao persuaded. No matter what you say, we won't agree. The Ghost Soul Beast King refused. Then it said, we can let you pick any divine grass here. This is the biggest concession we can make. It's easy for me to pick the divine herbs here. Do you think you can do anything to me? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then he said, if you don't agree, I'll immediately let it burn your place down. I believe you won't mind, right? As Ling Xiao spoke, he pointed to a place not far away that was shrouded in black fog and had an extremely powerful soul power fluctuation. He was sure that there was definitely an amazing soul power divine item there. He really wanted to go and investigate. How dare you, the Ghost Soul Beast King shouted angrily. It really wanted to rush up and trample Ling Xiao to death. However, the true dragon was protecting him, which made it quite depressed. At this moment, the Ghost Beast Prince said, what benefits do I get from following you? Chapter 15-17. Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect the Ghost Beast Prince to take the initiative to ask. This was a prelude to proving that there was a chance. Of course there are many benefits. Other than what I said just now, you can travel all over the world and see all the living beings in the world. You can also have many beast cores to swallow in advance. Maybe you can surpass the king beside you very soon. How about following me? I won't sign a contract with you. If you want to come back here, I can let you come back anytime. Ling Xiao said in an even more enticing tone. The Ghost Beast King was not having it. It stared at the prince and said, humans have been extremely cunning since ancient times. Don't fall for his tricks. At this time Dragon Fifth also spoke up for Ling Xiao. Do you think I will fall for his tricks? He is the human emperor born from the heavens. If you follow him, there will only be benefits. There are no disadvantages. Then it said to Ling Xiao, call out the Fire Qilin Prince as well. Otherwise they won't believe you. Ling Xiao nodded, then summoned the prodigal and let him return to his true form. The prodigal was a little lower in level compared to them, but the power of the divine beast did not seem to be weak. Moreover, the power of the flames was also extraordinary. Boss, do you want me to destroy them? The prodigal growled at the Ghost Beast King, then asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao patted the prodigal's body and said, we'll talk about this later. Let's see if they know what's good for them first. Then he looked at the Ghost Beast King and the prince and said, this is the prince of the Fire Qilin race. He and I are brothers. I will never mistreat him. As long as you follow me, I will not mistreat you either. This time, the prodigal was a little unhappy and said, boss, what's so good about these black things? Wouldn't it be better if I found you a few more powerful ones? The Ghost Beast King was unhappy. Hey, say that again if you dare. Just say it. What's the big deal? You are an abandoned race. You don't even have the power of Tenbin. You are the weakest among all the races. The prodigal said arrogantly. I'll stomp you to death. The Ghost Beast King could not stand others insulting its race and finally went crazy. Like a gust of wind, it appeared in front of the prodigal in the blink of an eye and stomped heavily on him. Fortunately, Dragon Fifth, who was at the side, was also on guard. He swung his tail and swept it towards the Ghost Beast King. If he continued to step on Ling Xiao, he would have to eat Dragon Fifth's tail. That would be a great loss. The Ghost Soul Beast King was extremely fast. In an instant, it leaped up and dodged Dragon Fifth's attack. At the same time, its giant hoof shadow continued to stomp down. Dragon Fifth was already in front of him, blocking the Ghost Beast King's attack. The Ghost Beast King's huge body had actually been stomped into the ground. The Ghost Beast King was as fast as lightning. Dragon Fifth could not bite it immediately. Instead, it stomped on him a few times, causing it to roar in anger. The Ghost Soul Beast King was as fast as lightning, and Dragon Fifth could not bite it in time. Instead, it stomped on him a few times, causing it to roar in anger. At this time, Ling Xiao shouted, Ghost Beast King, if you continue to be arrogant, I will immediately burn your nest down. As Ling Xiao said this, the Firebird released a terrifying firepower. Many fire feathers shot out in all directions. The fire instantly burned half the sky, scaring the ghost beasts into scattering. What they were most afraid of was the power of the heavenly fire. No matter how high their level was, they did not want to come into contact with the heavenly fire. Otherwise, they would not be able to get rid of the fire. That would be a dead end. What they feared the most was the power of the origin heavenly flame. No matter how high their level was, They did not want to touch even the slightest bit of the origin heavenly flame. Otherwise they would not be able to get rid of the flames and die. The Ghost Soul Beast King felt the burning of the heavenly fire and immediately retreated, no longer entangled with Dragon Fifth. However, Dragon Fifth refused to budge. He finally took out the Dragon Pearl, and a terrifying power exploded in the area. The boundless dragon's might was vast and mighty, and its power was close to the power of a stage 11 expert. The Ghost Soul Beast King finally revealed a panicked expression. If Ling Xiao's heavenly fire and Dragon Fifth wanted to destroy their territory, they wouldn't be able to stop them. What should they do? Stop, human. I'm willing to follow you. The Ghost Beast Prince shouted. Previously, it had asked Ling Xiao what benefits it would bring him because it wanted to explore the outside world with Ling Xiao. At their level, their intelligence was not much different from that of humans. They were very curious about many things they did not know. He was also very interested in Ling Xiao. His previous battle with Ling Xiao had made him feel very refreshed. Ling Xiao was accompanied by a true dragon mythological beast. Even if he followed Ling Xiao, it wouldn't be a loss of face for him as the prince of the Ghost Beast clan. Now that it saw Ling Xiao summon the Fire Qilin clan's prince, it was even more tempted. Those who could be recognized by the Qilin clan had to have great luck to be qualified. Therefore, it believed what Dragon Fifth had said. The human in front of it should have a unique side. The most important thing was that this human also had a very powerful soul power Tenbin, which was very similar to the Ghost Soul Beast clan. This was the reason why it was willing to follow him. The current situation was extremely dangerous. If the human in front of them allowed the heavenly fire to destroy their clan's land, it would definitely be difficult for them to accept. It was better to just leave with this human. In any case, he had said that he could bring it back here at any time. It was unknown if Ling Xiao did not hear it on purpose or if he regretted it, but he did not reply. The fire bird continued to burn in all directions, causing the territory of the Ghost Soul clan and the soul-chasing demon to be on fire. Meanwhile, Dragon Fifth had forced the Ghost Beast King into a sorry state. After all, the Ghost Soul Beast King did not have any elemental power, and its soul power was simply unable to do anything to Dragon Fifth. Furthermore, when Dragon Fifth spat out the Dragon Pearl, its power would definitely be extremely terrifying. Whether it was in terms of physical body or strength, Dragon Fifth had surpassed the Ghost Beast King. Furthermore, his speed had also increased greatly. In such a situation, how could the Ghost Beast King have any chance of winning? The Ghost Beast King's body had been severely injured by Dragon Fifth's metal attribute power, and its counterattack against Dragon Fifth was completely useless. It was unable to injure Dragon Fifth at all. The dragon's might was vast, and its battle prowess was like the heavens. Dragons were the most powerful race in the world. They were the favored children of the heavens. Their unique advantage was definitely not something that any holy beast could challenge. The Ghost Beast Prince became more and more anxious. It said to Ling Xiao again, "Human, quickly stop. I am willing to submit to you as long as you are willing to let my king and my other races go." The fire had already burned everything in the vicinity. If this continued, this place would definitely be destroyed. No matter what the reason was, the Ghost Beast Prince had no choice but to lower its proud head like Ling Xiao, who said that beasts had no feelings. For beasts like them, the more intelligent they were, the more emotions they had. Ling Xiao felt the sincerity of the Ghost Beast Prince and felt that it was about time. He did not really have any intention of destroying this place. "All of you stop." Ling Xiao shouted at Dragon Fifth and the Fire Bird. As his voice rang out, Dragon Fifth roared angrily with some unwillingness. He let the Ghost Beast King go, and the Fire Bird also stopped its fire plume attack. Ling Xiao gestured to the Fire Bird again, and it absorbed all of its flames. At this time he looked at the Ghost Beast King. It had already been tortured by Dragon Fifth to the point that its flesh was bleeding profusely. It looked very pathetic. On the other hand, Dragon Fifth's momentum had plummeted. The Dragon Pearl was where his power was, and every attack had a great amplification effect. Naturally, the consumption was very high. "Can we have a good talk now?" Ling Xiao said firmly. The Ghost Soul Beast King coldly roared with unwillingness, then looked at the prince and said, "You decide for yourself, but you must not let other beasts look down on our race." "Oh, don't worry, King. I will definitely not weaken the prestige of my race," the Ghost Beast Prince replied seriously. The Ghost Beast King roared at the sky, and the nearby Ghost Beasts also roared in unison, as if they were all sending the Ghost Beast Prince off. The Ghost Beast Prince also roared a few times, then rushed over. After rubbing his body with the Ghost Beast King, he came to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Master, I will follow you from now on. I hope that you will give me a chance to return to my race in the future." Ling Xiao smiled happily, then went forward and caressed the ghost beast prince's forehead. He said, "Don't worry, I said that I will not treat you badly. When you get tired of following me, I will let you return here." "Thank you, master," the ghost beast prince replied. Ling Xiao said, "From now on you can call me boss like the prodigal. I will call you Ghost Beast. Accompany me to explore the world so that you can become a stronger existence one day." The Ghost Beast Prince rubbed his forehead against Ling Xiao, then roared. This was his acknowledgement of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was very excited. He had finally subdued a Ghost Beast, and it was a Ghost Beast Prince, an existence at the intermediate stage of the 11th rank. With its soul power attack, it was definitely enough to make people tremble in fear. However, when he was outside, he definitely could not let the Ghost Beast Prince show its true form. Otherwise, it would definitely invite a fatal disaster. Of course, there was no need to do so when facing an opponent that was not a threat. Now that Ling Xiao had the Ghost Beast Prince as his follower, everything else would be easy. With Ling Xiao's trickery, he told the Ghost Beast King that he was already a friend of their race. No matter what, he had to give him some special gifts. Otherwise, it would not be enough. The Ghost Beast King could not refuse, so he allowed Ling Xiao to go not far from the place where the soul power fluctuation was strong. He let Ling Xiao choose some soul-type divine grass nearby. Ling Xiao looked at the Ghost Beast grass that grew here and was so excited that he almost jumped up. These spiritual grasses couldn't be compared to the spiritual grasses he had encountered in the periphery. These spiritual grasses had a great strengthening effect on the soul and could also expand one's knowledge by several times. They were spiritual grasses that any cultivator would love to obtain. After all, the strength of the soul also greatly affected a martial artist's cultivation tenbin and comprehension. Chapter 15:18. Ordinary ghost grass naturally had no effect on Ling Xiao, but those that reached the divine level and above naturally had a considerable effect. At the same time, they could also help Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga recover their divine soul power and heal their injuries. Moreover, there were many soul-chasing demons wandering around nearby. It was precisely because of their existence that so many ghost grass could be nurtured. The Ghost Beast Prince had already told Ling Xiao not to attack those soul-chasing demons, because if Ling Xiao took them in, it was equivalent to cutting off the Ghost Beast clan's food supply. This was also why when the soul-chasing demons were being dealt with by Ling Xiao, the Ghost Beast clan came out to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao finally understood the reason and was embarrassed to attack these soul-chasing demons again. Ling Xiao walked around and did not find any existence above the 11th level among these ghost grass, which made him extremely depressed. As long as he had a stock of ghost grass that reached the supreme level, he could make his divine soul power go up another level. He felt such a pity in his heart and really wanted to capture a few powerful soul-chasing demons to refine at all costs. Fortunately, the Ghost Beast King did not mistreat this friend of his. It returned to the cave abode with strong soul power fluctuations and took out some divine items that made Ling Xiao ecstatic. "My clan's prince follows by your side, so you are a friend of my clan. These things are a gift from my clan to you. I hope that you can treat my clan's prince well in the future and wait for him to come back and take over my position one day," the Ghost Beast King said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the things in front of him and almost drooled. Okay, don't worry, I will treat ghosts like my own brothers," Ling Xiao said, and could not wait to receive those things in front of him. Why could these things make Ling Xiao so excited? Because it was a supreme divine material that could make his divine soul realm go up another level. It was also ghost grass, but the 3 stalks in front of him were definitely of the king grade among ghost grass. The soul power they emitted was very strong, making Ling Xiao want to swallow them immediately. Apart from that, there was also an inconspicuous black stone. Most people who saw this stone would definitely think that it was a very ordinary stone. There was nothing special about it and they would throw it away. However, Ling Xiao knew that this was definitely a top-notch divine grade stone. It was a soul-nurturing stone that could compare to the 5-colored divine heaven stone. The soul-nourishing stone could nourish, strengthen, and gather souls. In short, it was definitely worth more than 10 billion divinity crystals to those who cultivated soul power. There were so many soul-chasing beasts here, and there were even ghost beasts living here. Sure enough, this place had unique natural conditions, and this soul-nourishing stone was the real existence that attracted them. This soul-nurturing stone wasn't too big. Obviously, it was just an inconspicuous stone in the cave. There were definitely bigger and more soul-nurturing stones there. Otherwise, the Ghost Spirit Beast King and those level 11 soul-chasing demons would not be guarding there. Even though Ling Xiao had cultivated to his current realm, this soul-nurturing stone was still useful to him. It could help his soul power become stronger faster. However, Ling Xiao had the soul-controlling art. As long as he killed enemies, he could absorb their souls to strengthen his own soul power. The help that this soul-nurturing stone provided him was much weaker. However, to the soul race, it could definitely be used as a cornerstone item to support their sect. With it, the soul race could definitely rise again. It would not be a problem to once again restore the prestige of the ancient race. Ling Xiao was absolutely satisfied with these divine items. This trip to the 10,000 demon forest could be considered to be worthwhile. Ling Xiao put them away and wasn't in a hurry to leave this place. He wanted to have a good seclusion so that his soul power could increase by another level. This way it would be much safer in the myriad demon forest. Of course, before that he had to ask Ling Qin, Yang Hai and Pang Tonga to come out and heal their god soul wounds first. Although they were at incipient god realm, their god soul power wasn't really strong. Thus, the ghost soul grass at divine level was enough to heal their wounds. They didn't need to use the 3 supreme plants at incipient god realm. When their souls were completely healed, the dispirited look on their faces was finally swept away, and they all looked at Ling Xiao with incredulity. Ling Xiao touched his face and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face?" The 3 of them shook their heads. Then Ling Qin took a step forward and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Xiao. Without you we would have fallen here. Those soul-chasing demons are too strange." Yang Hai and Pang Tonga also looked at Ling Xiao with gratitude and admiration. They all knew that Ling Xiao was weaker than them, but he could save them when they were in danger and heal their soul wounds. This ability wasn't something they could compare with. At this time they started to treat Ling Xiao seriously again. Before this, they all thought that Ling Xiao was just a supreme god alchemist. What he relied on the most was his heaven-defying alchemy skills. Now it seemed that Ling Xiao wasn't just good at alchemy. He also had something that they didn't know about. It was enough for him to do whatever he wanted in the myriad demon forest. Looking around, the ghost spirit beasts that could attack the god soul didn't have any hostility towards them. It was as if they didn't exist. They even thought that Ling Xiao was an amazing celestial being. This was an extremely ferocious beast race. They actually allowed them to stay here and even allowed Ling Xiao to pick the ghost spirit grass that they specifically ate. They really couldn't understand what method Ling Xiao had used to do it. "Big brother, there's no need to say such words. We're all helping each other here. Maybe the next time I'm in danger, I'll have to rely on you guys to help me," Ling Xiao replied. He then said, "You guys walk around here. I plan to go into seclusion for a few days before heading to the Ghost Tree Demon's territory with you guys." "The god alchemist's master is going into seclusion at this time?" Yang Hai asked in confusion. Pang Tonga also frowned slightly. He didn't understand which door Ling Xiao was going into. Ling Xiao's strength was still far from breaking through to the next level. Even if he went into seclusion, he wouldn't be able to break through to the next level. Ling Qin knew that Ling Xiao couldn't be judged by common sense. He immediately smiled and said, Go ahead. We'll wait here for you to come out of seclusion." At this time, Ling Xiao looked at Pang Tonga and found that his blood chi was much weaker than when he entered the demon forest. Thus he asked, "Pang Tonga, were you injured before this?" Before Pang Tonga could speak, Yang Hai said from the side, "Sai, after we separated from you, old Pang covered our retreat many times. He was injured many times and lost a lot of essence and blood. It was us who dragged old Pang down." Ling Qin also nodded and said, "That's right. Old Pang suffered a lot for us. When we return to the sect, I'll definitely compensate him. Brother Xiao, you have to thank him on behalf of Big Brother." However, Pang Tonga waved his hand and said, "Just like what Alchemist Ling said, since we're here we have to protect and help each other. Otherwise we might all die here. My loss is nothing. In any case, I don't expect to advance any further." Ling Xiao finally understood. It turned out that Pang Tonga had lost his essence and blood in order to take care of Ling Qin and Yang Hai's safety. No wonder his expression was so ugly. "We should indeed thank old Pang. He's already tired you out by accompanying us here. This is a god's blood bead. It should be able to help you recover your essence and blood," Ling Xiao said as he took out a god's blood bead and handed it to Pang Tonga. Pang Tonga's expression instantly became excited. He accepted the god's blood bead and said in surprise, "That's great. Thank you, Alchemist Ling. With this god's blood bead, my recovery won't be a problem." Although he said that he didn't care, in reality he didn't want to lose his essence and blood for no reason. This would greatly affect his condition. Ling Qin and Yang Hai saw Ling Xiao casually take out a god's blood bead and were somewhat envious. The god's blood bead could increase one's essence and was a rare divine item for them. However, it was said that only the blood pool would condense a divine item. How could Ling Xiao have one? Could it be that Ling Xiao had already found the blood pool? However, that was the territory of the fierce blood demon. The danger was no less than the territory of the soul-chasing demon. For so many years, no one had heard of anyone finding the blood pool and coming out alive. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain anything to them. He took out another 2 god's blood beads and gave one to each of them. This was obtained by chance. Good things should be shared with everyone. Take it, Ling Xiao said. Ling Qin and Yang Hai were extremely excited. They were even more certain that Ling Xiao had found the blood pool. They were really envious. Brother Xiao, these god's blood beads are extremely precious. You should use them sparingly, Ling Qin said. He was afraid that Ling Xiao didn't know the value of the god's blood beads. It was not worth it to give them away. Yang Hai laughed dryly and said, "Yes, Master Alchemy God. You should keep these god's blood beads for emergencies." It was obvious that his words were somewhat insincere. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Come on, don't talk nonsense. I can take it out for you. Of course I have my own stock. Hurry up and put it away. Otherwise I will really regret it." He said boldly in his heart, "How can I take back something that I've given away?" Since Ling Xiao said so, Ling Qin and Yang Hai no longer stood on ceremony with him. After Ling Xiao said a few more words, he opened a cave abode in a mountain and entered seclusion. He was striving to break through to the intermediate level. Only Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tongga were left. Yang Hai sighed to Ling Qin and said, "Sect Master Ling Qin, Master Alchemy God is really a godly person. This area is the territory of the soul-chasing demons and we were tortured badly. His arrival solved the problem and stopped those soul-chasing demons from attacking us. He also let these ghost beasts live in peace with us. It's unbelievable." The reason why Yang Hai praised Ling Xiao in front of Ling Qin was because he wanted to use Ling Qin's mouth to test Ling Xiao's talent and how he could do this. Chapter 15-19. Pang Tongga was also interested to hear what Ling Qin had to say. They had been at the supreme incipient god realm for many years, so they didn't pay much attention to the young talents. Even though Ling Xiao had become the #1 supreme alchemy god in the Sky Dragon region, they didn't know much about him. After all, Ling Xiao's rise was too fast. It was hard to believe. Ling Qin revealed a proud expression and said with a smile, "To be honest, my little brother Xiao is a freak. I don't know how many trump cards he has." After Ling Qin sighed, he started to talk about some of Ling Xiao's glorious deeds after he returned to the Kim people. Yang Hai and Pang Tongga didn't have any of the dignity of a supreme incipient god realm expert. They sat on the ground and listened to Ling Qin talk about Ling Xiao's deeds. After they heard it, they were shocked by Ling Xiao. They respected Ling Xiao even more. He didn't have a god body, but he had a cultivation speed that was faster than a god body. In less than 100 years, he had reached the supreme incipient god realm from the Holy Emperor. He was also one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. He was also the honorary vice hall master of the Medicine League. All these things that ordinary people couldn't do were discovered by Ling Xiao. They finally understood why Ling Qin said that Ling Xiao was a freak. He wasn't wrong at all. Originally, Yang Hai had chosen to follow Ling Xiao for the time being. After he received the supreme god pellets from Ling Xiao, he would choose a chance to leave. He believed that at that time, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He had to admit that Yang Hai was also a cunning person. However, after listening to Ling Qin talk about Ling Xiao's deeds, his heart quietly changed. If he loyally followed such a monstrous master, would his future be even more prosperous than it was now? Or perhaps it would not be a big problem to take 1 or 2 more steps forward. As for Pang Tongga, he also had the same thoughts. He felt that perhaps attaching himself to Ling Xiao and serving him as his master was not a bad choice. It was just that he was used to being free and unfettered with his wife. He really wasn't used to following around others. However, he thought that even if he did not follow Ling Xiao, he had to take the opportunity to have a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already entered a short period of seclusion, so he naturally did not know the changes that Yang Hai and Pang Tongga had made to him. Ling Xiao had been waiting for his spirit to break through to the intermediate supremacy realm for a very long time. Although he had the help of the soul-controlling art, he didn't know how long it would take for him to make a breakthrough by simply relying on cultivation to strengthen his soul force bit by bit. Along the way, he had been absorbing the souls of his enemies or absorbing soul-type spirit herbs to strengthen his soul force. This was also why his soul force was able to advance faster than his physical body. Right now, he was prepared to absorb the soul-chasing demon's energy and the ghost beast's soul power attacks. Coupled with a stalk of supreme ghost soul grass, he would definitely be able to advance. After all, his soul force had been stuck at the peak of the elementary supremacy realm for a long time. He had already accumulated enough soul force and was just lacking a bit of energy support. Ling Xiao sat down and entered a meditative state. When he adjusted his state of mind to the most optimal state, he began to refine the soul force that he had absorbed and stored up. The balls of soul force that could not be seen or touched continuously glowed and were forcefully added to Ling Xiao's soul, allowing him to strengthen his soul force bit by bit and increase his soul force. As more and more soul force was swept up by him, his soul force finally had a feeling that it wanted to break through the shackles and undergo a new transformation. Ling Xiao operated the soul-controlling art and constantly created opportunities for a breakthrough, causing his soul force to flicker with waves of refined energy. His aura continued to rise. Just as his soul force was about to advance, Ling Xiao quickly threw the ghost spirit grass that he had prepared earlier into his mouth. Suddenly, a wave of pure and powerful soul force instantly rushed into Ling Xiao's soul force, causing his soul force to instantly become incomparably powerful. The soul force's aura instantly broke through his neck and reached the intermediate supremacy realm. However, even after reaching this realm, the power of the ghost spirit grass was still not completely absorbed. There was still a lot of energy that continuously rushed into his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao's soul force did not reject anything that came, absorbing all the energy cleanly and converting it all into his own strength. At this moment, the power of Ling Xiao's soul force once again skyrocketed. Ling Xiao's soul force had originally been stuck at the peak of the low-level supremacy realm for a long time. While his body was becoming stronger, his soul force had never broken through. The reason for this was that he lacked an opportunity. Now that he had absorbed the power of the soul-chasing demon and the ghost spirit grass, not only did he directly break through, but he also reached the intermediate supremacy realm in one step. Don't underestimate the small gap between the initial supremacy realm and the middle supremacy realm. It was a huge gap in terms of strength. After all, when one reached the incipient god realm, it would take more than 1,000 years of accumulation for every small step up. It was really gratifying that Ling Xiao could reach this realm in one fell swoop right after he had just broken through. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and a bright smile appeared on his face. His joy couldn't be concealed at all. Finally, I broke through again. It's been so hard. Ling Xiao heaved a heavy sigh and muttered to himself with a smile. With his soul force at this realm, he had more confidence. Ordinary supremacy incipient god realm experts or level 11 holy beasts couldn't deal with him. With his 70 times combat power, he could even fight against a peak supremacy realm expert. With his trump cards, he might even be able to defeat them. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's smile grew wider and his confidence grew stronger. He believed that it wouldn't take long before his name, Ling Xiao, would be carved on the supremacy list. Ling Xiao calmly left the seclusion. Ling Qin, Yang Hai and Pang Tonga had been waiting for a long time. Looking at Ling Xiao's smiling face, they already knew that Ling Xiao must have gained something from this short seclusion. Big brother, Elder Yang, Elder Pang, we should be on our way again. This time we definitely can't make any mistakes. Ling Xiao said to them seriously. Ling Qin revealed a bit of shame and said, "You're right, big brother is too impulsive. From today onwards, we'll try our best to avoid those powerful holy beasts and rush to the Ghost Tree Ridge as soon as possible." If he hadn't wanted to challenge some holy beasts to test his strength, they wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. "All right, then let's go now," Ling Xiao replied and then called out, "Ghost, come here." As his voice fell, the sound of hooves came from afar. A handsome ghost beast rushed over quickly and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. The ghost beast had the divine power of being semi-invisible. Under the night sky, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see its existence with the naked eye. This was the best mount for fighting at night. Ling Xiao gently stroked the ghost beast prince's neck and said, "We're about to leave. Do you have any more questions?" "Boss, I don't have any questions," the ghost beast prince said with excitement. The ghost beast clan had been living here for a long time. As the ghost beast prince, he rarely left this land. At most, he would wander around the forest for a few days. Now that he could leave the clan's land with Ling Xiao and travel around, he was extremely excited to see all kinds of beasts and broaden his horizons. "That's good," Ling Xiao replied and then said, "Do you know where the Ghost Tree Demon's territory is?" "Ghost Tree Demon? Boss, are you talking about those ghost trees that can attack?" The Ghost Beast Prince asked in surprise. Ling Xiao was happy when he heard this. He could feel that the Ghost Beast Prince should know where the Ghost Tree Demon's territory was. He immediately nodded and said, Yes, those ghost trees that can attack. The Ghost Beast Prince said, Boss, that place is very evil. I think it's better if you don't go there. Once you're tied up by them, you'll be strangled to death. When I was young, I accidentally barged in. If it wasn't for my king saving me, I would have died a long time ago. After pausing for a moment, he revealed a worried expression and said, I heard that the illusory demon race also lives there. They are even more lethal to you humans. What, the illusory demon is also at the Ghost Tree Ridge? Ling Qin couldn't help but exclaim. Yang Hai and Pang Tonga both revealed expressions of shock. Just as the Ghost Beast Prince had said, the illusory demon was even more lethal to humans. Once their minds were controlled, they could only die or become the illusory demon's puppets. If the illusory demon and the Ghost Tree demon were together, they would be in even more trouble. The Ghost Tree demon itself had a strong elemental attack. It was already very difficult for them to deal with it. Adding the illusory demon, one could imagine how terrifying this lineup was. The Ghost Beast Prince ignored Ling Chen and said to Ling Xiao, Boss, if there's no need, I think it's better not to go. Ling Xiao laughed and said, Other than knowing a bit of illusory arts, the illusory demon doesn't have any killing power. They're nothing to worry about, and those ghost trees are even less of a threat. My heavenly fire can completely burn them. When Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga heard Ling Xiao's words, the unease in their hearts immediately disappeared. They didn't know why, but they suddenly had a great sense of confidence in Ling Xiao, as if Ling Xiao said he was nothing to be afraid of, then he was nothing to be afraid of. Every single one of them here was at a higher realm than Ling Xiao, but now they were following Ling Xiao's lead. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was born with the temperament of a leader, and it gave people the aura of an emperor to worship. Alright, since boss has this confidence, I'll bring you guys on a trip. However, it's still quite a distance from here, and we'll have to pass through the lands of many other races. You guys must be careful, don't provoke them or else there'll be big trouble. The Ghost Beast Prince replied. And don't worry, we won't provoke them. If they provoke us, then they'll be in big trouble. Ling Xiao said confidently. Immediately after, he flipped over and sat on the Ghost Beast Prince's back, leading the way to the Ghost Ridge. Chapter 1520. The territory of the Ghost Tree Demon was quite far from the territory of the Ghost Beasts. With the Ghost Beast Prince leading the way, Ling Xiao and the others avoided many detours, and also avoided conflicts with many holy beasts. But sometimes when Ling Xiao saw some divine objects, he couldn't help but take action and put them away. From time to time they would cause trouble. Fortunately, their group was strong enough, and with Dragon Fifth, the true dragon divine beast, they didn't encounter any great danger. As for existences that were more powerful than them, the Ghost Beast Prince would take them around and avoid provoking those terrifying existences. After half a month they finally arrived near the Ghost Tree Demon. At this time, the undying tree LV Wang in Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness continuously transmitted its aura to Ling Xiao. It actually had a great affinity with the aura here, and really wanted to come out and take a look. Now that Ling Xiao didn't let it out, he comforted it for a while and it finally calmed down. The Ghost Beast Prince stopped at a place, looked at an extremely dense forest in front of them and said, In front of us is the territory of those ghost trees. They look the same as other trees, but every one of them can attack people and they can also run. It's really too difficult to deal with them. The illusory demon king is also nearby, and there will be illusory demons coming out at any time. Other than Ling Xiao, Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga's expressions all became serious. They knew how terrifying these two monsters were. Once they came into contact with them, it would definitely be fatal. Why don't you all stay in my medicine cauldron and I'll personally deal with these monsters? Ling Xiao asked them. Ling Xiao said this for their own good. It didn't matter if he was alone, but if he had to take care of them, he was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Ling Chen clenched his fists and said, Besides using illusions to confuse people, illusory demons aren't that strong, and ghost tree demons are a little more troublesome. I'm afraid that even ancient divine weapons can't kill some high-level ghost tree demons, but, since we're already here, it'll be a pity if we don't take a look. Yang Hai also laughed. That's right, illusory demons and ghost tree demons can't deal with us. If others know that we're here and don't dare to face them, they'll laugh their heads off. Yang Hai used to be the mercenary king. If he didn't have some courage, of course he wouldn't. Of course, Pang Tonga didn't need to be mentioned. He was a middle-level incipient God realm expert. His power determined everything. No matter what situation he was facing, he had absolute confidence. Pang Tonga didn't need to be mentioned. He was a mid-level supreme expert at incipient God realm, and his power determined everything. No matter what situation he faced, he had absolute confidence. However, if you meet the illusory demon king, this hallucination-breaking potion will not be of much use. When the time comes, everything will depend on whether you can guard your hearts. But don't worry, with me around, no illusion technique will be a threat. Ling Xiao said and handed each of them a bottle of potion. There were all kinds of divine items in the heaven territory, and this hallucinogenic dispelling potion was concocted by Ling Xiao from some of the strange things he had collected over the years. He had stored it and rarely used it. Now that they were here, it was time to put it to good use. Ling Qin, Yang Hai and Pang Tonga were very happy. With this hallucinogenic dispelling potion, their fear of the illusory demons was greatly reduced, and they could see through all illusions without being confused. However, encountering a level 11 illusory demon, this hallucinogenic dispelling potion was really useless. After all, that kind of existence could directly confuse their souls and not just their eyeballs. Also, they had to cover their eyes here, and could only use their divine consciousness to sense everything. They definitely couldn't look at the illusory demons, or else they would still be in danger. As for the ghost tree demons, they could only use brute force to deal with them. They just hoped that they wouldn't encounter those at a higher level than them, so they wouldn't be afraid. After they were ready, they went to the ghost tree ridge. If there really was a wood genesis stone here, then it should be in the middle of the ghost tree ridge, occupied by the strongest ghost tree demon. At this time, Ling Xiao had already put away the ghost beast prince, and instead summoned the prodigal. As for Dragon Fifth, he didn't enter the cauldron again. With them here, the illusory demon's illusions couldn't do anything. The prodigal had a divine fire that was as powerful as the heavenly fire, and Dragon Fifth's level was extremely high, and his power was like the sky. Those ghost tree demons couldn't easily capture them. Ling Xiao and the two beasts took the lead, while Ling Qin, Yang Hai and Pang Tongqua followed closely behind. Ling Xiao's green pupils opened, and he stared at the ghost tree ridge in front of him. He suddenly saw that the green trees had turned into black demonic trees, and on the main branches, there were demonic faces, which looked extremely terrifying and deep. In front of them was a sea of vitality, and it had all become incomparably dark. If they were in the Nine Serenities hell, the demonic energy would be extremely dense. Ling Xiao's first thought was that this ghastly place couldn't have a wood genesis stone, or else how could it produce such monsters? They seemed to have been affected by something, and they couldn't feel any vitality of the wood attribute. When they first set foot in this place, they were all shocked by the scene here. Corpses and skeletons were tied to those trees, making people feel as if they had entered a strange execution ground, and their hair stood on end. At this time, Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to them. These are all ghost tree demons. You must prepare for battle. They can attack us at any time. No matter what, you must not leave within 100 meters of me. That way I can use the heavenly fire to protect you at any time. The three responded to Ling Xiao, and they all took out their ancient god weapons, ready to fight at any time. At this time, Lu Wang, the immortal tree in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, became even more excited, as if there was something here that could attract his attention. Old Lu, what is here that makes you so excited? Ling Xiao's divine soul asked Lu Wang. Lu Wang anxiously replied, these tree demons all have the origin energy that I want. I want to absorb them all so that I can advance quickly. They are all infected with evil energy and they have become monsters. Can you absorb them too? Then won't you become a monster like them? Ling Xiao asked. Lu Wang revealed a proud expression. As long as they have wood essence, this old man can absorb them. Moreover, they have already deteriorated. This old man doesn't feel any guilt absorbing their essence. Alright, since you want to come out, then come out. However, can you tell me if there is a wood origin stone here? Ling Xiao asked Lu Wang. Lu Wang was one of the 9 divine trees, so he naturally had a unique perception towards the origin energy that they needed. This was why Ling Xiao asked this question. Lu Wang frowned. This place indeed has a very powerful wood essence, but it is also being invaded by another power. Presumably, it is not the wood origin stone you are looking for. Otherwise, if they were nurtured by the wood origin stone, it would be impossible for them to become like this. Alright, you can leave now. However, let me tell you, there is an illusory demon here. Don't get controlled by it again, or else you will be out of luck again. Ling Xiao reminded Lu Wang. Sure enough, when Lu Wang heard the 2 words illusory demon, his old face turned even greener. Back then, when it was growing up in the mystic spirit continent's illusory valley, it had been bewitched by a mere rank 2 illusory demon, causing it to be lost for hundreds of years. It had even committed many heinous crimes. Now that he thought about it, he felt very vexed. He was one of the 9 divine trees, but he was actually controlled by an illusion. This was simply a humiliation. Don't worry, this old man has already found a way to break through its bewitchment. It can forget about bewitching this old man again. If this old man meets it again, I will not forgive it. Lu Weng said angrily. Alright, it's fine as long as you can protect yourself. Why won't you forgive me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then he released his sea of consciousness and had Lu Weng turn into a dot of green light, descending into the vicinity. The people around Ling Xiao were all blindfolded, but they could still sense the abnormality. They all became vigilant. Following Lu Weng's appearance, he immediately attacked the ghost tree demons that had been biding their time. The nearby ghost tree demons' levels were still very low. Before they could react, they were all torn to pieces by Lu Weng's green vines. Bits of wood attribute essence scattered and were all forcefully absorbed by him. When Ling Qin, Yang Hai and Pang Tonga heard the commotion, they all became nervous. Don't be anxious, it is helping us break the balance here first. I believe that something worthy of our action will appear very soon. Ling Xiao said. The battle between the tree spirits and the tree demons was incomparably strange. They both used their branches and vines to create their strongest offensive weapons. Entangling, sweeping, or twisting, the nearby mountain ridges became restless. Countless ghost tree demons moved in unison with the intention of dealing with this foreign invader. However, Lu Weng's battle prowess was extremely great. The nearby ghost tree demons were all destroyed by him, their demonic spirits dispersing. Many ghost tree demons seemed to have realized Lu Weng's strength and actually fled into the distance in a comical manner. They didn't look like plants but more like beasts. Many ghost tree demons turned their attention to Ling Xiao and the others. The black branches seemed to have a life of their own as they wrapped around them, trying to capture them all. Not only did they know how to capture people, but they also knew how to forcefully strangle and kill people. These low-level ghost tree demons weren't worth Ling Xiao and the others making a move. The prodigal let out a roar and immediately spat out a mouthful of flames at them, burning them to ashes. Lu Weng, who was fighting with the other ghost tree demons, jumped in fright and hurriedly distanced himself from the flames. Fire subdued wood, this was an unchanging law since ancient times. Especially when facing this kind of origin flame, he had no choice but to carefully avoid it. Chapter 1521. In just a short while, the ghost tree demons in the nearby mountains were all eliminated or chased away. Lu Weng was extremely excited and had already chased towards the depths of the ghost tree ridge. It seemed like it would not stop until it had absorbed all the ghost tree demons. Moreover, it was not afraid that there would be stronger existences there. After all, it was one of the divine trees. Compared to other beasts, it was equivalent to Dragon Fifth and the Prodigal Son. It had an absolute advantage. At this time, Ling Xiao said to Ling Qin, Big brother, there might not be a wood origin stone here. This trip is destined to be fruitless. Ling Xiao told this news to Ling Qin so that he could be mentally prepared. He was afraid that Ling Qin would be in a bad mood if it was all for naught. Who knew that Ling Qin would smile bitterly and say, I know it's not that easy to find a wood origin stone. I was just trying my luck. It's good that big brother can think like that, Ling Xiao replied. Then he asked, Then should we continue to go in? Since we're already here, let's go in and see what kind of divine items there are. Ling Qin replied. Bang bang. At this time, a series of earth-shattering sounds came from afar. Two trees were actually growing taller and fiercely tangling with each other. Yang Hai couldn't help but exclaim, This is really an eye-opener. Even trees are fighting. What's so surprising about that? They've already become demons. They're not ordinary trees. Pang Tonga said from the side. That green tree seems to be helping us. Little brother Xiao, could it be one of your helpers? Ling Qin asked Ling Xiao in confusion. I know it, but it's not a tree demon. Ling Xiao laughed, trying to keep them guessing. He didn't want to tell them about Lu Weng's origin. Otherwise they would definitely be extremely jealous. At this time, Lu Weng was fighting against a ghost tree demon of similar strength. Initially, it thought that it was going to win, but suddenly two more powerful ghost tree demons appeared. They worked together to bind it, trying to tear it into pieces. However, as expected of a divine tree, Lu Weng's vines and branches were much tougher than those of the ghost tree demons, and its growth rate was countless times faster than the ghost tree demons. The three ghost tree demons couldn't restrain it. Instead, their origin tree essence was drawn out by its branches. Although it had manifested great power, the ghost tree demons were emerging one after another. Moreover, the levels of the ghost tree demons were getting stronger and stronger. In the end, Lu Weng was forced to flee, and he even ran back towards Ling Xiao and the others. Little friend, there are too many of them. I can't hold them off anymore. Help me take the brunt. Lu Weng let out a strange cry and hid behind Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Qin, Yang Hai, Pang Tonga, and the others looked at this human-like tree and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In front of them, more than 10 towering trees had moved. Their main branches hadn't moved, but their branches were already growing and entangling towards them. The prodigal took the lead and continuously spewed flames from his mouth, burning the entangling branches and causing them to shrink back. These ghost tree demons were still making strange noises. They didn't dare to come any closer and quickly retreated. At this time, a few shadows were chattering on the branches of the ghost tree demons. Taking a closer look, it was actually a few illusory demons. Their levels were not low at all. They had human-like heads and strange organs. The most eye-catching thing about them were their demonic green eyes and their bloodthirsty big mouths. Generally speaking, illusory demons' levels weren't too high. However, this 1,000-demon forest had existed since ancient times. It possessed desolate chi and some special energy that allowed them to strengthen and advance. It was unknown what they were communicating about. Then they all headed towards the top of the branches and looked towards Ling Xiao and the others at the same time. Several green lights flickered, and a strange illusory power was being applied to Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao had the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. He was completely immune to these soul power attacks and illusory bewitchment. He wouldn't be attacked. Meanwhile, Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga felt something strange. Their hallucinogenic potions also took effect. They were temporarily lost, but they quickly woke up. The illusory demons have appeared. Prodigal, capture them. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. The prodigal replied, "Don't worry, boss. They won't be able to escape." With that, he leaped towards the ghost tree demons in the distance. The terrifying flames instantly burned in all directions, forcing the ghost tree demons to retreat again. The prodigal didn't want to let them go. He directly leaped onto the ghost tree demons and attacked them with his divine flames again. The moment the ghost tree demons came into contact with the flames, they were immediately burned and emitted strange sounds. The illusory demons on the branches were so frightened that they didn't know what to do. They all jumped down from the branches and wanted to escape as soon as possible. However, other than illusory spells, they were extremely weak in other aspects like Tenbin. They couldn't be compared to the prodigal at all. It was impossible for them to escape. They were all hit by the prodigal's claws one by one. They were all badly mutilated and screamed non-stop. When Ling Xiao and the others rushed over, the 4 illusory demons had already been subdued by the prodigal. Looking at the 4 illusory demons that looked like babies, Ling Xiao felt disgusted. Thinking back to the illusory demon that he met in the illusory valley, it specialized in eating human brain matter. These illusory demons are really ugly. They look like little babies. It makes people feel uncomfortable just looking at them. Pang Tonga said with a slight frown. Elder Pang is right. However, they still have some good stuff on them. Ling Xiao responded and immediately used his energy to kill them. Then he took their demon crystals and demon eyes. These 2 things were good stuff. They were exactly what Ling Xiao needed. However, after Ling Xiao killed these illusory demons, he finally got into big trouble. In the depths of this place there was a rocky hill. There wasn't a single ghost soul tree here, but there were many illusory demons. They were all kneeling on the ground, and their mouths were chattering non-stop. On the rocky area, there were 2 of the oldest illusory demon kings beside a protruding boulder. They squatted beside this smooth boulder. Looking at the smooth and shiny surface of the boulder, a fierce glint flashed in their eyes. On that boulder, there were actually various scenes of Ling Xiao and the others rushing over. This boulder's surface was as smooth as a mirror. With such strange scenes, it was really strange. If the people who recognized it saw this boulder, they would definitely be wild with joy. Because it was the illusory eye mirror stone that Nonsense had mentioned. Not only could it receive any scene within 100,000 miles, it could also use it as an illusory eye to set up a heaven-defying illusion. Even if a supreme incipient God realm expert was trapped in this illusion, he would only have a slim chance of survival. Not only that, this illusion could also confuse the eyes of any beast, causing them to fall into the illusion without even realizing it. When these 2 illusory demon kings saw their illusory demons being killed, their faces were filled with anger. They also knew that these humans were not ordinary, and they even had the fire Qilin divine beast that they were afraid of. They had no choice but to prepare this illusory eye mirror stone to set up an inescapable net, waiting for Ling Xiao and the others to come. After they turned around and screamed at the other illusory demons, they sent them away. Then, these 2 illusory demon kings shot out 4 green beams at the illusory eye mirror stone at the same time. Swoosh swoosh. Wisps of strange illusions that could not be seen started to spread out from the illusory eye mirror stone. Everything within 100,000-kilometer radius began to undergo a completely different change, and it was inconceivable to all. Ling Xiao and the others did not realize that as they walked, the scenery in front of them had completely changed. Moreover, they also realized that their companions had all disappeared, as if they had lost their way. They became incomparably confused. Ling Xiao had the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, but he also fell into the same predicament. In front of him was a familiar scene that had appeared before. It was the scene of the desolate mountain range on the Shenling continent. Not only that, but in front of him appeared the Golden Wolf King, Wastrel, Dragon Lady, Yun Mingqi, Wei Dyer, Leng Shi and the others. They were actually all attacking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was puzzled. Is this illusion so real? As he retreated, his green eyes kept emitting green light, but it was still useless. The people and beasts in front of him were still there. I can't see through it, how is this possible? Ling Xiao's expression turned serious as he exclaimed. Ling Xiao, you heartless man, I have waited for you for so many years, but you did not come to find me, and even found so many women to be your wives. I will kill you. Yun Mingqi raised her blue sword and charged towards him with a face full of anger. Wei Dyer also wielded her sword and slashed towards him, exclaiming, Little brother, do you not want Big Sister anymore? You haven't come back to see me for so many years, do you hate Big Sister? Although Ling Xiao had always thought that the people in front of him were illusions, he did not know why they felt so real, and he felt a sense of guilt and heartache. On the other side, Leng Shi, the Golden Wolf King, Wastrel and Dragon Lady were all charging towards him, showing no mercy at all. All of them wanted to kill him. Ling Xiao kept retreating, his expression kept changing, and his eyes kept shooting out rays of light. He was getting more and more anxious. He did not expect the illusion to be so real that he could not see through it, and the power that was attacking him felt so real. If he did not retreat, he would definitely be injured by the fierce attack. Just when he couldn't help but kill them, a heart-wrenching pain made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he had really killed his lover. You are so cruel, you even want to kill us, we were all blind. Yun Mingqi said as she came back to life. Wei Dyer also said, Since you don't want Big Sister anymore, I don't want a cruel little brother like you either. They attacked again, and this time they were even stronger than before. I don't believe that I can't break through all of you. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and exclaimed. He directly used his soul power to sense the reality of everything. Chapter 1522. The illusory eye mirror stone was a very rare magical stone. It had the ability to see through everything within 100,000 miles. It could also be used as the eye of the formation to create a heaven-defying illusion. The illusions created were definitely not as simple as ordinary illusions that could confuse the eyes or souls of others. In addition to the above magical effects, it could also enhance the authenticity of the illusion, making it impossible for any god's eye to see through the illusion. It could also arouse the emotions of humans and beasts in the illusion, making them gradually lose their direction without realizing it. If it was an illusion created by an ordinary person or an illusory demon, it might not be this powerful. However, the illusions created by the two illusory demon kings were even more terrifying. Even a supreme incipient god realm expert would not be able to get rid of this illusion easily. Even though Ling Xiao had the green pupils, he couldn't see through this illusion. This showed how terrifying it was. Without a choice, Ling Xiao could only close his eyes. He wanted to use his god soul to sense everything. He wanted to ignore all the illusions and see through the truth. However, even though he closed his eyes, he could still feel the murderous attacks. All the illusions he had created before were still real and didn't disappear. How could this be? This can't be real. Ling Xiao screamed and dodged their attacks again. However, they seemed to have become extremely powerful. They could actually catch up with his speed and attack him cruelly. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that their elemental attacks were actually the same as the attacks of real people. Yun Mingqi blasted out water elemental attacks, causing many turbulent waves to surge towards them like tsunamis. Wei Dyer, on the other hand, used fire elemental attacks, causing all kinds of meteors to fall from the sky. Surprisingly, they had all reached the realm of incipient god realm, and Ling Xiao found it hard to resist their attacks. Ling Xiao was forced into a corner. He had to fight with them. However, he felt that they were real existences and he didn't dare to kill them. In fact, Ling Xiao's mind was already disturbed, which was why he was in such a situation. And at this time he wanted to use the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to get rid of this illusion, but he found that the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop actually didn't move and didn't listen to his command. Could this be an illusion technique used by the illusory demon king? But even so, it's impossible to force the dragon phoenix godly hoop to no effect at all. Ling Xiao thought in confusion. In a moment of carelessness, a few sword wounds appeared on Ling Xiao's body. Yun Mingqi's battle prowess was the strongest, and she had injured Ling Xiao the most. They didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Every move they made was overbearing and every sword was deadly. Ling Xiao was really forced to the point where he had no choice but to unleash all sorts of powerful powers to parry their attacks. Ling Xiao gradually lost her sense of direction. Her eyes became scarlet red, and a vicious aura suddenly appeared. She even forgot their identities and wanted to kill them completely. Come on, come on. You're all illusions, I don't believe that you can't be killed. Ling Xiao roared and unleashed the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying art, wanting to completely destroy them. Ling Xiao's strength was like the heavens, and his fists shook the heavens and the earth, causing their divine bodies to explode one by one. But his body was also cracked by the true dragon divine beast's attacks. That kind of painful feeling made Ling Xiao feel that this was definitely real. Ling Xiao fought with them until the sky was dizzy and the earth was dark. His divine power was greatly depleted, and his divine body exploded again and again. His aura continued to drop. Just as he was about to collapse, Yun Mingqi's long sword was already stabbing towards his face, and in the blink of an eye, it was about to enter his brain. Ling Xiao was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but he found that his body seemed to be bound by some kind of power and he couldn't move at all. It's over. Ling Xiao instantly regained some clarity and exclaimed in his heart. At this critical moment, the dragon phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead finally moved. Swish. Ling Xiao only felt his eyes light up, and all the illusions actually started to disappear, allowing him to see the essence of the scene clearly. The one stabbing towards him was not Yun Mingqi but Pang Tongga. His eyes seemed to have turned red from killing and he attacked recklessly. Elder Pang, stop. Ling Xiao roared and caught Pang Tongga's ancient divine sword with both hands, preventing it from stabbing towards his face. But the accompanying power of the sword also caused Ling Xiao's face to feel incomparable pain. After all, Pang Tongga's strength was that of a true intermediate stage sovereign, and his strength was incomparably powerful. Pang Tongga gave a low roar, and the ancient divine weapon in his hand spun rapidly, cutting Ling Xiao's palm, and then kicked Ling Xiao's abdomen. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and wanted to fly backwards, but he was tightly bound by the vines of many ghost tree demons, preventing him from retreating much. Pang Tongga once again attacked Ling Xiao, as if he did not recognize Ling Xiao at all, and wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Ling Xiao was injured and bound, and it was impossible for him to escape in a short period of time. His soul avatar had no choice but to come out and save him. His soul avatar was already at the intermediate stage sovereign realm, and was not weaker than Pang Tongga at all. If he fought with all his might, Pang Tongga would definitely lose. But Ling Xiao did not want to hurt him, so he could only draw him away first, and wait for his real body to escape before doing anything else. After all, other than Pang Tongga, there were still many ghost tree demons madly attacking him. The tree branches kept whipping at his body, trying to strangle him to death. These ghost tree demons were very powerful, and they were tree demon kings that had reached the 11th level. But Ling Xiao had already seen the true nature of everything with the help of the dragon phoenix divine hoop, and this time he regained his clarity. All of this was no longer a problem. It was just that he did not understand why the dragon phoenix divine hoop did not react to his command. Ling Xiao's avatar restrained Pang Tongga, and the danger was greatly reduced. His real body instantly burst forth with a powerful heavenly fire, and immediately burned the tree branches of the ghost tree demons. Papa. The tree branches of the ghost tree demons instantly broke under the burning of the heavenly fire, and they all retracted back. The tree branches and vines all revealed looks of extreme panic, and they wanted to hide far away from Ling Xiao. On their tree branches stood a few illusory demons, as if they did not understand how Ling Xiao was able to escape the illusion set up by their king. They wanted to use their own illusion techniques to confuse Ling Xiao again, but they could no longer do so. Ling Xiao had suffered a lot and his aura had plummeted, but it was still possible for him to deal with these mere illusory demons. He casually pointed at them and the finger gleam was like a shooting star, directly rushing above them and immediately exploding and destroying them. And Ling Xiao's finger gleam flames also quickly burned these ghost tree demons, causing them to continuously make strange noises. They quickly cut off the parts that were on fire and fled into the distance. Ling Xiao could not be bothered with them. He had to save the others first. The most dangerous one now was the prodigal. He was actually beaten half to death by Dragon Fifth, and Ling Chen and Yang Hai were also fighting with Dragon Fifth, and were also being beaten up badly. If Dragon Fifth was not also entangled by many ghost tree demons, the prodigal Ling Chen and Yang Hai would have all been killed by it. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. As long as no one died, it was a good thing. Ling Xiao knew that if he went over to help any of them now, they would definitely not be able to recognize him. Instead, they would attack him. Unless he broke the illusion here, he would not be able to save them. After Ling Xiao hurriedly swallowed a divine pill, he immediately thought of a solution. His green eyes continuously shot out, trying to find the source of all this. Just now, he had destroyed a few illusory demons, but this illusion still existed, which proved that it was not an illusion set up by them. It seemed like there were more powerful illusory demons, or else they would not be able to set up such a heaven-defying illusion, and even he was confused. At this moment, the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead transmitted a message to him. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and followed the direction indicated by the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop to sense. Indeed, there were many weak auras of illusory demons in that direction. "You're saying that the formation's eye is over there?" Ling Xiao murmured. The Dragon Phoenix divine hoop flickered with a few rays of light, in response to Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao looked at the others and saw that they would not die for the time being. He immediately soared up, and quickly shot towards the direction indicated by the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop. The Dragon Phoenix divine hoop was a top-notch supreme divine tool. Although it had acknowledged Ling Xiao, it had not shown its artifact soul to communicate with Ling Xiao. It was not because Ling Xiao was not compatible with it, but because Ling Xiao's strength was too weak previously. Even if it had acknowledged him, it would not have taken the initiative to communicate with Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao's strength increased, the strength of his spirit became more and more powerful. It had gradually acknowledged Ling Xiao as its new master, and had begun to take the initiative to share some of Ling Xiao's burdens. The reason why Ling Xiao could not command it just now was because it was looking for the illusory eye, and finally found it. Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast, and with the green pupils and the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, he could see through all the illusions here and was no longer troubled. When he was rushing towards the location of the illusory demon king, towering ghost tree demons attacked him one after another, not allowing him to take even half a step forward. Countless tree branches continuously entangled and whipped towards Ling Xiao, forming an inescapable net that wanted to completely trap him. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. The ice and fire sword appeared in his hand, and he began to wantonly destroy all these tree branches. But when his ice and fire sword slashed on these tree trunks, he found that these tree branches were actually extremely tough, and could even block his ancient divine tool. Only a few sword marks were left on them. If not for the burning flames, they might have taken down Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. Although Ling Xiao's strength was incomparably strong, and his attacks were extremely fast, he still could not withstand the countless tree branches of the ghost tree demons. He was continuously whipped several times, and his divine body felt like it was about to crack. It could be seen how terrifying these ghost tree demons were. Chapter 1523. Ling Xiao had originally wanted to charge towards the direction indicated by the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop with irresistible force. However, he had underestimated the power of these ghost tree demons. Even if every strike of his contained unparalleled power and numerous blazing heavenly flames, he was still unable to force them to flee like before. They seemed to want to do everything in their power to keep him here and prevent him from rushing to the important place where the illusory demons were. Actually, these ghost tree demons had long been bewitched by the illusory demons and were all listening to their instructions. This was also the reason why they were desperately trying to stop him from advancing. However, Ling Xiao felt that saving people was like putting out a fire. He did not want to stay here for even a moment longer. "Demon, come out." Ling Xiao had no choice but to summon the heavenly fire orb and let it transform into the form of a firebird to increase its firepower. Whoosh whoosh. Just as the firebird appeared, it immediately turned into a fiery shadow that swept towards those ghost tree demons. The intensity of its fire increased greatly and quickly turned into a huge sea of fire that enveloped the sky above this area, causing the entire sky to be dyed red and the temperature to become incomparably scorching. Those ghost tree demons were instantly incinerated by the heavenly flames and their branches continuously shrunk and broke. These trees continuously let out crisp crackling sounds, causing the fire to burn even more intensely. Ling Xiao was instantly freed. He no longer paid any attention to the firebird, allowing it to continue ravaging the ghost tree demon. At this time, Lu Weng once again disappeared from Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. He sent a message to Ling Xiao, telling him that he needed to discuss with the demonic heavenly fire bead. He couldn't allow everything here to be destroyed. This place contained the wood attribute essence that he needed, and it would be very useful for his advancement. Ling Xiao couldn't care less about it. He quickly rushed to the rocky hill. At this time, there was no longer a single illusory demon on the rocky hill. They had no idea where they were hiding. Unfortunately, no matter how well they hid, they could not hide from Ling Xiao's senses. After all, they did not know how to restrain their auras. They were merely hiding in the cracks of the rocky hill. As for the two illusory demon kings who still wanted to secretly cast illusions on Ling Xiao, they only saw several green lights shooting towards Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao could react, the green light had already landed on his body. With the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, Ling Xiao was no longer confused. Hence, the illusory demon king's illusory technique still lost its effect on him. Illusions are useless against me. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He wanted to kill the two illusory demon kings. However, just as he was about to make a move, he found that the power in his body had been restrained by the green light. His body was tightly bound, making him unable to move at all. Moreover, the green light was getting tighter and tighter, as if it was going to crush his divine body. This was the strongest power of the two illusory demon kings. Other than being able to set up powerful illusions, they also possessed some special godly powers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to not have the ability to protect themselves at this level. Ling Xiao felt extremely uncomfortable being restrained by the tighter and tighter power, causing him to cry out in pain. Only now did he realize that he had been careless. He had thought that he could easily destroy these weak illusory demons. Who would have thought that he had fallen for their trap and was now in danger? One of the two illusory demon kings shot out from the crack of the rocks. His speed was astonishing. In less than a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Ling Xiao. This illusory demon king was as tall as a human. That huge head, two demonic green eyes, and that bloodthirsty mouth all exuded a terrifying aura. After letting out a strange cry, it opened its huge mouth and bit towards Ling Xiao's head. It wanted to suck out Ling Xiao's brain. It had to be said that these illusory demons were a very cruel race. Facing this terrifying bite, Ling Xiao was really worried that the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop would not be able to withstand it. This illusory demon king would directly bite through his defense. What if that happened? At this critical moment, Ling Xiao still displayed his calm mind. Scram! Ling Xiao roared angrily at the illusory demon king. That terrifying dragon roar instantly rushed out. Ling Xiao's fighting power had increased to 70 times. That dragon roar was absolutely terrifying. A golden true dragon directly rushed towards the illusory demon king, sending its body flying far away. It left a trail of blood in the air. The illusory demon king had the illusory demon technique Tenbin. This caused its body to be greatly weakened. Even though they had reached the terrifying high level of level 11, their true fighting power was not as strong as a low-level supreme incipient god realm expert. Therefore, Ling Xiao's roar directly injured the illusory demon king. The other illusory demons were also shocked by Ling Xiao's roar. Some low-level illusory demons even fainted. The others were shaken until they fell to the ground and screamed miserably. It had to be said that the power of Ling Xiao's roar was really earth-shattering. It was extremely frightening. It was also this jolt that affected the two illusory demon kings. The strength of the restraints was visibly weakened, and they were shaken off by him. Ling Xiao was able to escape. He held the ice and fire sword in his hand and immediately started a massacre. Swoosh swoosh. His long sword danced unceasingly. Countless sword energies shot towards the rocky hills in all directions. They directly stabbed towards the illusory demons who were still rolling around in pain. In just a blink of an eye, the rocky hills were immediately thrown into chaos by Ling Xiao's bombardment. Stone chips splashed everywhere. Waves of smoke and dust filled the air. The illusory demons were mercilessly killed by him. The uninjured illusory demon king and a few of the Type 11 illusory demons leapt up in panic, as a number of green attacks flew towards Ling Xiao. These green light attacks weren't weak. They could be compared to the power of a supreme incipient god realm expert. Especially the illusory demon king's attack, it was even more powerful. It made Ling Xiao feel the pressure increase. Ling Xiao roared in fear. His origin of the universe instantly appeared. It enveloped the green light attacks and dissolved them. Only the illusory demon king's power was stronger than his. It directly attacked his chest and sent him flying far away. 2 wounds appeared on his chest. Damn, this guy is so strong. Ling Xiao exclaimed. His wounds were instantly healed. Just as he was about to counterattack, the illusory demon king pounced towards him. Its speed shocked even Ling Xiao. It revealed a ferocious look. It directly clawed at Ling Xiao. Those slender claws carried incomparable sharpness. If he was grabbed by the neck, he would definitely be beheaded. Ling Xiao used the same trick, and the dragon's roar rang out once more. However, this illusory demon king had learned its lesson from the previous one. It was actually on guard. Not only did it seal its hearing, it quickly retreated. Its eyes also took the opportunity to shoot out 2 beams of green light. This retreat and attack made it look like a peerless expert. It made people exclaim in admiration. Ling Xiao swung the ice and fire sword in his hand and blocked the green light attack. At this time, many more green light attacks came from the surroundings. Their power couldn't be underestimated. Ling Xiao continued to use all his skills to neutralize these attacks. At the same time, he slashed at them with terrifying power. Other than the eye sorcery attacks, these illusory demons were extremely fast. Other than those low-leveled illusory demons that escaped far away, these 11th-level illusory demons could barely dodge Ling Xiao's attacks. Ling Xiao's doppelganger still knew that the illusion was not broken. Ling Xiao's real body had to continue to increase his power. He had to kill the illusory demon king here. Only then would the illusion be broken. Ghost, come out. Ling Xiao had no choice but to summon the Ghost Beast King. The Ghost Beast Prince was a middle-leveled 11th-level illusory demon. Its speed was unparalleled. Distracting the attacks of these illusory demons would be extremely helpful. It would allow him to kill the 2 illusory demon kings. The Ghost Beast Prince received Ling Xiao's instructions. It immediately turned into a gust of wind and stomped towards the other illusory demons. The Ghost Beast Prince's speed was extremely fast, and its power was definitely much stronger than the illusory demons. Without the help of the Ghost Tree Demon, the illusory demons naturally could not withstand the Ghost Beast Prince's attack. Very quickly, the other illusory demons were smashed into pieces. 2 of them were even stomped into meat paste by its huge hooves. The pressure on Ling Xiao was greatly reduced. He could finally face the illusory demon king head-on. The illusory demon king that was heavily injured just now had also recovered. The 2 illusory demon kings were already together, ready to deal with Ling Xiao together. This time, other than using eye sorcery attacks, they actually displayed another kind of attack, Tenbin. They turned into a sky full of illusory demon shadows. Every shadow was like a real existence. They all surrounded and attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's green eyes actually could not distinguish which was the real body and which was the doppelganger. Their illusion doppelgangers had actually reached the highest level of passing off the fake as the real one. However, it was still not enough to deal with Ling Xiao. The fact that their attacks were weak could not be changed. Ling Xiao laughed lightly. I also know the doppelganger technique. This time you're dead for sure. At this moment, Ling Xiao also turned into many doppelgangers and charged towards the illusory demon king. Boom boom boom. This rocky area was completely turned upside down by Ling Xiao's attack. Countless stone shards flew and shattered. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Moreover, there was a lot of his power flowing in all directions. The illusory demons that were watching from afar were all killed. The 2 illusory demon kings were also forced to destroy all their doppelgangers by Ling Xiao. The real body finally revealed an incomparably panicked expression, and actually wanted to escape from this place. But how could Ling Xiao let them escape? He pointed out 2 twin dragon fiendish wind finger beams, and quickly shot towards the direction where they scattered. Squeak squeak. The 2 illusory demon kings finally had nowhere to hide. Struck by the terrifying finger beams, they both cried out in shock and died on the spot. Chapter 1524. With the 2 illusory demon kings dead, these illusory demons were no longer a threat. Most of the ghost tree demons had been burned by the fire birds transformed from the evil spirit Heavenly Fire Pearl. Many of them had already escaped and were almost completely routed by the fire. This time, Ling Xiao's trip to the demon forest had completely defeated the 4 most terrifying demons here. If others were to know of this battle record of his, they would probably be shocked by it. The most terrifying thing about the fierce blood demon was that it could turn into a demon by dripping its blood. It could quietly enter any living being's body and suck their blood, causing all living beings to bleed to death. The soul-chasing demon could destroy a person's soul without a trace, making it impossible to defend against it. In the end, the person's soul would be destroyed. The ghost tree demon could use endless branches and vines to trap any living being and strangle them to death. The illusory demon could use strange illusions to make people lose their minds and kill each other, exhausting all their energy and dying. Regardless of which of these 4 types of monsters it was, they were enough to make others jealous and not dare to provoke them lightly. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was a scourge that was even more terrifying than them. He had only come to the forest of demons once, and he had already encountered these 4 terrifying monsters. He didn't know if he was too unlucky or too unlucky. Fortunately, his skills and strength were so abnormal, and he could restrain the existence of these demons. That was why he was able to defeat all of them without any mishaps. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. All the illusions on his doppelganger's side had finally disappeared. No one was injured. However, other than Dragon Fifth, who was in good condition, the others were already seriously injured. Their auras were extremely chaotic and their divine powers were almost depleted. If he had been a little later, someone might really have died. Ling Xiao's doppelganger stayed behind to protect them and let them recover some of their strength first. However, the prodigal was the most seriously injured. He had to quickly return and let him consume a beast pill and some divine items to let him recover some of his strength. Just as Ling Xiao was cleaning up the battlefield and wanted to return to the other side as soon as possible, he suddenly discovered something. What kind of rock is this? It's actually not destroyed? Ling Xiao looked at the giant rock that was still intact with a puzzled expression. The rocky hills within a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers were completely riddled with holes from the battle between him and the illusory demon. Almost all the nearby mountains had been flattened, and all the rocks had been turned into fine powder. However, there was a huge rock that was about 10 meters wide that was still intact among the rubble. It seemed like it was not damaged at all, but everything around it had been damaged. This made it particularly conspicuous. Ling Xiao flew over and found that the stone surface was abnormally smooth, like a mirror, emitting a dazzling light. Ling Xiao gently caressed the surface of the stone and felt that it was very smooth and comfortable. It felt like he was caressing a mirror without the slightest bit of roughness. What kind of stone is this? If it's a normal mirror stone, it wouldn't have such a sturdy ability. It's actually undamaged under my attack. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, his eyes filled with deep puzzlement. Forget it. No matter what kind of stone it is, it must have something extraordinary about it. Let's keep it first. Ling Xiao planned to keep the giant rock. At this time, the ghost beast prince quickly came to Ling Xiao's side and exclaimed, "Boss, this is the #1 divine stone unique to the illusory demon race, the illusory eye mirror stone." Illusory eye mirror stone? Ling Xiao responded. His dragon eyes narrowed and immediately flashed a piece of information regarding the illusory eye mirror stone. Immediately after, he revealed a look of extreme joy and said, "Could it be that this is the illusory eye mirror stone that can project images in all directions and see 10,000 kilometers with one's eyes?" That's right. As long as you stand next to it and imagine the location in any direction, it will immediately display the scene there for you to see. You can also use it to set up a large illusory formation and confuse all the races. The ghost beast prince explained from the side. Ling Xiao had also heard of the miraculous effects of the illusory eye mirror stone. He immediately looked at the illusory eye mirror stone and thought of the location where his doppelgangers were. The illusory eye mirror stone indeed flashed with a strange light. Then, on the surface of the stone, the situation of everyone on Ling Xiao's doppelganger's side appeared. Dragon Fifth and his doppelgangers were guarding Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga, who were currently recuperating. As for the prodigal, he was lying in a pool of blood with an expression of unwillingness. All of these scenes were still moving and not static. One could see every movement over there, and there was not the slightest bit of fake or illusory. With Ling Xiao's doppelgangers over there, Ling Xiao's real body could completely understand the situation over there. Ling Xiao was wild with joy as he cried out in surprise, "It really is the illusory eye mirror stone, we've really struck it rich." He really did not think that after annihilating the illusory demon clan, he would still have such a harvest. It really made him feel that this trip was not in vain. Also, he finally understood that when he was under the illusion, his green eyes could not see through the essence of everything. So it was this illusory eye mirror stone that was suppressing here, affecting his divine eyes and also affecting his mind. After all, this illusory eye mirror stone was the eye of the formation. It could increase the reality of the illusion and create all kinds of illusions. Even those supremes, incipient God realm experts or those with divine eyes would not be able to see through it. With this illusory eye mirror stone, the illusory demon clan was like a tiger that had grown wings. It allowed them to live here safely. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the dragon phoenix divine hoop to protect his sea of consciousness and divine soul. He was able to block the illusions created by this illusory eye mirror stone. Otherwise all of them would have died here. Ling Xiao delightedly dug out this illusory eye mirror stone and then put it into the medicinal cauldron. To others, This illusory eye mirror stone could only be used as a mirror to see 100,000 miles away. It wasn't that valuable. However, to Ling Xiao, a man who could use illusion techniques, it was absolutely the most precious treasure. In the future, if he could use it to guard the territory he had set up, no matter which supremes or incipient God realm expert came here, they would never be able to break his illusion. At that time they would be at his mercy. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was a little excited. With this stone, did it mean that he would be invincible in this world at some point? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. It would make him arrogant. He brought the ghost beast prince back to the god soul clone and hurried to take out many beast pellets for the prodigal to swallow. There were also some divine materials of fire attribute that were very useful to him. Fortunately, he was a divine beast with a tenacious vitality. When Ghost Tree Monster and Dragon Fifth had attacked him, his body had almost exploded. Zai Zai, are you okay? Ling Xiao caressed the prodigal's forehead and asked. The prodigal struggled to lift his blood-red eyes. He struggled to answer, Boss, I'm not dead yet. That's good. You should rest for a while and try to recover soon. Ling Xiao said and then put the prodigal into the medicinal cauldron to let him recover. As for the others, they were hurt badly. However, as long as their god power was restored, their god bodies could heal automatically. It wasn't a big problem for them. However, it was impossible for them to progress further in a short time. They had to meditate for a while to recover their god power and blood. Ling Xiao was also hurt badly. After he retrieved his clone, he had to meditate for several days to recover his god power and wounds. Several days passed quickly. Finally, they had recovered 70% to 80%. Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth had recovered to their peak state and didn't show any signs of fatigue. Ling Qin came to Ling Xiao's side and sighed. This trip was really dangerous. My strength was not bad, but coming to this forbidden area, it's simply not enough. Looks like I have to cultivate more. After a pause, he said, if you hadn't come with me, I really wouldn't have been able to return. Yang Hai also came over and said, yes, Alchemy God Master's divine power is boundless. It really makes us admire you so much that we can't prostrate ourselves before you. You have saved our lives again. I, Yang Hai, this old bag of bones, vow to follow Master until death. After saying that, Yang Hai bowed deeply to Ling Xiao, looking very sincere and serious. Pang Tonga was very straightforward. Thank you, Alchemist Ling. If you need anything in the future, please let me know. Old Pang will not hesitate. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, there's no need to talk about this. I was the one who asked you to come. What I promised you will be fulfilled when we get out of here. We're just helping each other. We'll all be friends in the future. They were all quite touched by Ling Xiao's words. Then Ling Xiao said to Ling Qin, Big brother, look around here and see if there's a wood genesis stone. I don't think it's possible. As for the other divine items, they were all destroyed during our battle. I'm afraid there's nothing left. What a pity. Regardless of whether there was or not, since he was already here, Ling Qin naturally had to search carefully. Ling Qin began to wander around the area. Even if he had to dig 10,000 meters, he had to turn this place over. Yang Hai and Pang Tonga also helped and went to search in another direction. Only Ling Xiao didn't move. He was sensing the existence of the Tree of Immortality, Lu Wang. If he had to find a wood divine item in the shortest time, it would definitely be him. A few days had passed and he didn't see any movement from it. Who knew how much essence it had absorbed from the ghost tree demons? The surroundings had been destroyed to a sorry state. All of the ghost tree demons had either been destroyed or fled. The area within the 100 mountains was completely bare, and it seemed extremely desolate. Ling Qin casually destroyed these mountains and searched every corner, not letting go of any opportunity. At this time, a green light rushed out from a corner of the mountains. This green light turned into an old man. It was the Tree of Immortality, Lu Wang. Hey, can you guys not destroy here? Don't you know you will scare the old man? Lu Wang said with a dissatisfied expression. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Wang and found that he seemed a little different. He seemed to be a lot stronger than before. He had been growing in his sea of consciousness. Now that there was a change, he naturally felt it. This old Lu hasn't appeared for a long time. Now that he has come out in a hurry, maybe he found some divine item. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked at Lu Wang. Chapter 1525. Ling Qin knew that Lu Wang was one of Ling Xiao's helpers, but he couldn't guess his identity. However, out of respect for Ling Xiao, he stopped destroying the mountain below. Ling Xiao walked over to Lu Wang and said with a smile, Old Lu, what are you yelling for? We want to find the wood genesis stone. It's fine if you don't want to help, but you're causing trouble here. Didn't I say that there is no wood genesis stone here? Don't waste your efforts. Lu Wang snapped. Ling Xiao smiled and said, even if there is no genesis stone, we can still find something else. Lu Wang revealed an anxious expression and said, there is no divine item here, can you stop messing around? This place has become a dead land, what's wrong with messing around a bit? Ling Xiao said disapprovingly. Lu Wang hurriedly waved his hand and said, that will destroy the thing I want. Since this old man has helped you all these years, please don't mess around. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Wang's nervous expression and knew that there must be something good nearby. Otherwise Lu Wang wouldn't care so much. Tell me, old Lu, what good things are around here. Let's share them. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Lu Wang looked at Ling Xiao's sly smile and knew that he had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap. Lu Wang gave a hollow laugh and said, these things are wood origin essences. They aren't suitable for you humans, but they are useful to this old man. Little friend, don't tell me you still want them. How could I? I just want to see what it is. If it's useless to us, we naturally won't take it from you. Ling Xiao replied. There's nothing to see here. Lu Wang obviously didn't want Ling Xiao to know what it was. Alright. Ling Xiao agreed and then looked at Ling Chen and said, big brother, destroy this place and see if there are any genesis stones. Don't. You're trying to destroy my life root. Lu Wang hastily cried out with a sullen face. Afterwards, he reluctantly said, little friend, you said it yourself. You absolutely cannot steal my things. Don't worry, I am not that kind of person. Quick, take us there to have a look. Ling Xiao readily agreed. Lu Wang had no choice but to brace himself and take Ling Xiao to the place he had discovered in the past few days. Ling Xiao called out to the others before following Lu Wang's directions. This was a deep ravine between two mountains. Surprisingly, there was a mountain spring that was not very wide and was flowing slowly. This spring wasn't the place that Lu Wang wanted to bring Ling Xiao to. The source of the spring was where the divine item truly resided. The source was a naturally formed cave. The spring water continuously flowed out of the cave. This spring water was very strange. It was actually dark green and carried a strange power. Ling Xiao and the others followed Lu Wang into the spring and directly entered the interior of the mountain. After entering, Ling Xiao and the others finally saw the real good stuff. They saw that the place where the spring water was flowing out was actually a dark green pond. Next to the pond were small trees that were less than half a meter tall. In the middle of the pond were 7 dark green flowers that were in full bloom, emitting dazzling divine lights. Waves of rich vitality filled the entire cave spring. So many small ghost tree monsters? Could this be the place where the ghost tree demon lived? And what are those 7 flowers? I don't think I've heard of them before. Yang Hai couldn't help but exclaim. Pang Tongqua replied from the side, they are the seedlings of the ghost tree monsters, but they haven't become demons yet. The reason why they are growing here is probably related to the dark green spring water. Everyone stared at the 7 divine medicines. They saw that there was actually a ball of an aura rising from the center of the flower. The dark green aura seemed to form the shape of a fairy, constantly jumping and dancing, appearing extremely wondrous. Ling Chen lightly praised, these 7 flowers are shaped like lotuses, but there are some differences. The most amazing thing is that their divine energy has already condensed. They are definitely supreme divine materials. Ling Xiao kept pondering, but he couldn't remember the names of these 7 divine flowers. In the boundless world, there were all kinds of varieties, and in the various divine lands, different divine objects would be born or they would mutate and grow. Many of them were not things that they could recognize. At this time, Lu Wang opened his mouth and said, this is the Inky Lotus Immortal Lotus, also known as the Inky Lotus Demonic Flower. It is a rare divine object of both water and wood attributes. It is formed from the ink spring here and the wood attribute essence that has accumulated in the surroundings. Following Lu Wang's words, everyone noticed that there were old tree roots that crisscrossed like dragons around the cave walls. Bits of green essence flowed out from the bottom of their roots and converged towards the pool, forming a natural pool of essence. No wonder it could produce such a dual attribute divine object. What Lu Wang truly cared about was not the 7 divine flowers, but the wood attribute essence that had gathered here. These were all tree sap that had been dripping from roots that were tens of thousands of years old, or even hundreds of thousands of years old. They all possessed the source energy of the wood attribute, and to him they were truly divine objects. If it could absorb all the wood attribute essence here, it would definitely be able to advance and become stronger, restoring the divine might of the undying tree. At the same time, it also had the thought of growing and taking root here. This was because this was a primitive forest that had existed since the primordial era. There was still a lot of desolate chi and primordial energy left behind. To it, this was the best place to live. After following Ling Xiao, this was the first time it had the thought of leaving Ling Xiao. After entering Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it had to be nurtured in hopes of quickly recovering. Moreover, it had to borrow Ling Xiao's luck to benefit from it. At the same time, it had also received the nourishment of Ling Xiao's spiritual liquid, causing it to become more human-like and possess a higher level of intelligence. There are quite a few tree sap that are tens of thousands of years old here. Everyone take some. As for the 7 divine flowers, let's discuss it again. What do you guys think? Ling Xiao suggested. Ling Xiao was too embarrassed to take all of these things for himself. That would be too unkind. This time, Lu Weng became anxious and hurriedly said, "Little friend, you can't be like this. You said that you can't steal my things, how can you go back on your word?" Ling Xiao comforted it and said, "Old Lu, don't be anxious. We are only taking a little, not taking all of it. This place was discovered by everyone, so everyone who saw it has a share. You can't take it all." Lu Weng thought to himself, this is something that this old man discovered by himself. How did it become everyone else's discovery? Can you not be so unreasonable? Lu Weng was also too embarrassed to say anything. After all, every human present was stronger than him, so he didn't have the confidence to take everything for himself. He knew that nothing good would happen if he brought Ling Xiao here. This was also the reason why he didn't want Ling Xiao to know about it. When the others heard Ling Xiao's words, they were naturally incomparably happy. The tree sap that was tens of thousands of years old was also a rare healing divine liquid. It would also have a certain effect on them. They split up and went to collect some tree sap. No one would complain about these divine objects being prickly to their hands. The more the better. Lu Weng felt incomparable heartache as he watched from the side. In his heart, he was incomparably regretful for bringing Ling Xiao here. At this time, Ling Xiao was actually thinking about how to distribute these 7 divine flowers. The divine flowers of the water and wood attributes would definitely have unimaginable miraculous effects. Furthermore, they had already condensed into demon spirits. That would definitely be incredible. Perhaps any one of them could create a divine body with both the water and wood attributes. Perhaps eating it could even give birth to a brain with demonic intelligence and increase the comprehension of Tenbin. That would also be a great profit. There were 4 people here, but there were 7 flowers. It would not be easy to divide them equally. And Ling Xiao had never thought of dividing them equally. After all, people were selfish. He planned to give Yang Hai and Pang Tonggu 1 each. This was definitely very generous. If it was someone else facing this kind of supreme divine object, father and son would probably turn hostile. As for his big brother Ling Qin, he was prepared to give him 2, and he would take 3 each. This was definitely the best way to distribute it. When they returned, Ling Xiao was about to say the distribution method in his mind when Pang Tonggu spoke first. "Medicine God Ling, this place was not discovered by us. It is already very kind of you to let us take the tree sap. We should not want these 7 divine flowers, but my wife specializes in the wood attribute. These divine flowers might have a certain miraculous effect on her. I want to use my divine fire lotus core to exchange for one of them. Is that possible?" Yang Hai also said from the side, "Old Pang is right. You can keep these 7 divine flowers for yourself." He specialized in the water attribute. This inky black immortal lotus might be useful to him, but it could not compare to the sovereign god pellet that Ling Xiao refined for him. Therefore he also wanted to sell a good one to Ling Xiao. Only then would Ling Xiao help him refine the sovereign god pellet as soon as possible. Ling Qin originally specialized in the metal attribute. Although he could not use it, he understood the value of these 7 inky black immortal lotus very well. However, he also generously said, "That's right, little brother Xiao, you are the medicine god, these divine objects will be even more useful in your hands. From what I know, you also cultivate the 2 attributes of ice and wood. Perhaps they can give you an unexpected harvest, so just take them all." Ling Xiao did not expect them to be able to let it go and actually give it to him. Ling Xiao did not argue with them anymore. After all, he had saved them all along the way. "Elder Pang, give me the fire lotus divine core and you take one of these inky black immortal lotus. When I return, I will immediately refine a sovereign god pellet for you, and as for Yang Hai, if you follow me, I will not treat you unfairly, and the sovereign god pellet will not be lacking for you. Big brother, although you do not need this inky black immortal lotus, it is only right for you to take one. If you did not suggest coming here, we would not have had such a fortuitous encounter. As for the other 5, I will not be courteous with you guys." Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said. After everyone heard Ling Xiao's suggestion, they did not have any objections and began to collect the 7 inky black lotus immortal lotuses. Chapter 1526. After collecting the 7 inky lotus immortal lotuses, Ling Xiao did not forget to collect the majority of the spring water here. This was a divine spring that was mixed with the essence of the tree's milk, so its healing effects were naturally quite good. However, this was not the reason why Ling Xiao collected them. He planned to store them in the apothecary master's body to nourish these divine materials so that they could mature and advance faster. At this time, Lu Weng looked at Ling Xiao and hesitated to speak, his expression somewhat unnatural. Ling Xiao and Lu Weng had been together for 100 years. Even if they were not telepathic, they could definitely sense each other's thoughts. He could tell at a glance that Lu Weng had something else to say. "Does Elder Lu still have a good place to go that you're hiding from us?" Ling Xiao asked Lu Weng with a smile. Lu Weng shook his head like a rattle drum. "No." "Then do you have a problem with what I just did?" "To be honest, old Lu, you should be a bit more generous. Look, you still have so much wood origin essence, it should be enough for you to absorb for a long time." Ling Xiao thought that Lu Weng was unhappy and had no choice but to persuade him. Lu Weng did not respond to Ling Xiao's words. Instead, he looked at the other 3 with a hint of hesitation. Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga knew that they had something to say and that there was nothing else for them to do, so they tactfully left the place. "Elder Lu, tell me, what is it that makes you so embarrassed?" Ling Xiao asked. At this time Lu Weng sighed. "Young friend, I have been with you for over 100 years, and you and I have taken care of each other all these years. Now that you are a supreme of the human race and possess the ability to reach the heavens and the earth, this old man is quite gratified. I did not misjudge you back then. I have to thank Elder Lu for saving my life many times over these years." Ling Xiao smiled politely. Before he became stronger, Lu Weng had indeed used its energy to help him many times, and he had always kept this in mind. However, he had also compensated Lu Weng quite a bit. In addition to nourishing it with spiritual liquid, he had also found a lot of wood attribute divine objects for it to absorb over the years. Otherwise, how could it have advanced to its current level so quickly? Lu Weng didn't dare to claim credit for this. This is all because of little friend's great luck. It isn't just this old man's contribution. After a pause it said, "Actually, I have something to tell you. I hope you can agree to it." "Old Lu, if you have something to say, just say it." "Or we." Ling Xiao replied very generously. Seeing Lu Weng in such a difficult situation, Ling Xiao wanted to cover up his master apothecary lotus even more tightly, afraid that this fellow wanted his inky lotus immortal. If Lu Weng knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, he would certainly be very discontented. "How can this old man be as greedy as you?" Lu Weng said, "I want to stay here and not leave." Ling Xiao was taken aback for a moment before his expression turned serious. "You mean you want to stay here forever? Or only for a short period of time?" For some reason, Ling Xiao already had an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. It was as if he already knew Lu Weng's choice, but he still couldn't help but ask. Lu Weng sighed and said, "As the tree of immortality, I am the incarnation of a heavenly species. I have long since understood yin and yang, the sun and the moon, as well as the will of the heavens. Back then, I chose to follow you out of selfishness because I could already sense that you would bring me a great opportunity that would allow me to return to my peak. Now it is just as I expected. Although little friend is accompanied by good and bad luck, your good luck is greater than the bad luck. Every time, you are able to turn bad luck into good luck, allowing you to achieve your current accomplishments. This natural spring cave was formed naturally during the primordial era, and it gathers the wood spirit vein. For this old man, this is the best place to take root. Thus, this old man has decided not to follow little friend and will stay here forever. I hope little friend can understand this old man's painstaking efforts." Although Lu Weng was a tree spirit, he had been with Ling Xiao for 100 years. He had already developed a reluctance to part with Ling Xiao. Now that he had made this choice, it was only after some deliberation that he revealed his decision to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already guessed Lu Weng's decision, but when he heard it from his own mouth, he still felt reluctant and somewhat uncomfortable. He was a sentimental person and he wouldn't be fond of anything that belonged to him. On the contrary, the longer he was with them, the more sentimental he became. Although he was reluctant to part with Lu Weng, he knew that Lu Weng staying here was truly the best choice. "Old Lu, I sincerely thank you for your care for so many years. Since you have already made your decision, I will respect it. I hope that you will one day become a mighty existence like Lord Wudong." Ling Xiao slightly bowed to Lu Weng and once again expressed his gratitude. In recent years, Lu Weng hadn't been of much help to him, but in the process of his growth, he had provided an indelible and enormous assistance. It was worth it for him to bow to Lu Wang. When Lu Wang heard that Ling Xiao approved of his decision, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. He was one of the 9 great divine trees. No matter which human it was, they all wished to possess him and have him provide them with boundless assistance. In the past he had been exploited by Ling Xiao many times, but that had always been under the condition of an exchange, so he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. However, when he truly wanted to leave, he was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't allow him to do so. Young friend, there is no need to be so polite. Although this old man has taken root here, I will forever recognize you as a human friend. If there is ever a need for this old man in the future, this old man naturally won't refuse. This old man wishes that young friend will one day become the strongest of the human race. This old man will also be proud of young friend. Lu Wang sincerely said. Old Lu's words are enough. Ling Xiao smiled and rubbed his hands together. Old Lu, we have known each other for many years. Now that we are going to part forever, aren't you going to express your gratitude? Lu Wang's old face instantly turned green. Young friend, this old man has already given you everything, what more do you want? Ling Xiao smiled again. Old Lu, you also know that I have many brothers and enemies. Whether it is me or them, our lives are in danger at any time. How could the little you have given me be enough? Why don't you leave me 1,000 portions of tree sap, tree fruits, tree roots and so on? You also know that I have never been a greedy person. Just as Ling Xiao finished speaking, Lu Wang directly fell to the ground. His green eyes rolled over and he spat out a green liquid. Hey old Lu, there is no need to pretend to be dead. Do you think I don't know how much of my spiritual fluid you have absorbed over the years? I just didn't want to bicker with you. Now that I want something from you, you still want to pretend to be dead? You are too unkind. Ling Xiao shouted in dissatisfaction. Lu Wang was almost angered to death by Ling Xiao's words. He had stayed in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea for nourishment, but he had absolutely not absorbed any of his spiritual fluid. It cried and shouted in its heart, "Little friend, where is your conscience?" Lu Wang was quite shameless, directly lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. He believed that even Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Ling Xiao sneered, "Old Lu, you have to pay for what you have done. Do you think pretending to be dead is enough? Believe it or not, I will pull out all of your beard right now. I believe that it will be enough for me." Lu Wang instantly jumped up from the ground and glared at Ling Xiao. His courageous aura made it seem as if he really wanted to have a good fight with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not show any weakness and continued to glare at Lu Wang. After a long while, Lu Wang's expression collapsed and he revealed a pleading expression. "Young friend, please let this old man go. 1,000 of each, isn't this asking for this old man's old bones?" Ling Xiao said unhappily, "Old Lu, stop pretending. The wood attribute essence here is enough for you to continue growing stronger. You are only asking for this little bit of things, yet you are still crying and hovering between life and death. This is simply disregarding our 100 years of friendship. This Empress has truly misjudged you as a friend. This Empress doesn't want it anymore, you can keep it for yourself." Ling Xiao looked as if he had been betrayed by the person closest to him. It was as if he had been betrayed by the person closest to him. Lu Wang was dumbfounded. It seemed like he was being wronged. He didn't say that he wouldn't give it, but the amount that Ling Xiao asked for was too great. He had no choice but to do this. It thought that Ling Xiao would bargain for a while, and in the end he would just give Ling Xiao around 100 servings, which was fine. But now this bastard actually didn't want it anymore. He should be happy, but after hearing Ling Xiao's unbearable words, he felt too ashamed to show his face. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to leave the cave, Lu Wang hastily called out to Ling Xiao, "Young friend, you are right. This old man has let you down. Come over, this old man will agree to your request." Ling Xiao stopped and instantly flashed back to Lu Wang's side. He smiled and said, "This is our good friend. Hurry up and take it out. The sky is getting dark and I still have to hurry back." Lu Wang looked at Ling Xiao's drooling appearance and knew that he had been tricked by Ling Xiao. He bitterly smiled and said, "Although this old man has stayed in your sea of knowledge for 100 years, I have never learned the slightest bit of young friend's craftiness." At the same time he took out the tree sap, fruits and roots for Ling Xiao. These were all things that he had accumulated over the years. Taking out even a little bit was incomparably painful. Ling Xiao wanted to laugh when he saw Lu Wang's appearance, but he forcefully restrained himself. He thought to himself, "Old Lu is still too pure. There is no scheming here, and no one would dare to rashly come looking for him. I believe that he will be able to reach the peak soon." Ling Xiao stopped Lu Wang from taking out more items and said, Alright old Lu, since we are friends I will give you a 50% discount. These items are enough for me to use. There were several hundred portions in front of him, and it was enough for him to use for a long time. Moreover, Lu Wang lived here so he could come and find him at any time. It wasn't like he wouldn't be able to find him after separating. If Lu Wang knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, he would have been so angry that his tree trunk would have rotted and died. This bastard was definitely an insatiably greedy fellow. Lu Wang didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking, and he was rather grateful for Ling Xiao's magnanimity. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the cave, Lu Wang called out to Ling Xiao and said, "Young friend, this old man still has something to give you. This is a third of my tree core. In the future you might face a great tribulation, and it should be able to help you overcome it. When you have the chance you can take it." Chapter 1527. Undying Tree Milk, Undying Tree Fruits, and Undying Tree Roots. These were all things that Lu Wang had been accumulating for a long time and could continuously regenerate. However, the undying tree only had a single tree heart, and this was where its true life essence resided. In other words, Lu Wang had taken out a third of the undying tree heart, which was equivalent to a third of its life essence. Not only did this represent its strength, but it also represented its undying will and undying soul. As long as Ling Xiao consumed it, even if Ling Xiao's head was destroyed one day, as long as a little bit of his soul or blood essence remained, there was still a chance for him to be reborn. This was the miraculous aspect of the undying heart, as well as the divine effects of the 9 divine trees. If someone could obtain the entire undying heart and consume it, that person would have an endless life and would never be destroyed. Just a little bit of blood, a little bit of skin, hair, or even a little bit of soul would be enough for them to be reborn and resurrected. Unless it was destroyed to the point where not even a speck of dust was left, it would be impossible for it to disappear from this world forever. Lu Wang giving this third of the undying heart to Ling Xiao was definitely giving Ling Xiao another undying life. However, Lu Wang himself had lost most of his essence, and it was unknown how many years it would take for him to recover. When Ling Xiao sensed Lu Wang's rapidly weakening aura, he suddenly felt his heart ache and was moved. He had always felt that Lu Wang was stingy and cowardly, but now he had actually given him a third of the undying heart. What a generous gift this was. Lu Wang saw that Ling Xiao was slow to accept his undying heart, and his expression became even more unsightly. Could it be that little friend doesn't think it's too little? Ling Xiao anxiously shook his head and said, "No. Elder Lu, I can't take this undying heart, it's taking a third of your old life. I, Ling Xiao, am not someone who disregards the life and death of a friend. If you lose it, you'll have to spend a very long time to recover your vitality." Lu Wang could hear Ling Xiao's sincerity this time, and he felt extremely gratified in his heart. "Take it. This place contains the essence accumulated by countless roots. As long as this old man takes root here, I will be able to recover in less than 100 years. Moreover, this old man will not be by your side in the future. Even if I want to help you, I will not be able to. Take this as a gift for our friendship. Little friend, please accept it." Lu Wang paused for a moment before continuing, "If little friend feels apologetic, then in the future when you are able to find a wood element stone, if you have an extra, you can bring it here and give it to this old man. This would be a great blessing for this old man." When Ling Xiao heard Lu Wang speak like this, he no longer acted delicate and immediately accepted the third of the undying heart. He only felt an incomparably dense vitality being transmitted over. That warm and moist feeling was extremely comfortable. Ling Xiao deeply nodded and said, "Elder Lu, don't worry and stay here. I will definitely find a wood element genesis stone. When the time comes I will definitely give you one." Alright, let's not be overly sentimental. This isn't like little friend's character. Quickly go." Lu Wang smiled and waved his hand. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Then take care, I'm leaving." After saying that, Ling Xiao looked deeply at Lu Wang and grasped the undying heart. Then he resolutely turned around and left the cave entrance. Right after Ling Xiao left, Lu Wang's body instantly weakened and fell to the ground. He revealed a wry smile and murmured, "It's easier said than done to replenish a third of the heart. However, since little friend was able to escape this calamity, my acquaintance with him was not in vain." After it finished speaking, it immediately turned into a small tree and began to grow like a cocoon. Its roots quickly took root here, and it immediately gathered and absorbed all the wood elemental essences here. Very quickly it continued to grow. In the end, the top of the tree broke open the cave, and it stood on top of the mountain. It became a very huge ancient tree that reached the sky, and it emitted waves of undying vitality, and it emitted a bright green divine light. Swoosh swoosh. Rays of divine light created a strange phenomenon in the world, causing the nearby sky to surge and the clouds to move. Ling Xiao, who had already met up with Ling Chen's group of 3, looked at this scene with a myriad of emotions in his heart. From today onwards, the existence of the Tree of Immortality was no longer in his sea of consciousness. However, he now had a third of the undying heart in his hand. He still felt that he was with Lu Wang. Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tongga also saw the splendor of this divine tree. They all secretly praised in their hearts, could this be one of the 9 great divine trees? Even if they felt that it was one of the 9 great divine trees, they all knew that it had a great relationship with Ling Xiao. Thus, they would not have any designs on this divine tree, much less announce it. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had already occupied a very important position in their hearts. Ling Xiao and the others left this place, but they did not immediately leave the myriad demon forest. Instead, they planned to continue searching for some divine materials here. This was an extremely rare opportunity for them. After all, they had already entered a few great demon territories safely. As long as they did not provoke those terrifying existences that had reached the 11th rank, they would basically not be in any danger. Even if they encountered a group of holy beasts and could not defeat them, they could still run. Of course, it did not mean that there were no other terrifying monsters in the myriad demon forest other than these few great ferocious monsters. There were still some unknown demon species, but it was impossible for them to encounter them one by one. Furthermore, there were all kinds of even more terrifying poisonous creatures and sources of poison here. Some of them were indeed not something they could handle, so they had no choice but to avoid them. With the Ghost Beast Prince leading the way and Dragon Fifth protecting them from the side, they found quite a few holy beasts to fight and obtained quite a few divine items. Among them, Ling Qin finally satisfied his desire to find a holy beast of equal strength to fight. He was able to fight a few battles to his heart's content, sweeping away the incomparable depression in his heart. As for Yang Hai and Pang Tongga, they were not interested in this. They only cared about Ling Xiao leaving as soon as possible so that they could get their Supreme God pills. However, for some reason, ever since Ling Xiao left the Ghost Tree Ridge, he had been very quiet and rarely communicated with others. Whenever he encountered a powerful holy beast, he would always be the first to stand at the front and fight. And they finally witnessed Ling Xiao's abnormal combat strength, as well as Ling Xiao's incomparably cruel killing methods. They realized that Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond their imagination. Yang Hai also recognized the fact that if Ling Xiao were to fight with him, even if his cultivation level was slightly higher than Ling Xiao's, he would probably not even be able to withstand 10 moves from Ling Xiao. As for Pang Tongga, although he did not feel that way, he had already treated Ling Xiao as someone of the same level as him. The more they saw how powerful Ling Xiao was, the more they were subdued by Ling Xiao's demeanor. Ling Xiao was the sovereign alchemy god. This halo was already enough to suppress all of their confidence, and now that his battle strength was so abnormal, he was simply the rarest existence among all alchemists. Alchemists focused on refining pills, and when they advanced they would usually take a large amount of pills, causing their own foundation to be unstable, and their strength to be greatly reduced compared to those of the same level. Right now, Yang Hai had already made up his mind to follow Ling Xiao with peace of mind. He believed that Ling Xiao would not treat him unfairly. He had some understanding of Ling Xiao's personality, and there was nothing to say about it. Pang Tongga, on the other hand, lowered his attitude and talked to Ling Xiao as a friend. He wanted to treat Ling Xiao as a friend despite the difference in age, and definitely could not become enemies with him. At this time, Ling Xiao was holding onto the ice and fire sword and cutting a middle stage 11th step holy beast in half. A huge amount of blood splattered high up in the sky, and the stench was disgusting. Ling Xiao's figure flashed and picked out the holy beast's beast core, a calm smile still appearing on his face. Gathering and parting are common things in life at my level, I still can't let it go, it really shouldn't be with my strength, isn't it easy to see who I want to see? Furthermore, that old man isn't my woman, why would I be reluctant to part with him? Haha, how laughable, how laughable. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud again, causing the others to be baffled. Brother Xiao, what happy event did you encounter? Ling Qin asked from not far away. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head and said, nothing much, I just feel that I've killed to my heart's content. After a pause he said, let's go, we'll find a place to refine 2 Supreme God pills for Elder Yang and Elder Pang, then we can go back. Ling Xiao planned to refine pills in the demon forest. After all, the power of origin here was relatively rich, he only needed to find a place without too many high-level holy beasts, then he wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed or anything. Not far away, Yang Hai and Pang Tonga almost fainted after hearing Ling Xiao's words. They had been waiting for this day for more than a year, not because they felt that it had been a long time, but because it was too fast. For supremes like them who had infinite lifespans, this was simply a snap of a finger. The group of people stopped at a mountain where there were no high-rank holy beasts roaming about. Ling Xiao didn't need to open up any cave abode, he just needed to set up a powerful isolation restriction in the open. Ling Xiao said to Yang Hai and Pang Tonga, "Take out all the supreme god materials and ordinary divine materials you have, I'll see which ones I need, if not my collection won't be enough." Pang Tonga impatiently took out all the divine materials he had almost collected 2 sets of supreme god materials. As for Yang Hai, he had much less. Although he was once the king of mercenaries, he wasn't as strong as Pang Tonga. He had collected a lot of ordinary divine materials, but the number of supreme god materials he had was limited. This was also the reason why he chose to follow Ling Xiao in order to obtain supreme god pills. After Ling Xiao collected their divine materials, he said, "It won't be long before the supreme god pills you need can be refined, wait a few more days." Pang Tonga and Yang Hai were both excited, their faces were filled with unshakable joy. Chapter 1528. Ling Xiao had flesh, blood, and soul, which was equivalent to having an actual clone. And this avatar's strength was even stronger than his real body. This was definitely one of a kind in the entire heaven domain. He alone was equivalent to 2 people, which was equivalent to 2 sovereign divine alchemists. If others were to know of this news, they would definitely be shocked and worship him. Ling Xiao did not want to show off. He displayed this shocking scene of pill refining in front of Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga. This was only to shorten the time needed to refine pills. Seeing 2 Ling Xiao refining pills at the same time not far away from each other was an eye-opener for them, and they were secretly amazed. In merely a short period of around 10 days, Ling Xiao had successively condensed 2 supreme god pellets. Such an extraordinarily fast speed was simply astounding. Moreover, there wasn't the slightest mistake in the process, and he didn't destroy many divine materials. Moreover, he'd succeeded in condensing the pellets in one go. Although they had never seen other sovereign divine alchemists concoct pills, they knew that any alchemist's success rate was limited. This was also the reason why every alchemist would collect many sets of materials before concocting pills for others. Ling Xiao took the 2 sovereign divine alchemists and handed them to Yang Hai and Pang Tonga. "Elder Pang, it's been hard on you this time. This is what you deserve." Ling Xiao first said to Pang Tonga, then looked at Yang Hai and said, "Elder Yang, whether or not you want to follow me, it's not too late to think about it." No matter what, through the short contact, Ling Xiao had a good impression of the 2 of them, especially Pang Tonga, who was straightforward and not too scheming. Yang Hai, on the other hand, was much more tactful and shrewd. It would not be easy to truly make him submit. If he did not sincerely submit, there would be no meaning for Ling Xiao to keep him by his side. Although he was not very useful on this trip, Ling Xiao, was a man of his word. He said he would refine sovereign divine pills for them, and he did not go back on his word. Yang Hai knew that it was time for him to make his choice. Once he made his choice, there would be no turning back. Otherwise, when Ling Xiao became powerful in the future and he betrayed Ling Xiao, even though the heavenly realm was big, there would definitely be no place for him to stay. After all, the rallying power of the supreme medicine god was extremely terrifying. Yang Hai only hesitated for a moment before immediately bowing and replying, "Master of the god of medicine, Yang Hai is willing to serve you as my master for the rest of my life and follow master around." Ling Xiao was very satisfied with Yang Hai's quick change. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay, you can stay by my side and work for me in the future. If you really want to leave in the future, you can do so at any time. I won't force you." Ling Xiao had only recruited Yang Hai as an additional source of strength. He would never treat Yang Hai as a trusted aide. "Yang Hai will never betray master," Yang Hai said solemnly. He also understood that it was impossible to gain Ling Xiao's complete trust immediately. All of this needed him to prove it with practical actions. Ling Xiao then said to Ling Qin, "Big brother, you've just entered the first stage of the Supreme Realm not long ago and you've already taken a Supreme Divine Pill. There won't be any effect if you take another one. You'll have to rely on yourself for the future advancement. I believe that with your 10 bin, it won't be a problem." Ling Qin laughed heartily. "Ah, that's only natural. I've rarely relied on pills to break through in my life. I may not be as monstrous as you, but I'm still a genius of my generation. My current goal is to enter the sovereign ranking in 10,000 years. Ling Xiao said sincerely, "I believe Big Brother can do it." Those on the supreme list were the strongest existences in the heaven territory. Each of them represented an invincible existence in the world. This was the lifelong dream of all the first stage and incipient God realm experts. Whoever could sit on the throne would have the most glorious moment of their life. Ling Chen was only a low-level first stage and he already had such a lofty ambition. This was not a small ambition. Yang Hai and Pang Tongga listened from the side. They didn't look down on him at all. Instead they felt that Ling Chen had a high chance of doing so. After all, Ling Chen's fighting power wasn't as abnormal as Ling Xiao's, but it wasn't much weaker. Once he became a high-level first stage supreme, he would definitely be the strongest among his peers. However, in their hearts, Ling Xiao had a higher chance of becoming an existence on the supreme list. Because the more they saw how strong Ling Xiao was, the more they couldn't see through Ling Xiao. They felt that Ling Xiao had an inexhaustible amount of divine power and trump cards. After staying here for about a year, they finally left the Thousand Demon Forest. After leaving the Thousand Demon Forest, besides Ling Xiao, the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were amazed that they could leave the Thousand Demon Forest, which was comparable to one of the Forbidden Lands, alive. Moreover, they had obtained many divine treasures and seen those terrifying monsters. It was a worthwhile trip. Pang Tongga first bid farewell to Ling Xiao. Alchemist Ling, we will part ways now. If you need anything in the future, send someone to Quxiang Pavilion in Feng's territory to inform me. I will definitely not object. That's enough for me. Farewell. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in a gratified manner. He was also very happy to be able to befriend a straightforward incipient God realm expert like Pang Tongga. Then Pang Tongga bid farewell to Ling Chen and Yang Hai before soaring into the sky and flying away. Seeing him leave at full speed, it was clear that he was returning to his home. Let's go back too, Ling Chen said. Ling Xiao nodded and brought Yang Hai and Ling Chen back to Dragon Gate first. Along the way, Ling Xiao asked Yang Hai about the situation in outer space. Although Yang Hai was only a low-level supreme master, he had been at this realm for tens of thousands of years. He had also wandered in outer space for a period of time, hoping to find some opportunities. Unfortunately, his strength was limited and he didn't gain much. Instead, he was scared by the dangers in outer space and retreated back to heaven territory. Ling Chen also wanted to know about the situation in outer space and was amazed by Yang Hai's words. Although they could go to outer space at any time, they had many unknowns about the outer space. If they were careless and stepped into a dangerous place, even if they were supreme masters, they would only die. Therefore, listening to what Yang Hai had seen and heard would be of great help to them when they wandered in outer space in the future. After listening to Yang Hai's explanation, Ling Xiao and Ling Chen were even more curious about outer space. They really wanted to put everything down and wander outside. There were countless spaces in outer space. Land space, turbulent space, five-element space, black hole space, electric magnetic field. Many of the spaces were filled with different powers and strange objects. Many of them were dead spaces and many of them had living creatures and races. Most of them had many divine objects that had never been seen before. There was no lack of top-notch supreme divine materials that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. However, these spaces were filled with all kinds of dangerous existences. If they were careless, they would die without a burial place. In addition, there was a big danger in rushing to outer space, and that was the problem of direction. If many outer space people went in the wrong direction and couldn't find the way back to heaven territory, then they would absolutely have to live in outer space forever. Since ancient times, there were many supreme masters at incipient God realm who were lost in outer space and couldn't return to heaven territory. Of course, most of them fell in outer space and couldn't be buried in their homeland forever. Old Yang, have you ever heard of a space with a Genesis stone? Ling Chen asked Yang Hai. Yang Hai forced a smile and shook his head. The path I've walked has been taken by my predecessors. If there was a Genesis stone, someone else would have taken it already. Of course, there are some forbidden spaces that I don't dare to enter. Perhaps there is a Genesis stone in those forbidden spaces. Who knows? Ling Chen sighed with emotion. You're right. If there was a Genesis stone, it would have been taken away already. We wouldn't even have a chance. Yang Hai curiously asked, you Kim people cultivate metal class. Why do you want to collect Genesis stones of other elements? Yang Hai knew that his words were rude, but he had considered himself Ling Xiao's servant. If he could have a chance to share some of Ling Xiao's burden, it would be his responsibility. We have a big use for it. No matter what kind of Genesis stone it is, we need it. Do you have a friend who knows where to find a Genesis stone? Tell us, said Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't let Yang Hai know everything. After all, it was a critical matter. He couldn't make any mistakes. Yang Hai hesitated for a while before saying, "Actually, I know where to find a wood-class Genesis stone." "What? Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Ling Xiao and Ling Chen were discontented. Yang Hai looked a little embarrassed. "Even if I knew where to find it, I wouldn't dare to tell you. But now that I've chosen to follow Master, I won't hide it anymore." Pausing for a while, he continued, "Actually, the Wood Grain tribe should have a wood-class Genesis stone." After listening to Yang Hai, Ling Xiao and Ling Chen felt bored. The Wood Grain tribe had a wood-class Genesis stone. This wasn't a secret to the super forces. They even knew that the Wood Grain tribe had a divine tree, the 9-colored exquisite divine tree. Yang Hai looked at Ling Xiao and Ling Chen, but he didn't feel like he was asking for trouble. Instead, he continued, "The Wood Grain tribe is the most mysterious. Just like the Wing tribe, they don't like to associate with other humans. That's why they don't have any friends. It's impossible to get a Genesis stone from them. However, Old Yang, used to be the mercenary king. I've traveled through many ancient mountains. Once, I accidentally saved a friend of the Wood Grain tribe and was lucky enough to enter their territory." At this point, Ling Xiao and Ling Chen's expressions instantly changed to one of shock. They both stared at Yang Hai. Ling Xiao asked in a serious tone, "Old Yang, do you really have a friendship with the Wood Grain tribe?" Yang Hai replied, "I have a little friendship, but it's not very deep. I can't make them take out a Genesis stone." Ling Chen excitedly said, "It's good that we have a friendship. As long as we can see the patriarch of the Wood Grain tribe, we can trade with them." "That's right. Old Yang, you have to help us," Ling Xiao immediately said. Chapter 1529. What Yang Hai said was true. He used to save the son of the chief of the Wood Grain clan in an ancient mountain range. That was how he got the Wood Grain clan's friendship. He was fortunate enough to enter the Wood Grain race's ancestral land. The Wood Grain clan lived deep inside a famous ancient mountain range in the Sky Dragon area. It was called the Linglong Mountain Range. It wasn't a forbidden area, but the supreme expert of the Wood Grain clan had used a powerful barrier to isolate that area. Unless one had reached incipient God Realm, he wouldn't be able to find the clan's territory. Even if a supreme expert at incipient God Realm knew that place, he wouldn't dare to intrude. The Wood Grain clan was a low-key clan. However, it was one of the ancient clans that could trace back to the antiquity time. It was much longer than the Soul clan and the Dead Spirit clan. It wasn't hard to imagine their background. Warriors of the Wood Grain clan all had the Linglong heart. They could feel the good and bad thoughts of others. Also, because the Wood Grain clan used to contact the other clans, they knew that the others were sinister. That was why they chose to seclude themselves from the world and rarely appeared in the cities of the other clans. It was really rare that someone with Yang Hai's personality could become a friend of the Wood Grain clan. The Kim people used to send someone to the Wood Grain clan to exchange for the Wood-class Genesis stone. However, the Wood Grain clan had rejected them mercilessly. Although the Kim people were the strongest ancient clan in the Sky Dragon area, they didn't dare to rob it. As Ling Xiao and Ling Chen heard from Yang Hai that he had a relationship with the Wood Grain clan, of course they hoped that they could use it well. Moreover, if Yang Hai didn't have the confidence to contact the Wood Grain clan, he wouldn't act rashly. "Master, I can introduce you to the warriors of the Wood Grain clan. However, I'm not sure if I can make them give you the Wood-class Genesis stone." Yang Hai said the ugly words first. Although he wanted to help Ling Xiao and gain Ling Xiao's trust, he didn't dare to do everything. "Yeah, no problem. As long as we can meet the Wood Grain clan, everything is negotiable." Ling Xiao answered happily. Ling Chen was also excited. "Then we should hurry back to the clan and discuss with the other elders. Let's see what they say." Then the three of them sped up and returned to Dragon Gate. As soon as they returned to the Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao left Yang Hai on his mountain peak while Ling Xiao and Ling Chen rushed back to the clan. At this time, the leader of the Kim people, Ling Bo, and the great elder Ling Qiu had already come out of seclusion. They were in excellent condition and had satisfied smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they were extremely happy because of the breakthrough. When they saw Ling Xiao again, their eyes were filled with kindness. "I heard that you two daring kids actually went to the demon forest. You really don't know how to spell the word, death." Great Elder Ling Qiu said with a hint of reproach. The two people in front of them were the most outstanding juniors of the Kim people. They absolutely did not want anything to happen to them. Ling Chen was the first to stand up and admit his mistake. "Great Elder, if you want to blame someone, blame me. I was the one who asked Xiao Xiao to go with me." At this time Ling Bo also said, "Chenner, your intention is for the good of the clan, but have you ever thought that Xiaoer is the hope of our clan? How could you bring him to take risks? If you do this again, I won't let you off easily. When Ling Chen went to the demon forest, he regretted bringing Ling Xiao with him. It was indeed as the leader said, Ling Xiao was the brightest star of the Dragon Gate and the hope of all the Kim people. If something happened to him, he would be the sinner of the clan. Yes, Chinner knows his mistake. Please punish me, leader and great elder. Ling Chen bowed and very sincerely admitted his mistake. At this time Ling Xiao opened his mouth. Patriarch, great elder, please don't blame big brother. I was the one who asked to go with him. Now that we're back and we didn't lose anything, let's just forget about it. Xiao Heir, I've told you before that you're related to the future development of our tribe. You can't be loyal to your friends and you can't risk your life. The demon forest is a dangerous place for demons and high-level holy beasts. Although your strength is not bad, it's definitely not a place you can go. You're lucky to be able to return safely this time. Ling Bo advised patiently. Ling Qiu also said, yes, in the future, even if we old bones do it ourselves, we will not let you risk your life. If they knew that Ling Xiao and Ling Qin not only roamed the demon forest for more than half a year, but also killed several fierce monsters, who knows if they would still say this. Ling Xiao knew that they were saying this for his own good, but he had always been a restless person. If he was asked to stay here and be a supreme alchemy god admired by tens of thousands of people without having to do anything else, he would be bored to the point of wanting to die. Now Ling Xiao didn't want to refute them. It was fine if they heard it. Ling Xiao changed the topic and said, Leader, great elder, this time we came to find you mainly because we have a matter to discuss with you. Then he told them that Yang Hai was acquainted with the Woodgrain tribe and was able to talk to them. When the two heard this news, they immediately revealed a happy expression. Ling Bo said, does your friend have the confidence to introduce you to the Woodgrain tribe's patriarch? You should know that the last time we sent other elders, they refused to see us. He said that he can introduce us, but whether we succeed or not depends on ourselves. Ling Xiao replied. Then he said, if we can really meet them, we must show full sincerity. Moreover, it would be best if we can cater to their interest and take out the divine items they want. Otherwise, it will not be easy to exchange for their source stone. Ling Qin said, little brother Xiao is right. As long as we can take out the divine items they want, we can move them. You're all right. The key is who knows what they lack. They are a race that specializes in wood attribute, but they do not lack wood attribute divine items. Moreover, they have the help of the 9-colored exquisite divine tree. Unless we can take out another divine tree item to exchange with them, then it will be impossible. Ling Bo said in a serious tone. That's right. Their race has a longer history than our Kim people. Their foundation is very strong, and they do not lack any divine items. Ling Qiu also sighed. I don't believe that they do not lack anything. If it is really impossible, then let little brother Xiao refine a few supreme god pellets for them. They should be tempted. Ling Qin said disapprovingly. When Ling Xiao heard Ling Bo's words, his heart moved. Another divine tree item, do I really need to use the undying heart to exchange for it? The undying heart was the source of the undying tree's power. He believed that the Woodgrain tribe would be interested in it if he took it out. However, Ling Xiao was somewhat reluctant. This was the most generous gift that Lu Weng had given him. Moreover, it said that he would face a great calamity, and he needed the undying heart to avoid it. No matter, I have gone through all these years. What calamity can't I avoid? Let's use it to exchange for the Genesis stone and save the ancestor first. Ling Xiao made up his mind. Maybe we can talk to them. I have another divine tree item. Ling Xiao said. Little Xiao, is this true? Ling Bo and Ling Qiu exclaimed in unison. Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes, of course I won't joke about this. Ling Qin, who was on the side, believed Ling Xiao's words. He was also sure that the green tree that had taken root in the demon forest was definitely one of the 9 great divine trees. However, he could not distinguish which divine tree it was. Alright, let's go and talk to the Woodgrain tribe. In addition, we must prepare all kinds of wood attribute supreme divine materials. As long as they need it, we must try our best to satisfy their requirements. We must exchange for the Genesis stone. Ling Bo slapped the table and said, Little Xiao, go back and ask your friend. See if he knows what the Woodgrain tribe needs the most. We need to be fully prepared first. Yes, Patriarch. Ling Xiao replied and turned around to return to the Dragon Gate. After returning to his peak, Ling Xiao once again summoned Yang Hai to learn more about the Woodgrain tribe. Yang Hai also knew everything about Ling Xiao, so he told him everything he knew. Yang Hai knew more about the Woodgrain tribe than them, but this information was not very useful. The only thing that made Ling Xiao pay attention to was the Woodgrain tribe's ability to sense other people's thoughts. If they felt dissatisfied, they would definitely turn hostile. Therefore, this negotiation must be sincere and must not make any mistakes. It must not be handed over to a scheming person. Everyone has a little bit of scheming. If you don't, you'll be tricked by others. However, it's still possible to talk honestly. I have to be careful about this. I can't bring too many people with me. 2 or 3 people should be enough. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Suddenly, he thought of a pretty figure and a faint smile flashed across his face. Maybe that girl can help me? Ling Xiao did not immediately take action. Instead, he stayed on the peak for a few days. He directly went to find his mother, Meng Xiun, intending to give her a generous gift. Meng Xiun still had the appearance of a young married woman. With such an outstanding son, it would be difficult for her to look old. However, her cultivation of Tenbin was not very outstanding, and she was not as hardworking as others. Although she had the support of various resources from Ling Xiao, she was still only at peak stage Mystic the Arch. There was still a long way to go before she could become a saint. After all, there were some realms that could not be directly broken through with elixirs. For example, reaching the saint realm required a certain level of comprehension in order to use elixirs to advance. Her wives were all anxious for her, but she didn't care. She was once a small mystic cultivator. Reaching the Mystic the Arch realm was already hard for her to imagine. She did not have too many extravagant hopes. Moreover, she was now able to live with her children and grandchildren for several generations. She was already very satisfied and happy. Chapter 1530. Xiao, how come you have time to come see mother today? Meng Xiun said with a happy expression. Now that her children and grandchildren had grown up, she didn't need to worry about them anymore. She was also a bit bored from being idle. Mother, where's father? Ling Xiao called out and casually asked. Meng Xiun angrily said, don't mention him. Now he dislikes an old woman like me. Just like you, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Maybe he's forgotten about this old woman. Ling Xiao walked to Meng Xiun's side and smiled. Who dares to say that my mother is an old woman? That person must be blind. Mother is even more beautiful than those 20-year-old girls. Meng Xiun beamed with joy and said, Brat, you really have a pleasant mouth. No wonder you found so many good wives. She paused for a moment and then said, Xiao, you only have 2 sons, Tian and Ing and 1 daughter. Are you satisfied? Tian will definitely have a bright future and won't be below me in the future. Has also changed her bad habits. Her future achievements won't be as good as Tian but it won't be too far off. Ing will marry sooner or later, but her standards aren't low right now. I don't know which handsome young man she will like, but I'm satisfied with the 3 of them. Not to mention Ling Yu and Ling Zhe will inherit everything from me, so that's enough. Ling Xiao agreed. Satisfied my ass. Your father and I only have you, and you and your father are cultivation maniacs. You're not by mother's side all year round. Now that Tian and you have grown up, even Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhe aren't young anymore, and they're not by mother's side. Mother is very annoyed. Meng Xiun sighed. Mother, don't worry. You should also get married. Let's see if there's a girl he likes. I'll have him get married immediately and give you a great-grandson or great-granddaughter. Then you won't be so idle. Ling Xiao smiled. He had always known that his mother really wanted to take care of the children, and hearing her tone now, he made this suggestion. Meng Xiun sighed and said, that may be the case, but you is like you in a romantic manner, but he isn't faithful. I've never seen him bring any proper girls to see me. I'm afraid that even if he marries, he will only barely be able to get along without any benefits. Ling Xiao then said, then I'll let Tian and Yueme give birth to a pair of twins for you to raise. Do you think it's so easy to have twins? Tian is the same as you, he hasn't seen him in years. I don't know how long it will take for him to have another child with Yueme. Meng Xiun paused for a moment, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Xiao, you have so many wives and all of them want a child. Why don't you give me a few grandchildren? That way I won't be so lonely. Meng Xiun's eyes were filled with infinite expectation. She stared at Ling Xiao, making him feel scared. In fact, he had thought about this problem a long time ago, but he had never asked them and they had never mentioned it to him. Not to mention that his grandchildren were already so old. If they had more children, the seniority would be really messed up. Mother, we can talk about this, but don't tell them. If we have another child, it will be a mess. Ling Xiao was a bit embarrassed. What's there to be a mess about? Aren't they all your children, the descendants of our Ling family? Meng Xiun loudly said, then paused for a moment and said, Xiao, you don't understand women. When they reach a certain age, who doesn't want a child by their side? In the past I saw Yushi Xnr, and the others envious of Yun and Shiyue, so I know they also want children. Anyway, I don't care. Go back and ask them, they will definitely be willing. Do you have the heart to let them live their whole lives just to be with you? You can't be so selfish. Meng Xiyun scolded Ling Xiao, the only supreme alchemy god in the Sky Dragon region, causing him to not dare to speak at all. This was truly an eye-opener. Ling Xiao heard his mother's words and felt that it was reasonable. He thought that perhaps he really should have a good chat with them about this problem. After all, he was always outside and didn't stay by their side. If they had children, perhaps when he wasn't here, they would have better sustenance and comfort. After chatting with Meng Xiyun for a while, Ling Xiao returned to the main topic and said, "Mother, I will discuss this matter with them. I have something for you now." At the same time, Ling Xiao took out the inky lotus immortal lotus he obtained from the ghost tree demon's territory and gave it to Meng Xiyun. "Xiao, what kind of divine item is this? How can it be so magical?" Meng Xiyun knew that her son would always give her something extraordinary each time, but this was the first time she saw such a magical item. The aura of the inky lotus immortal lotus was like a dancing fairy. It was extremely alluring. This is the inky lotus immortal lotus, a divine item that even incipient god realm experts desire. It is also a divine item suitable for mother's cultivation. Ling Xiao explained. Meng Xiyun revealed a surprised expression and said, "Oh Xiao, I know you are filial, but I haven't used many of the divine items you gave me in the past. If you give me such an expensive divine item, it will just be a waste. You should keep it for yourself." Meng Xiyun's realm wasn't high, but her knowledge wasn't shallow. With her current realm, this kind of divine item would only be a waste if she absorbed it. She understood this logic. "Mother, it has dual attributes of water and wood, it is the most suitable for you. Of course, it will be a waste if you absorb it alone. I plan to let Yuner and Yushi accompany you to absorb its power. That should be enough," Ling Xiao said. He had already thought of a way before taking out the inky lotus immortal lotus. His mother's cultivation was indeed limited, and it would absolutely be a great waste of energy if she were to absorb this supreme spirit material. But with the addition of Feng Xianyun, who specialized in the wood element, and Bayushi, who specialized in the water element, the three of them absorbing it together, he believed that they would be able to share the burden. Not to mention that he would protect them from the side, and he would absolutely not let anything happen to them. Meng Xiyun hesitated. She knew that this divine item was extremely rare. Letting her use it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "Mother, don't think too much. Your son is now a supreme alchemy god, he can have any divine item he wants. I still have a few more inky immortal lotus," Ling Xiao said, and took out a few more inky immortal lotus for Meng Xiyun to see. Meng Xiyun smiled and said, "Okay, my son is filial, so mother will accept it. My strength should also increase. The older I get, the more I drag you down." Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Meng Xiyun agree. He was a lot happier. He had neglected the people around him in recent years. Especially his mother, who had just reached the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm. If he told others that she was his mother, then there would be 10,001 people who wouldn't believe it. One of them who heard it while passing by would also think so. After all, the dignified supreme alchemy god's mother was only at the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm. This was simply unreasonable. Ling Xiao still had things to do. He could only hurry and let his mother absorb the energy of the inky lotus immortal lotus as soon as possible so that she could reach the saint realm as soon as possible. Only then would she have a longer lifespan and be able to continue growing stronger. Ling Xiao summoned Feng Xianyun and Bayushi and explained the situation to them. They had to cooperate well and not make any mistakes. Right now, Feng Xianyun was already a high-level holy emperor while Bayushi was only a peak mid-level saint. However, their strength was above Meng Xiyun's. With the two of them helping each other to absorb this supreme spirit material, it would definitely benefit them greatly. Ling Xiao went with them to the closed-door cultivation room and taught them some of his experiences in absorbing the inky lotus immortal lotus. He also taught them things to pay attention to when helping each other. He told them not to make any mistakes when helping each other. "Okay, all of you must remember this clearly. No matter what danger you encounter, you must not panic. I'm here for everything," Ling Xiao said solemnly. The three women nodded in unison. They had already memorized everything Ling Xiao had said. Meng Xiyun was the first to enter a state of adjustment. Feng Xianyun and Bayushi also sat by her side and made their preparations. Ling Xiao held the inky lotus immortal lotus in his hand and was ready to send it into his mother's mouth at any time. This inky lotus immortal lotus was also known as the inky demonic lotus. Ling Xiao didn't know what kind of effects it had. As for what kind of changes he would discover, he didn't know either. He had to protect them from the side. Xiao Air come. Meng Xiun closed her eyes and said indifferently. She opened her mouth and Ling Xiao instantly made his move. He scattered the inky lotus immortal lotus and sent its essence into his mother's mouth. The moment Meng Xiun swallowed the inky lotus immortal lotus, it instantly emitted water and wood elemental lights that enveloped the closed-door cultivation room. A vast and majestic power began to flow through her body. At the same time, the water and wood elemental powers converged above Meng Xiun's head to form a graceful and beautiful figure that danced around. It looked very mystical. Meng Xiun's soul also began to feel mystical at this moment. Her comprehension ability instantly soared. The bottleneck of Mystic Emperor peak stage that she had been stuck at for some time was like a flood that broke through a dam. It was immediately broken and the power of this rank instantly rushed upwards. He'd attained the Saint Realm, but he'd instantly attained the mid-rank of the Saint Realm, and his strength was still rising madly. Meng Xiun never dreamed that there would be a day when her rank kept on rising. That kind of feeling made her feel incomparably wondrous and comfortable. However, this feeling only lasted for a short period of time. She found that her dantian, meridians and acupoints could not contain the violent power. Her whole body felt swollen and painful, as if her whole body was about to explode. She revealed a painful expression and her aura became chaotic. At this moment Ling Xiao shouted in shock. Yun Er Yushi, immediately help Mother absorb her power. With that, Feng Xiun and Bayushi moved at the same time to help Meng Xiun. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.